And welcome, everybody. It is the Red Leaf Retrocast Wrestling Edition. It's 106 episodes in. It's titled Flashing Champions, Double or Nothing Nomads. I just threw in a bunch of titles in there. Ricky, you're back for another one. How you doing?
Recovering still. We are recording early in the morning. Well, early in the morning in Denver after Double or Nothing. So I'm in recovery mode. But I have my coffee. I have my mimosa. I'll get there.
I also have a mimosa. It is called a screaming mimosa, as my father would call it. Are you familiar with such a concoction? Yes, it has vodka in it. Yeah. Shot of vodka on top. Well, bam.
Bam. Well, I did a non-traditional mimosa with cran raspberry juice instead of orange juice, and it is delicious. I like the oval wine glass you got going on for it. Oh, I can't do, so all of my glassware is stemless because I'm a klutz. So if I had a traditional wine glass, I'm pretty sure I'd knock it over. Yeah,
I looked at my wine glass and I'm like, that's really dusty. I don't want to clean it right now this early. So then I got one of my very tall fancy beer glasses and I just threw the mimosa in there and it's working out wonderfully. So cheers.
Terrific. Cheers.
Yes, on this podcast today, we are talking AEW Double or Nothing, maybe a little Dynamite lead up, kind of what we thought about the matches. We're talking about Prestige Wrestling, their Roseland show. Night 1, Night 2 took place during Double or Nothing, so no shock. A little tired, not able to watch it at this moment. Might cover it in the next cast depending on how we see. And then New Japan, with you, Ricky, still. We got, very short Capital Collision thoughts. And a lot of Best of the Super Juniors. So last we left off, it was a preview. It hadn't started yet. And over the past couple weeks, we're essentially going into the final night. And then, of course, the finals. So pretty much a whole...
I forgot we hadn't even talked about Capital Collision. So, there's a lot.
Yeah, when we recorded last time, Capital Collision was that night.
That's right.
So we're a little behind on that one. But no, regardless, we do have the entire Best of the Super Juniors to go over. And then from there, it's a lot of me doing the Joshi news and topics. Stardom had a big pay-per-view. NOMADs finally happened, which I was very excited about. Dragongate has been doing their tournament, King of Gate. So more tournament talk from me. And then I got a WXW preview of their True Color shows, which will air on June 1st from Dresden. So by the time this comes out, that's when I'll finally be able to watch it. And then there's Retro from there. All Japan Women Classics, episode 69. And Nitro, August 16th, 1999. Get to talk more about the road to Vince Russo.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is getting closer. Only a couple months out. I always thought, I don't know whether it was my own headcanon or what, but I always believed that Russo came in the summer of 1999, like the beginning of August. Not true. He comes in like at the end of the year, essentially.
Interesting.
I always thought it was way earlier than that.
I have no thoughts on that.
Yeah.
I was not watching wrestling then. Obviously, I'm aware of Vince Russo and his impact on the industry, but
he definitely had an impact. not for the best. Oh man. Okay, so plugs. patreon.com/redleafretrocast. I go over the Joshi 2010s journey of Joshi wrestling out of the dark ages. If you're looking to learn and follow along a lot of the wrestlers we see today, maybe some talents you missed out on. I just put out an episode over Shimmer, episodes 41 and 42, where a lot of Joshi talent had made their essential debuts in America, namely Hana, now known as Asuka in the WWE. So if you're interested in hearing that, Serena Deeb had a main event title match. She had just gotten off her WWE contract in the Straight Edge Society with CM Punk. Very timely, considering her and Punk both had title matches at Double or Nothing. Funny how things work out and you don't even intend them. Very cool. And then I just went over, that particular episode was over Ice Ribbon. They had a tag team tournament for vacant tag titles, and they're getting ready for their Exodus, which is also something that's currently happened within the promotion 10 years later. So very timely stuff. I hope you guys would like, if you like those episodes 2 weeks early, sign up for the Patreon, patreon.com/redleaf-retrocast. But if you don't have the $1.50 to spare, it is available for free later in the month on the All Japan Women Destiny feed. That's All Japan Women Destiny, easily searchable, Spotify, all your favorite outlets. And also on the Patreon, you can get my LLPW reviews, another Joshi promotion for the past, and various live indie events that I go to. And rather anything that kind of pops into my head, I kind of throw up on there. Mission Pro reviews and the like. Whew, okay. I think because Roseland was built on this prestige show for Maki Ito and Miyu Yamashita coming over, I think it's only appropriate that I play Maki Ito's music, and then we can get talking about the prestige show. What do you say, Ricky? Good plan?
Whoa! Do it.
世界一可愛いのは伊藤ちゃん本当の愛を探すんだ
Okay, Prestige Wrestling. Here we are. I got the card up. I was very shocked. I ended up watching this live. I did not intend it, but it's from Portland, Oregon. It's a promotion that essentially hasn't run. So during the pandemic, they just didn't run at all. And then at the start of 2022, they came back. And so this is Roseland 3, kind of their marquee show tag title or tagline, is my understanding. And they had a lot of talent come in. They had Yamashita, Ito, Jeff Cobb, Mike Bailey. They even are very adamant about putting their own talent over in prominent positions, namely the team Midnight Heat, which I'm kind of interested in talking about them. Wait, no, wrong team.
C4. C4.
C4 was the team I meant to say. Yes, you're right. And Alex Shelley is their champion, I believe. Yes? Am I right? Yes.
Yep.
Alex Shelley is their champion. And he took on Tom Lawler on night 1 and then Bandito on night 2. I am for sure checking that match out, no doubt. But that'll come in the next episode. Maybe we'll just make a point to it to cover night 2 next time. Why not?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
I loved night 1. I was entertained top to bottom, beginning to end. Obviously, there were, ebbs and flows as far as quality of the action, but I was entertained the whole time.
Yeah, as we found out, the Jacob Fatu match was canceled. I believe both guys missed their flights, so there was time to fill in between, which makes sense now that we know that, because the Scotty 2 Hottie promo just would never end.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so when I were talking a little bit while we were watching it live, and so baffled by the amount of time they gave Scotty 2 Hottie. I knew that Jacob Fatu match had been canceled, but still, so I didn't watch Scotty 2 Hottie in his heyday, so the nostalgia was lost on me. The match did nothing for me, and then he was in the ring for like 15 minutes or something afterwards. It was, I don't know, it felt like that. I said I was entertained beginning to end. I forgot. I had blocked the whole Scotty 2 Hottie segment out of my brain. In my brain, the card started with match 2.
Yeah, it was him against Ethan HD, part of, I believe, the New Japan Dojo. I always like making the joke he's more like Ethan SD, because he's not in the greatest shape in the world. I am one to talk, of course. My big fat bowling body here. But anyways, Jack Evans, he was kind of a point of topic that I wanted to touch on. He has been in countless interviews since his AEW contract went out and they didn't re-sign him. He's been very vocal about, he was disappointed in himself and his performance within AEW. He was out of shape. He wasn't possibly in the right state of mind for it. He essentially took it for granted. is what he was saying. So this indie tour he's on the last couple of months in 2022, it's kind of his own redemption story. And I thought this match against Ray Horace was a good kind of starting point for the guy. Very, very happy of the match I saw. Went 9 minutes. He did beat Ray Horace via a low blow, so he's a big fat cheater on top of his redemption. Did you catch this one?
No, I missed that one. I must have tuned in afterwards. That. Okay. I think I caught... No, I knew he was on the card. Now I'm trying to remember.
They were having some feed issues during the first match.
Maybe that was it then.
Okay. Midnight Heat defeated a team of Derek Shaw and Jaden, kind of local guys. Fine. And then we got to Taya Valkyrie versus Willow Nightingale. Surprisingly, this went 9 minutes. I thought it was cut short.
Yeah.
Maybe not. But
I mean, ropes did break part way through the match.
So I actually rewatched part of this.
Yeah.
During the tag team match prior, you could start seeing the ropes get loose, like quite a lot.
Oh.
Yeah. And you see this a lot in Japan, where after every match, they'll have their seconds, young lions or whomever, they'll go up and tighten the ropes. They'll just tighten them. They'll just go up and check. Yeah, just as precaution. And boy, could have used that tonight, because during the Willow Nightingale match, like midway through, when they actually got back in the ring, Taya Valkyrie in this match, by the way, bump count at 3, so she's hitting her average. Yeah, I'm not a Taya Valkyrie fan, if that's not clear. But Willow actually goes and hits the ropes, and the second rope breaks on her. So you remember the spot where she kind of leans back a lot, and she goes low and hits the clothesline on Valkyrie? You remember that one?
Yeah.
That's when the second rope broke on her. Just wasn't as immediate. It just went totally loose and done. And it was shortly after that where she hits the top. Everything snaps. She falls to the outside. Very scary. You never want to see that, because you can land like right on your head and neck. It's not good.
It looked like she might have landed on her head. We didn't see it from the floor angle. We saw it from like head on. So you just see her spill over the top, ass over tea kettle, and just cross her fingers, hope she's okay. Thankfully, she seemed okay, and she finished the match.
Yeah, they finished what they could, and Taya Valkyrie beat her pretty convincingly after that. I'll just assume they went home early for all intents and purposes. They helped each other to the back. She seemed okay. She went on Twitter and said she was okay, so that's a good sign. And then the promotion got interesting, because then Sonico, Akira, Drexel, and MV Young, specifically MV Young, came out, just hops in the ring and goes, well, 4-way street fight. Here we go. Get these bitches in. And they have an 11-minute street fight. They got that totally out of the way. I thought that was a very good move, because the ring's broken. It's going to be a brawl. It's plunder anyways. They don't need to be hitting the ropes too much. I thought it was a good way to kind of utilize that time, and then they could just go to intermission afterwards, which is what they did.
That was a great move by production team, whoever made that decision. I'm sure that's not where it was meant to be on the card, but it worked out.
Nah, not at all. And that intermission was certainly long for getting everything clear. So maybe the downside to it all was because they had this hardcore brawl and everything, they had to clean everything up on top of it, and there's only so many people. So they also had to fix the ring and clean everything up, because they were brawling all over the place. Coming back from break, we had our first essential Joshi match. It's Miyu Yamashita taking on Masha Slamovich, a match I was highly anticipating. I'm very curious. What did you think?
I went back and I watched it again the next day. That's what I thought of it, like in a good way. Made sure. So I watched the show alone. My partner was in the other room. So the next morning I said, listen, you have to watch this match.
And you've seen Masha prior, just on various indies, but what was your impression of Miyu Yamashita?
don't, words are hard. So impressive. Her moveset, I mean, she bumped like a maniac too. Like not afraid of taking a bump, I should say.
Right.
Not that she was like bumping around like a clown, but you know, I thought she and Masha were a great matchup as far as styles and moveset. I want to watch it again. Now that we're talking about it.
It was really good. I really liked the fact when her music hit, the crowd reacted quite well. This was a crowd very familiar with everyone on the card, including the international talent. So that was cool to see. There was definitely a familiarity there. They even had the streamers for everybody. Maki Ito.
Yeah.
And someone got one streamer earlier. I think it was Willow. She got one. And the commentary is like, funny. There's our first streamer. It's just, who knows? But yeah, Miyu came out. She like looked at the crowd. The crowd was like screaming for her. She seemed kind of just taken aback by it because she literally hasn't heard a crowd react to her in 2 years. That's how long it's been.
That's got to be wild.
Right.
I mean, just to go from for 2 years of, clapping only, and then to be greeted with a crowd like that, which was set, they were a great crowd. And like you said, they clearly recognized her and were appreciative that she was there. So,
yeah, so she comes out, she's got a huge smile on her face, which is kind of rare for her, honestly, but then she went she went back into character where she's very stoic and serious and got her streamer. She did her whole pose and everything. It was good seeing that kind of reaction out of her for once. And then they just went out and like kicked the shit out of each other. And this was so cool. So, as I said, I watched some Shimmer shows with the Joshi talents showing up in like the burbs of Chicago for the first time. And just something as simple as like Yumi Oka hitting a running boot to someone in the corner. And for your reference, it's like what Tay Conti does, where she runs and bicycle kicks someone in the corner. Just that in 2011 just blew people's mind because women just don't work that way in the United States. So when Miyu Yamashita was hitting her screw kick and then jumping off the corner and kicking Masha, the crowd just had their minds exploded. They didn't know what to do. They're like, "Oh my god, that's so cool!"
My mind exploded, and that's why I want to see it again. There were spots like that I wasn't, familiar with. I don't know Yamashita's moveset really, but right. So yeah, I was one of those people with their brain exploding.
Yeah, the crowd was absolutely reacting to everything. The match was built all around them just kicking each other. It's very unique in that sense because Miyu Yamashita in Tokyo Joshi Pro doesn't have opponents like this. So this was even new for me, for her to go up against another kind of stiff, hard striker that is Masha. And Masha's one of the top women on the independent scene, despite her being signed by Impact and them not doing much with her. The ending was phenomenal, where they exchanged some Germans, they exchanged some more kicks, and then Miyu counters, ducks, and then just looks at Masha, big smile, and does the spinning skull kick to her. Just, it was timed great. The reaction, the camera was right there, puts her down, 1, 2, 3, and the crowd goes nuts because it was such a great finish. I went full threes on this, 3 out of 3 recommendation. It's a must-watch situation. Loved it. 4-star, Big Dave scale, if you want to go there. Won't go higher than that, but it definitely reached that point. What a great match. The only critique would be, I wish it went longer, which is a good thing.
Yeah, that's fair. It was fantastic. And when we finish up today, I might just go back and watch it a third time.
Prestige Tag Team title match followed. C4, the team of Hiromu Rosas and Koti Chung, defeating your boys, Violence is Forever. 12 minutes.
My boys. Yeah. I enjoyed this match a lot. I was not familiar with C4 at all.
Same. I was
going
not
into this show. Didn't know their names. Didn't know Didn't know their team name either. But clearly the crowd knew them. Big, hometown boys, current champs. Are they the tag champs?
Yeah, they're current ones.
So I was, I'm always interested in seeing new talent or talent that's new to me. And I thought that they held their own against Violence is Forever, which, they are my boys, as you pointed out. Big fan of those guys. Rojas, I feel like, or Rosas or Rojas? Rosas, I felt like had more time in the ring than Cody, but
no, you got him backwards.
No.
Cody Chung was the big leapy guy.
Yeah. I felt like he wasn't in the ring as much as.
Okay, see, I felt it was the other way around. Rosas got the hell out of the way, and it was Cody Chung most of the time.
Ooh, I got the opposite impression. I thought Rosas was in the ring for the majority of the for the early part of the match. He did get out of the way. He did get the hot tag. He did get out of the way with the hot tag, but I felt like he probably total had more time in the ring.
Okay, that's fair.
But what a hot tag!
Yeah, this Cody Chung, for those that don't know,
from June.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Cody Chung, he's how tall is he? I wonder if Cage Match has him. He is doesn't have his height. Damn it. I'll just put him at 6'2" for now. That's what he came across. Because he was very tall and lanky, but chiseled built kind of situation. He had a ton of leap to him. Just jumping ability was off the charts. He really reminded me a lot of I can't say exactly like Dante Martin in AEW, but he was giving me a lot of those vibes. Very high drop kick, the high leaping ability, the ability to run the ropes and just run off of people, essentially. Like, when it was just him against Violence is Forever, just 1-on-2, that's when this match was just like, I had to go to Twitter and just go, all right, man, you got my attention. This guy's pretty good.
He was so fluid, too. All of his moves were so fluid. I even commented to myself, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if he was a dancer or a gymnast in a former life, because his moveset had that range of motion. In my brain, I just thought it looked pretty.
Okay. According to this, he was also trained by Buddy Wayne, whom is the famous trainer out there in the Northwest. Nick Wayne's father.
No. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, and they retained the titles. Honestly, kind of shocking, but at the same time, it's like, local guys should go over.
Yeah.
Alex Shelley defeated filthy Tom Lawler, 17 minutes, 49 seconds. A little slow for my taste, but still very solid stuff. I don't have much thoughts other than that.
My thoughts are every time I watch a Tom Lawler match, I go in knowing that I'm going to enjoy it. But by the end, I'm always saying to myself, man, Lawler is really good.
Yeah. I remember my first impression was at a Beyond show. I think it was on that Hell in a Cell night I was telling you about. And he was up against Tracy Williams, and they just chopped the shit out of each other. Sweat flying. We're in this little armory in Rhode Island. I was like, hell yeah. I want to see this guy back again. And then he signed with MLW, and then I never saw him again after that. But I made sure to check out. He was the one that made me want to check out a MLW at the time. Was Tom Lawler. So I was very intrigued by him and his story and what he was bringing.
Absolutely. I've been a big Alex Shelley fan since he came back to the scene. I wasn't familiar really with the work he did earlier with Motor City Machine Guns because I wasn't a fan then. I've gone back and watched some of the bigger matches. But
top of your head,
since he's been,
what do you got?
I mean,
Motor City Machine Guns against?
Oh, I don't know. Bucks?
Young Bucks, right? Exactly. There's a lot of good ones you can check out for sure.
Yeah. So since he's been back on the scene, though, he's been doing this whole singles run. He had the IWTV belt for a while. I've just been on board the Alex Shelley bandwagon, and I'm along for the ride. I think he is fantastic.
Yeah, if the one thing I think a lot of fans are clamoring for right now is for the Motor City Machine Guns to do one last match with the Bucks, much like what we saw with the Hardys.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll get into that match, but whether it's in there in this like Ring of Honor spinoff or an AEW pay-per-view, or hell, even an Impact pay-per-view, you got to do it somewhere, I feel.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it.
One last run. Totally different audience, and that's a match, like, to me, this audience has nostalgia for, is that kind of situation. Then we got our main event. Kind of shocked this was the main event, but much of this weekend was about bringing in the TJPW duo and making something special out of it, because they even main evented the second night. It was the International Princess title on the line. Maki Ito defending and defeating Mia Yim in just under 16 minutes. I will say this right away. This felt way less. That's how good this match was put together. It felt like a 10-minute match, and it went almost twice that. I thought this was big match, Maki Ito coming. She finally got to show more than just the shtick that we saw in AEW against Britt Baker. It was if that match had the big moves and big match feel to it on top of it. I thought this delivered 2 times over, and I will give credit where credit's due. I'm not the biggest Mia Yim fan. I think she's got a big ceiling to her, but if she puts in more matches like this, where she has this like chippy attitude, she's got this mean streak to her, where she can chop and kick someone, essentially matching a more modern style than the just mat grapple 1980s thing that you'd see a lot of women that are taught in the United States do. Like, this Mia Yim is way more appealing to me, and I think it vibes better, especially when we saw this match, and from what I could tell, whether you believe it was Mia Yim's match or Maki Ito's best match, either or, that is a very praised review on either side of the coin. This is what we need to see more of in women's wrestling in the United States. I thought this match was a great example of that.
I wish I had an opposing view to offer, but I could not agree more. I was thinking same thing. I'm also not the biggest Mia Yim fan, or I wasn't going into this match. My expectations for this match were medium. I mean, I love Maki Ito. I love the shtick. I like the comedy. I didn't know what to expect from this match, and I could not have been more surprised or more happy with the outcome. Just the match quality, like you said, not just that Maki retained. I didn't mean like the result of the match. The actual match itself was far above what I had expected or could have predicted.
Yeah, and the turnout for Prestige, I was very curious because there's a lot of like high-end talent here. They flew in international talent. I was super curious, like, okay, how many people are there? What are they charging for seats? And then I during that street fight match, I had texted you. I went, those like fancy seats in the front row, those are like $100 tickets. And that's like all around the ring, 3 rows deep. Completely filled. So this, whatever it was, this crowd absolutely drew their audience in, and it was a full house. Because even the cheapest ticket in the place, the walk-in, was $35. Which I've gotten into AEW shows for cheaper than that.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It delivered, man.
Yeah, very good stuff. I will be keeping Prestige Wrestling on my radar for indie wrestling going forward. Very cool. And I guess with that does it for this section of the podcast, and it's time to run into AEW, because boy, oh boy, what a last 2 weeks this has been. Now for drop, do I play Hangman Page? What do I play? What are you feeling? MJF?
Yeah. Now I'm trying to think. Yeah, maybe MJF. It might be the last time we get a chance.
All right, I'll play him. Okay, so before we get right into Double or Nothing, Ricky, I wanted to know, after the last 2 weeks, because we talked a bit about the build to a lot of these matches on the show and how we felt, and the last 2 weeks have definitely felt like we were heading that direction. We got to points and moments for a lot of these matches that they should have gotten to. My opinion was, I was kind of a mixed bag, but nothing was outright terrible. Do you feel the same way? Well,
With
okay, TNT title situation was bad. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, nothing other than the TNT title situation. Nothing was bad. A lot of stuff could have had more to it or started earlier. But
sure.
But none of the other builds were bad.
Yeah, if I want to get like nitpicky about it all, and we were talking about this before, the Owen Hart tournament was certainly a big crux to the pay-per-view. It had its big footprint on it, especially with Martha Hart and everything. And I really feel that, like what we see in Japan or even Europe, when they run long tournaments, well, in Europe it's a tournament like over a whole weekend, kind of different animal. But the point is, there's a build up to the final, and we mentioned prior that they probably should have started this in March, like right after Revolution. And when we got to the point where it was, I don't know, the final four or even the final two that were on the pay-per-view, they could have spent another week or two on television building up these particular matches to give more meaning behind them other than it's for the Owen. Because honestly, when I was watching both those matches on Double or Nothing, besides the fact it was the Owen Cup, like, I didn't really have a lot of investment in the actual wrestlers involved. Did you feel the same way?
I definitely felt that way about the men's match. As much as I love Adam Cole and Samoa Joe as wrestlers, I didn't feel a lot about the match. For the women, I went back into my brain and I went back into my AEW storylines and knowledge, and I remembered the Britt Baker versus Ruby Soho at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Mm-hmm. And so I kind of like created my own headcanon for what this match was about, but I shouldn't have to do that. They should tell me what the match is about.
I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm so happy, because that was a major critique I had for quite a few of these matches on Double or Nothing. So much of the build-up was left to the audience in their own headcanon. And that particular Britt Baker Ruby Soho match fully was in line with just that. Just because they had met prior, you need to make that known and build it up on television. Like, yes, I remember Ruby Soho at Arthur Ashe. I remember Ruby Soho has just lost the TBS title in the finals. They didn't even mention that part. that was like not even in the universe.
Even if they left this off television, which obviously they did, Excalibur could have talked about it during the match and just, usually he's really good about bringing that stuff up and reminding us why stuff matters. But I didn't get that vibe last night.
Yeah, a critique I've been seeing thrown around, and I absolutely agree with. And this is essentially from Tony Khan himself, where he's on the Unrestricted podcast, running over the card and everything. He starts running over like the stories to all these things, and I'm like, I didn't get any of that on TV. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yes, I remember that, but that's not the story I'm getting. So much of like Tony Khan has his story in mind, maybe even with the wrestlers to an extent. But that the issue is more obvious in the last few months is these stories aren't translating to television either properly or at all. And that Baker Ruby Soho match was a prime example of that on this pay-per-view.
You know, one of the things that I like about AEW as opposed to the WWE presentation of storylines is a lot of the times AEW storylines will show us things without hammering it home on commentary. Did you see that little glance? That glance means blah, blah, blah. You know,
sure.
We are a smarter audience, or a smarter audience, or I guess they, you know, they're not spoon feeding us.
They treat us as,
give us something.
Yeah, they treat us as
smart. Give us something. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't help but feel that Shido was going to lose to Ruby Soho in the first place in that semifinal spot, now that we've saw how Chris Statlander played out. But boy, oh boy, when I saw that Rampage match where it was Statlander against Ruby Soho, that crowd eviscerated Ruby in retaliation. And it was a kind of a culmination of, and this is something that AEW really needs to be careful with. Like I'm all for big matches and everything, but there is a commonality in Japanese wrestling and how they book and American wrestling. That is, if you beat everyone's favorites, the crowd will turn on you.
Yes, obviously. Now, maybe Tony Khan, maybe AEW didn't realize how much the AEW crowd, especially this AEW crowd, the traveling crowd, the pay-per-view crowd, appreciate Chris Statlander. She's been off TV a while, so maybe they underestimated how the crowd was going to feel about her.
You say that, but there is a background aspect to this. Chris Statlander has been on TV a little bit. She's always featured in the Best Friends. She always comes out. She was inserted in this tournament. Everyone immediately paid attention to her because as soon as that like bracket and the qualifiers, as wacky as it was, and we talked about that last podcast, we're like, why isn't Statlander here? Oh, okay, so she must be like, everyone just assumes that she's being set up for the TBS title, but then Anna Jay gets the shot anyways. So that annoyed people. So there's this audience reacts to things much like a Japanese audience would, at least in New Japan. You got to announce brackets. You wonder why people aren't in it. You need explanation. I'm still flabbergasted Nyla Rose wasn't in this tournament. It's not for a title or anything, but she just had her thing at Battle of the Belts and has disappeared.
Wow, that's a great point. I didn't even realize that she'd been left out. Yeah. But they had Britt Baker beat Daniela Camelo in the first round instead of Nyla or somebody else.
Yeah, they just had wacky indie people kind of show up for one-offs, and I mean, I really appreciated the Riho Yuka match. That was great.
That was fantastic.
To me, that was the best match in the tournament, and it was a qualifier on Rampage at like 5 p.m.
That's right. Yeah, no, that was a fantastic match. But, you know, you say this crowd responds like a New Japan crowd, but that's because we are the New Japan crowd. I mean, the AEW crowd is the American audience that watched New Japan.
Yes. And that's kind of what I was talking about. I went on One Nation Radio and talked about Konosuke Takeshita. He is from DDT. Yes, maybe we've heard of DDT. I know I'm very familiar with Konosuke Takeshita, but Ricky, you weren't. We talked about this. That there's a big difference between the New Japan audience and a DDT audience, especially in terms of AEW, where it's also an American culture base that I'm sure there's people familiar with but it's a small contingent. And more obvious than not was Takeshita getting that reaction, or lack thereof, against Jay Lethal, where they were cheering for him. Now, thank God they did the Hangman Page Takeshita match. We got to talk about that.
Ooh, my mind. Okay, so as you mentioned, I was not super familiar with Takeshita before he showed up on AEW. And holy cow. I can't remember specific spots from the match, but Hangman finally looked like the champion we wanted him to be. Takeshita looked great. It was a really great television match.
That felt like a high-end pay-per-view match, to be honest. Just on television. That's how good it was. That is the builds. That, like, doing something like that is what I want to see, because that was kind of a major factor in me really coming into that Hangman Page CM Punk storyline. Was Hangman Page is a fighting champion. He takes on hard opponents. He wants to prove to CM Punk that he can match his level and his aura. That is CM Punk, because CM Punk has been doing matches on television essentially since his debut and building up to this, including the big MJF match that happened at the last pay-per-view. There hasn't been a moment where CM Punk essentially hasn't been on television to get his persona across. I hesitate to use the word character because I don't know. I feel like a persona and character are slightly different in the context of wrestling and in my mindset right now. But where Hangman Page was lacking, and I think you and myself included, Hangman Page hasn't been a featured champion. He's been a good champion, but he hasn't been featured. That's been the main critique I feel a lot of people have had. And that Takeshita match, I thought, accomplished a whole hell of a lot. Get the best opponent you possibly could against your champion. They go out and have a hell of a match. It gets both guys over to an extent. And then you can do the Hangman Page CM Punk thing afterwards. And they even had the big stare down on the Go Home show, 2 Double or Nothing. Promo side of wise, people, Ricky, okay, I got a million things going through my head. Maybe we should concentrate on CM Punk Hangman Page, because that's a big topic. Hangman Page and his promo. What was your thoughts on it, and how much did it affect the match to you that you were anticipating?
The promo from this week before
Dynamite prior to Double or Nothing.
Yeah. I think it did hype me more than I had been hyped, but I wasn't gonna not be hyped to see Hangman versus Punk.
Right.
I was already excited for it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think in a modern wrestling sense, we're so at least in the like Twitter universe or podcasting universe, what circle you want to throw yourself into, there's this innate need to over critique something. And when we start breaking down the verbiage that Hangman used, I'm going to fight for AEW, I don't believe in you. They start referencing like how you act in the back as opposed to in the ring to the people. It's all well and good. I didn't really have much issue with that. And by the time we got to the match, people are hot for it regardless. So I liked your stance where it's like, well, it didn't really make a difference. They had a promo. Okay, it's kind of like par for the course. You just kind of expect these things. Yeah,
exactly.
Let's see. You wanted to touch on why FTR was not on the pay-per-view.
Why were they not on the pay-per-view? They're literally the hottest act in wrestling right now. What are you doing? Hardy Boys versus Young Bucks, I was excited for. Mm-hmm. But that did not need to be on this card.
You don't think so?
No.
I don't think it needed to be as long as it was.
Yeah, that could be. But seriously, FTR, just the past, month and a half has been on such a tear. They organically became babyfaces in AEW. They had, match of the year candidate with the Briscoes, match of the year candidate with the Bucks. And then not even, they had a multi-team tag title match and they weren't one of the teams. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, so they managed to shoot. Okay, so this was something Tony Khan said in the media scrum afterwards and a number of other things. Like, he was so concerned over Game 7, Miami Heat, Boston Celtics. I live just outside Boston, Rhode Island, the suburb of Massachusetts. And they were so concerned about it that he goes, okay, I bought an extra hour of pay-per-view time. And he managed to shoehorn in Jade Cargill against Anna Jay. And also Darby Allin against Kyle O'Reilly. Just, in my opinion, two just utterly random matches. Didn't need to be there. And to be honest, it sure seemed like he shoehorned in that TNT title, like, trio mix tag in there. Because if I'm putting Paige Van Zandt out there, I'm making a big deal about it.
She didn't even get the pin! That was the point!
Yeah, we'll get
she
to...
wasn't even involved in the finish.
We'll absolutely get to that. So, I'm like, all right, you got arguably 3 matches that were shoehorned in. You couldn't replace one of those with an FTR match for the Ring of Honor titles or even the AAA titles. You're doing all these cool interpromotional things. You have all these people that couldn't make the card. It's like you have Andrade coming in with Roosh. Get into that a little later. I have thoughts over that one. You couldn't have run an angle where Andrade has like a couple people from the Andrade family office lose horribly, and that's like his motivation. It's like, all right, fuck this team. Like, just something top of my head I'm throwing out there for fantasy wise. But there should have been a way, in my opinion, to put FTR on this pay-per-view. Now that we even know the circumstances that went into it, it could have been very easy to do, and instead they put... there's still stars. Like, Jade Cargill is fine. I know why they want to put her on there. I know why Darby Allin's on there, but he lost, so... like, okay. There was a lot of weird things that were thrown on Double or Nothing that it kind of made me give a side eye towards. And me as a fan, I was like, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? I kind of want to see this. I kind of want to see that. I felt like you advertised this, and then you're not delivering on that. Let's see. Anything else? I have. Okay, we kind of mentioned the Owen tournament. I'll go into a little bit more on that when we get to it. Okay, so before we get into Double or Nothing itself, I gotta know, Ricky, your opinion on all this MJF stuff.
I don't know. When the first news was he no-showed for the meet and greet at the Fan Fest, and I immediately thought that's a work he's going into this match. I've been at MJF meet and greets, not at FanFest type stuff, but I've been in the room on the Jericho cruise when he's been doing autographs and photos, and he is the most entertaining man in the room. So it didn't surprise me that he didn't show up. I definitely thought it was work at first. Then he got his flight was booked or something. He was going to leave Vegas, mm-hmm. right? Was that the next bit of news? I don't know. He showed up. I don't know.
So the story goes, obviously this has been built up for quite some time where he's mad about contracts and money, and he wants a raise, and anyone familiar with sports, like at all, if you have an issue with contract, I don't care what sport you're in. You can be in Formula One. You know, it's like I'm Sebastian Vettel going to Ferrari or someone, and it's like, hey, you know, I've won 6 years in a row, and my contract's 10 years. I want a substantial raise now. Ferrari is going to go, yeah, you've absolutely delivered. Let's sign you on. Let's extend this like 4 more years, and we'll give you like twice as much.
Though, yes.
Yes. The key is to extend it, because there is no sports agency that is going to just give you a raise. This isn't like me working at Lowe's in the paint department. You know,
right.
Speak from experience.
That was the exact point I was going to make too, was that, yeah, he does deserve more money, but Tony's not going to give him more money without saying, okay, but you're here for another 4 years.
Right. And any organization worth their salt will be like, hell yeah, you've absolutely delivered above and beyond. Let's get you on for more years. Let's give you a raise right now. No problem. That happens all the time. People sign extensions, and then they just get their immediate raise. That's how you appease the player in question, and you get them in their prime years. On top of that, most players, especially in the NBA, I reference them in this case the most, is they'll just write out their contract, and then they'll want that max deal at the end of it. That's what they do. Because the way it always works out in the NBA is they turn 26 at the end of that like rookie contract situation, or around that age, and then they sign that five-year deal for the max amount of money that they can get. So then when they turn like 32, they want one last one right before they start dipping down in quality. They want that next 5-year deal that they can do. So at that point, and this happens in baseball constantly, where a guy turns 30, 31, 32, and they sign for like 9 years for an exorbitant amount of money, but they're only going to get them for maybe 3, because that's how much demand that they have at that time. MJF and his contract deal makes no sense to me as a sports fan, where he just is pulling Brian Pillman shit. He's pulling Vince Russo shit at me with this work, shoot, work nonsense. I hate it. And it's not even that I like, now we're getting to the point where I don't want to see him on TV, because he's doing dumb shit. This is like Ben Simmons all over again, where he's pulling trades and not wanting to play, and he has these back issues and whatever. The perception is reality thing in this situation, where MJF is no showing meet and greets, like outright, where people have paid for him. So now you fucked over fans. There's a difference between working fans and just fucking them over. Now he's fucked them over.
Yeah, I mean, it's diva level garbage.
Yes.
But
get a load of this. Sorry to interrupt you, but get a load of this nonsense.
Yeah.
Apparently, like a year or two ago, he signed a raise and an extension. So now he wants another one with no extension.
Oh. Well, that's not how things work, buddy. I know you're only like 12 years old, but that's just not how the world works. He's 26. Yeah.
When he signed with AEW, he was 23. If he's adamant about going into free agency, then go to free agency.
Just do it.
Yeah, just do your work. Like, I'm very critical of Cody with how he went out and what he did and everything. But the dude did business at the end of the day. Like, he didn't play bullshit and no-show events and stuff. He had his nonsense, don't get me wrong. He wasn't facing Kenny Omega. He wasn't facing Jon Moxley in main events. You know, left a lot of money on the table. Even me as a fan, that's kind of obnoxious. While you missed out on all these big matchups, but he was still facing a lot of this young talent, and he put on just wacky matches that, to the best of what he wanted to do business for, of him himself. I can't totally like be on the crazy critique side of it all. He did go out on his back. He put Sammy over in the big ladder match didn't sign the new deal. Okay, fine. He did show up for these things. MJF did show up at the pay-per-view. Was that the match you really wanted to see? Let's get into this pay-per-view. All right.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, so MJF shows up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's essentially a squash, right?
Yes.
Wardlow powerbombs him 10 times, puts his foot on him, takes the foot off for the cover, and MJF goes out on a stretcher. To me, that's how you write someone off television. And I'm not saying for a couple weeks or a couple months. I mean, that felt like his exit from AEW to me. I mean, that's what you do when you leave a promotion, right? You put someone over and you leave on a stretcher.
I did like the stretcher job. I thought that was a good touch. Put over the powerbomb strong. What I felt cheated. I've heard this critique already. Whether it's on Observer Radio, a number of other places, this is what the match was always meant to be. Wardlow couldn't get his hands on him. He gave him 10 power bombs and we're done. I kind of go, fuck that. I paid for a match. Yeah. I came here to see a match between MJF and Wardlow. And if he's getting written off of some capacity, MJF just getting 10 power bombs and them teasing the ring, and then they do the whole, like, no one's kicked out of the ring shot before. That's essentially MJF's finisher. This was not an MJF match. This was, you know what this reminded me of? That Kevin Owens Goldberg match from years ago, where Kevin Owens played outside the ring for a while, and then when he finally got in, Goldberg just speared him and pinned him. That's what it reminded me of. And I hated that match then. I hate this match now. I'm glad Wardlow got his moment. I'll put quotes on that, because that's what a lot of this pay-per-view felt like. It was just moments. And if I want moments, I'll watch WWE. I felt cheated as a fan. I wanted to see Wardlow fight this guy. I wanted to see him have more than a 7-minute just powerbomb squash where he gives him 10 powerbombs. The stretcher job at least was a nice touch. I do like that. You can get him off TV for a number of weeks, months, who knows how long, if he even comes back. This has gotten to a territory where I don't enjoy this wrestling. This is not the wrestling I sign up for. This is not the AEW I sign up for. This is another. We're getting into someone trying to be Brian Pillman, and he's not fucking Brian Pillman.
Yeah, I think Wardlow deserved better too. I'm again, like you said, he got his moment. Shivani comes out and says, Wardlow, you're now all elite. But
another good touch. I like that part of the storyline. I got no issue with that.
But yeah, I think he did deserve to prove it more, maybe.
Yeah. So my thinking is he didn't have an actual match at Double or Nothing. Let's go first match on Dynamite. Let's get him against a credible opponent, much like the Hangman Takeshita match. It could be even Takeshita.
Mm-hmm.
And Wardlow can go over. I don't like the idea of using Takeshita as kind of the guy to beat right now, but honestly, after him losing a good match against Jay Lethal and him losing a good match against the former champion, that if Takeshita loses another one, we can start telling a story with that. Another great match against Wardlow. I'm just using him as an example. It could be a number of other guys. It could be even Matt Sydal. Matt Sydal's very good at those matches. I like seeing Matt Sydal go out there and do that. Let's get someone, Wardlow, and then immediately he goes, I want a fucking title. I want that TNT title. Or I'm going to get a partner. I'm going after the tag title. Something. I need something with this guy immediately on Wednesday.
So I forgot. I thought I had a thought before Double or Nothing that I'd forgotten about. So Wardlow doesn't have friends, right? Necessarily
right.
In AEW. I was thinking that's how you get FTR on the pay-per-view. FTR could have come out for Wardlow. and turned on Max. Now they're all baby faces and been like, your whole Pinnacle thing, like, yeah, that's over. And then you could have done FTR versus Max and Sean Spears or whatever. Yeah, I think that could have done a lot of things differently, but
yeah. So my thoughts over that MJF stuff and the Wardlow thing are more on the negative side. I felt cheated as a fan, to be honest. I was not happy with it, but they did the match regardless. And then we get into the Hardys versus the Bucks. As commentary was saying, dream match situation, even though... Ricky, have you seen this match before?
I've seen it.
Okay.
I've seen it.
We've seen this match before. They go out, and second match on the card. Oh. Hookhausen against Nice and Smart Mark. Do you have any thoughts on that? Just goofy fun, buy-in stuff?
Did everything I wanted it to do. Yeah, it was just, and it was perfect.
Okay. So, good. All right, thumbs up. Hardy's Bucks. I thought the first half of this match almost went 20 minutes, by the way. Ridiculous, I think. That was so long. The first half of this match, I thought was really bad. I thought the Hardys looked old. I thought they looked off. Jeff Hardy's boot came off. And in chat, with a number of the Red Leaf Retrocast faithful, we're all starting to question, is Jeff, there? Is he okay? And we shouldn't have to do that. But he's, well, there are all these, immediate signs where he's slowly touching fans' hands. He's walking around the ring. Matt Hardy's in the ring. Then his boot comes off, he didn't tie it all the way. They're on the outside trying to put his boot back together. And finally, it's almost like something clicked halfway through. It's like, okay, now we're in... It's almost like the Young Bucks went, all right, guys, either you pick it up or we're going home. And the Young Bucks started kicking their heads off. Go on.
Yeah, I think what finally happened was that the Bucks slowed to the Hardys' pace as opposed to the Hardys having to keep up with the Jacksons. And I think that's when it started to...
Really? I thought it was the other way around. I thought the beginning was the Young Bucks trying to work to the Hardys, and then finally it's like, this match ain't working, the crowd's turning, we got to pick it up. So it switched to the Bucks style, and that's when it finally went into high gear. Because I was ready to give this match a dud. I
mean, it still didn't thrill me. It wasn't a total dud to me, but it wasn't a dream match. What you think of as a dream match. It definitely didn't live up to hype.
No, but as soon as they started doing a bunch of flips, all the super kicks, the heavy near falls, teasing each other's finisher. I thought the twist of fate by the Bucks and then the swanton near fall was phenomenal because that was the trigger right there with the match. Oh, it's like, okay, this is good now. And I went on Twitter and I just went, I don't know how the Bucks do it, but they do it every time. Why do we even question these guys? Until they can't move, these guys are guaranteed a good match out there in some capacity.
For sure. Yeah.
And the Bucks lose on pay-per-view. Shocker. They always lose.
They do.
Yeah. But I guess that means they can explore other options and maybe do something further down the line. I know the Hardys don't have much time left. That much is obvious with how they move these days. So maybe they will go against Jurassic Express for the tag titles. I'm very afraid that they might win those things, but I hope that's not the case.
Yeah. I don't know.
I wouldn't mind them gunning for the tag titles, but not getting them. Does that make sense?
I'd be okay with that. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The veterans put the young guys over. I'm very much for that. Okay. Jade Cargill versus Hannah J. Oh my god. All right. Sadistic side. I love this match, but not for the reasons you may think. Your eyes speak.
So going into this match, two things were going to happen, right? Either Jade squashes Anna in under 2 minutes, which doesn't do Anna any favors, having recently built herself up and having increasingly impressive outings. Or what they did happens. But so they put Jade on a pay-per-view with a less experienced wrestler, someone who couldn't carry her, hold her hand or carry her through this match, right?
Yeah. They're weirdly like close in debuts, believe it or not. Yeah.
Yeah. Match was actually better than I thought it was going to be. But that tells you what I thought it was going to be.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. This match was an atrocity. It was a mess. I couldn't believe my eyes. I'm going to make a reference. Forgive me if you don't understand it, but it's there's a wrestler called Terry Power, and I'm watching her in All Japan Women in the early 90s. She is she's a former WWF wrestler. She goes on, essentially she's a bodybuilder that can't wrestle like at all, but she's in All Japan trying to. And like her matches always inevitably just break down into hilarity where she doesn't know where she is. She doesn't know what to do. She's stiffing people. And this Anna Jade Cargill match was like the epitome of all that. There's this like spot in the middle of the match where Jade Cargill's at a corner. She wants to go up. The ref's telling her, no, over there. Anna Jade went to the other corner, and she's like, gotta go down, gotta go to the other corner. They're missing spots. I think like the second spot in the match was Anna Jade doing a crossbody. Jade Cargill was supposed to catch her, and they fall. It's like the whole thing was that. And finally, after how long did this go? 7 minutes? Yeah, after like 5 minutes, there's just people coming out. Smart Mark comes out with his neck brace and a crutch. The baddies are coming out. They're in their very nice white dresses, by the way. They look great. No shoes on. I like that touch. I love it. They're yelling.
I'm sure they kicked off their heels.
Oh, absolutely. You got to kick off them heels. I love it. I wish the camera would have shown them like hopping the rail. They'd kick them off like crazy. They're like, yeah, you get them.
Own my shoes.
Maybe Kira Hogan could have like taken a heel. She struggles to get it off. Then she just throws it at John Silver, who came out because he came out. And then after he thwarts Smart Mark, Stokely Hathaway comes out. He's just like looking at Anna Jay. He's giving her the finger like, you're going one-on-one with the Undertaker, brother. I swear to God. And Anna Jay's like, no, not him. Big distraction, let me tell you. And if that wasn't enough, the match finally ends. Chris Statlander comes out, stares down, and the crowd goes, all right, this is what we wanted to see in the Owen. Jade Cargill, Chris Statlander. Sure wish they would have built this to the pay-per-view. But no, there's more. Music hits. Athena comes out. She stares him down, and she's like 2 feet smaller than everybody in the ring. Which is really funny. Then they all like 6 of them go to blows, and I'm just looking at this going, I don't know what's going on. My sensory is overloaded. Oh, I think I like it. Woo. Let me drink my mimosa.
Do something
oh my
with
God.
It. As long as they do something with it, they just built 3 separate storylines, right? They have now Jade and Stokely Hathaway, you have Jade and Chris Statlander, and you have Athena versus any of those people. Oh
my God, they can do trios matches, tag matches, singles matches. Like these 6 people can run through the summer. They can do this. They can do a tag match one week, a trios match the next week. They can run through a number of singles matches, all towards All Out, and it culminates in either Athena or Chris Statlander against Jade. I prefer Chris Statlander, personally. I think you could do Athena running through the baddies, and if you don't want to have Chris Statlander beat Jade Cargill, Athena's right there. Or the other way around. You can make this last.
I'm okay with Athena beating Jade eventually. I'm glad it wasn't former WWE star comes in and immediately beats the homegrown talent. I'm glad they did it this way. With the confrontation first, and then, like you said, maybe she'll run through the baddies and then get to Jade. I think that's a way better introduction of the former WWE talent.
Yeah, I'm very happy Athena has signed with AEW. They pulled that up. I've thought she has proven to me a lot over the indies and her Warrior Wrestling appearances that her injuries are behind her. There's a couple other people I think are very much worth going in that direction as well, especially Dakota Kai. I think she's one of the best women outside Japan that's free agent right now. I think Candice LeRae is another name to be out there. Yeah, I mean, she's up there in age, but she doesn't have that like wear and tear that you'd think she'd have.
Candice, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No. She can go.
Yeah, no, she can go.
She did just have a baby 3 months ago, but...
Well, that's a different kind of wear and tear. No, but I mean, that is a thing in sports. Depending on your wear and tear on the body, the body ages differently, especially in physical sports. And wrestling is definitely a part of that. A 32-year-old that has been wrestling 4 years is going to be different than a 32-year-old that's been wrestling 10 years.
Fair.
Yeah. That's more of my point. Candice, with her time in WWE, I mean, not too much wear and tear, to be honest. Especially over the last year with the baby, where that's a different physical thing you have to overcome. But the wrestling part, like that part has healed a lot more than in the past. This women's division is getting good. Let's see if we can start like booking it remotely competent, because this Owen tournament was the women's side I thought was really bad. I thought it was done so poorly.
It was done poorly, and a tournament is how you fix bad booking normally,
right? and they've had two of them back to back in less than 6 months. Believe it or not.
Well, maybe we're going to have a tournament for the women's tag titles when they come out.
Well, I was spoken that instead of the TBS title, they should have had tag titles to start. Even if at the time that the talent pool wasn't as deep as it is now. Jade as a tag team champion with like Hero Hogan, I thought would do just as much as her holding a singles title. And you can hide her in the ring, and she just comes in and bicycle kicks a bitch out of the ring. But regardless.
For sure.
I guess we'll just keep going chronologically here. House of Black defeats Death Triangle. Match of the night for me.
Me too. Absolutely. I mean, we were talking before the match started. We said, on paper, this had the potential to be one of the greatest 6-man matches ever. And I definitely think it could be in the conversation.
Yeah, so Brody King, Buddy Matthews, Malachi Black defeat Death Triangle, Pac, Penta, and Rey Fenix. Penta came out with one of his many children doing the whole intro. It's fucking great. The intros were good. I really liked it.
Mask.
Yeah, he even had the Penta mask. It was great. I like the way they started this, where it was a bunch of "can you top this?" and they stare at each other stuff, and then it broke down, and they're just doing a bunch of cool shit for 15 and a half minutes. So this got plenty of time. I'm very happy about that. This has been one of those kind of lower end built matches on Dynamite, and even if you don't pay attention to the goofy, kind of spooky vignette videos that they do, like, they're interfering in each other's matches to an extent. They're saving each other from beatdowns post. There's been the tease of the Julia Hart stuff involved, which paid off here tonight. We were very spoken that they probably should have paid that off earlier. And though I still do agree with that, this, however, was still executed great. Because we hadn't seen a lot of interference on the show at this point, when the lights went out and Julia Hart came and spewed the mist over Pac as he was about to go through the Black Arrow, and then he gets cracked with the Black Mass from Black. This was a home run for me. I really like this. Right up until the finish, they did everything they possibly could, and the heel team went over with a good turn. I hope this now leads into various singles matches between the people, because this is my ideal situation. And I don't think it's going to happen, but this is how we can play this out. I'm going to fantasy book here a little bit, but they want to introduce trios titles. This does not feel over. This is, again, something that can take us through the summer to All Out, where they have other tags and singles matches. They do the trios tournament, and these two teams meet in the finals, and someone goes over clean.
I love that. I mean, the whole time I was watching this match, I was thinking about the trios title, and I was thinking, how great would it be to see this on television, every week? You could just put 6 guys in a match on TV every week. Guys that, maybe otherwise wouldn't be on TV. Just mix them up, throw them around. Then you can avoid the complaints that, why you keep signing people if you're not going to use them or whatever. Have trios titles. That is the solution.
Yeah, and that way you can even have trios matches where they're getting a win here or there, and they're actually getting to that point. But, I mean, I still would like to see my champions featured a lot more. And trios titles is an easy way to trade champions a lot, because it's 6 people in the ring instead of 4. It's a way to get a lot of people on screen, and a lot of people can get over doing cool shit. I love this match. It's my match of the night. Nothing has changed. I really like it. And then we get into our Owen Hart Foundation tournament matches. We got Adam Cole defeats Samoa Joe, 12 minutes, 30 seconds. And Britt Baker defeats Ruby Soho in a rematch from the Arthur Ashe show in 13 minutes, 20 seconds. A little bit longer, but more or less. Both, to me, were the exact same matches, weirdly enough. Okay, so here we go. Now this time. Now that we know the winners in the finals and how the tournament has played out, what are your final thoughts over the matches and the tournaments?
The final matches were fine. I think it says a lot that Mike Chioda was getting more attention in the men's match than the match itself. I was thrilled to see Mike Chioda back in an AEW ring. Don't get me wrong. And I tweeted about it, but I wasn't in the arena watching a final of a tournament. I was sitting at home on my couch. So that's what I have to say about the men's match. I think as soon as I was going back and forth between Britt and Ruby as far as who I thought the winner was going to be, but it did occur to me earlier in the day that Adam Cole and Britt Baker would look great, together holding the cup or the title or whatever it was. So it seemed the obvious play to me. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so my thoughts on the men's tournament was, I've already mentioned the bracket should have been introduced way earlier, so we could actually play our version of March Madness, anticipate matches. That's just how you build tournaments. That's just the natural way. If it works, don't break it. Situation. This is no exception. When we got to Joe Adam Cole, and this is a thing that they've never faced each other before. This was something they even teased in WWE and never delivered. This is why I brought up earlier that they waited too long to try to get this over. And to an AEW audience, even a disenfranchised fan, you needed more to build up Adam Cole versus Samoa Joe. And them to go out there and essentially have like a mid-card Ring of Honor match from like 2014, 2015, I don't think it was good enough. They worked slow. They worked probably a little bit sloppy. I wasn't into it as much as I wanted to be. And I like Adam Cole matches. I like Samoa Joe matches. There were some nice little moments here. I ended up going like 1 out of 3, and even then I questioned it for a recommendation. It was just like, fine, Adam Cole has lost big matches ever since he's come in, particularly against Hangman Adam Page. So, I mean, the tournament for him to win, I didn't have an issue with that. It's just how they went about it. So, much of these results I have no issues with like who went over and how. It's just how we got there and how effective they are to me as a fan to want to see more. And I was like, okay, so Adam Cole won. What does he get now? Another title shot? Is he up next again to CM Punk later? Like, I don't know. And for the women, I thought it was bad. The last 3 matches minimum of the entire tournament all ended on roll-ups. And cheap roll-ups of that didn't look good. I thought, now, to be fair, Britt Baker and Ruby Soho exceeded my expectations. I thought it was going to delve into what we saw with Jade Cargill and Anna Jay. Maybe not as bad, but I was expecting a match of that kind of bar that they had to cross. And they went out there for 13 minutes and had a competent match, but for like near falls and things to rope me into the match, I wasn't feeling it. I got the feeling the crowd was the same way. They started out, it's the Pavlovian response. I've been there at live crowds. Music hits, you go, you play along, DMD, you all do that. Ruby Soho had Rancid play her out, so of course they're going to be on her side, which I thought was a good play, because if they didn't do the Rancid thing, I am fully convinced the crowd would have turned on her. So you had,
right.
Yeah, so you had old ass Rancid playing their music.
Oh my god, they looked so old and made me feel so old. Oh my god. And I just saw them a couple months ago in Denver, and I felt way older watching them on TV in HD than I did from the back of this concert
People were
video.
making jokes that they were all Triple H in an alternate timeline because they all look like him. Really laughing at that.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah. So, like I said, the match was ultimately fine, but it ends on another roll-up. Ruby loses her second straight tournament final in less than 6 months. The story beats were all completely off. If you're okay, so you got the couple, you got the couple taking the picture afterwards. I don't give a shit about that. I hate couples in wrestling. I really do. I think it's cringe. That's a part of reality I don't want to see in my fake fighting. Because it always ends up the same way. I don't want to see them anymore. They're just tongues down their throats playing tonsil hockey. Get it out of here. And that's really what it felt like. I'm confident in saying I'm not alone. This Owen Hart tournament, specifically for the women, accomplished nothing in making a new star. Because one thing this division desperately needs is an establishment of more than just Jade Cargill and Britt Baker. Ruby Soho is not that person. This tournament victory means as much as it does the last time she lost a tournament final. She is going to probably fuck off the dark with Toni Storm. And I'm frustrated as a fan. I'm very frustrated. Because Toni Storm was... She clearly had a new lease on life, new motivations, and she loses on that shitty roll-up. Chris Statlander is heavy behind the crowd. Riho has come back from injury, and all of these people, all of them, are less than important to Britt Baker putting on mediocre to low-end matches. And don't even get me started on her promos, because they're not that good either. I don't think they're any better than what Serena Deeb and Thunder Rosa do, to be honest.
We need, like we said before, the tournaments are how you fix bad booking, and this tournament did not do that at all. Tournaments should build stars. And instead we're left thinking, what do they do now? Where do they go next? What happens now? There's no obvious challenger for the women's title at this point. No one's on that level.
Well, the obvious challenger is Britt Baker, and we just saw that twice over.
I don't want to see that again.
No, nobody does.
I really don't.
That's what makes it. That's what makes it so wacky.
We don't. Yeah.
I mean, the closest we got is Chris Statlander against Jade Cargill, and that's more or less by circumstance. They've built up to it an extent, but the way that they threw her into the Owen, I think puts a small crux in that. To be honest, they could have gone easily one step further, and it's like, okay, we're heading towards Jade. We gotta make this incredibly credible challenger. Statlander should have won. That's the direction we're going.
Her tournament match?
Her tournament. Yeah, her winning the tournament instead of Ruby. I don't think there's a lot of mileage in Ruby left. I'm getting a lot of spam calls. Holy shit. You hear that?
It's a holiday.
623-4318. Whew. 19 times this spam thing has called me just now. Wow.
What?
Yeah, oh yeah. It's bad. T-Mobile spam blocker. Thank you. Yeah, before I had that, they would leave voicemails, and that would get real bad. So yeah, I'm really disappointed in the women's tournament and how they've got there. I'm going to propose this. I want to make another mimosa. We can take 5 minutes and come back. Are you up for that?
Sounds good.
All right. Okay, we're back from our break. I got double mimosa action going here. Check this shit out. There's your video.
I love it.
Giant beer steins filled with champagne, orange juice, and a shot of vodka. I'm going Svedka vodka, to be fair. I'm pretty sure people are curious. I want Tito's. But
okay. So before Tito's, before I had Tito's, so Tito's didn't come to the East Coast until recently-ish. I was always a Kettle One drinker.
Okay, sure.
I made the switch to Tito's when I moved to Colorado. It was already here when I moved here in 2011. Made the switch to Tito's. My new switch, believe it or not, is the Sam's Club brand vodka. It is fantastic. It is so smooth.
Uh-huh.
Like if we're talking about like spirits that are readily available.
Sure.
There's a local distillery that I like. There's Breckenridge Distillery from Breckenridge, Colorado. They make an amazing vodka, and that would be, that's like my top tier one. But as far as like if you're gonna drink on a Sunday morning or drink to excess,
drink to excess on Monday morning,
then
after watching a bunch of wrestling, then drinking out of a New York Jets glass.
This is how I manage expectations. I'm a Jet fan. Hope for the best, expect the worst, right?
Well,
so
I mean that's my daily mantra watching sports. This is the teams I root for. So the Avalanche getting as far as they've had since 2002, I'm in heaven right now. I love it. I went through my despair with the Leafs. That's tradition. I have to be sad when I watch them. When I moved to Toronto, I embraced the culture of Toronto, and I saw the Toronto FC not only make their first playoffs ever in their entire team history, they make it to the finals and lose at home in penalties. So, got despair there. Then it's the Blue Jays getting arguably, the Jose Bautista bat flip, getting big moments, beer spilled on me in the club, and they proceed to lose, along with the Leafs losing I don't know, what is it, 3 Game 7s in a row in the first round every year after that? It's excellent,
Yeah.
I root for great sports teams, let me tell you. Okay.
So, yeah.
Back to Double or Nothing. Men of the Year with Paige Van Zandt defeat Frankie Kazarian, Sammy Guevara, Tay Conti, 12.5 minutes. I'm going to be honest. This build was so bad. The TNT title is in a horrible state. There aren't many other titles out there in the wrestling that I partake in. I have to preface that has been as bad as this. And for Paige Van Zandt not even to get a pin is flabbergasting in this match, considering this team's going to win.
That's what I said. Oh my gosh. Okay, so first of all, I don't know who I'm supposed to root for in this feud.
Nobody.
Nobody. Suck.
You pin for you. Nobody. They're all heels. They're all bad. They're all terrible characters.
They all suck. So I don't know who I'm going to root for. And then I figure, okay, well, this match is on the card to feature Paige Van Zandt. Paige is going to pin Ty. Paige wasn't even involved in the finish.
Yeah, she was just out on the ring hanging out. Yeah.
Yeah. What? I mean, it was just a
Yeah, I thought this was an absolute train wreck. It had its moments, and I'll quote that again because that was that's been my big critique over Double or Nothing. It felt like it was built up to moments instead of the matches actually accomplishing people getting over and me wanting to see future things with said wrestlers. And just think about this though. Their idea for Paige Van Zandt to be featured and look great was to put her in the ring with Tay Conti. Just think about that. And boy, did they not look great. If they really wanted to make Paige Van Zandt look like a superstar, they could have easily built up some plunder thing with Sheeta, for example. Just throwing a name out there. One of their more experienced wrestlers. Emi Sakura's not doing anything. I'm sure she could do some wacky shit with an MMA fighter.
Well, and not just that, but Tay Conti has improved so much. She won the most improved wrestler of the prior year, right? PWI's most improved wrestler.
Yeah. I mean, there is some credit there, but clearly she's hit a ceiling, and she's not improving.
Well, yes, but my struggle with this match was I assumed Paige was going to get the pin, and that was going to make all of the effort Tay Conti has been making on all of the progress she's been making kind of, invalidate it. And then that's not what happened. So I guess maybe that's better. I don't know. This match was pointless. It was fucking pointless.
Yeah, it felt like a vessel just to move on from that terrible storyline rather than anything else. Which, I mean, Dante Martin challenged Sky post-match, and I'm like, okay, cool, I guess.
Yeah.
The thing about the TNT title was it was initially made to not be this perceived mid-card title.
Right.
Cody had it. Miro had it. Main eventers had it. And now it just seems like it's this low-end rookie thing trying to break out past it. And I don't agree with that. If you want a title to be that, the FTW titles right there, for example. It's not a real title, as they'll tell me, but that's more perceived as a mid-card title. The way we've gone in this direction of the TNT title has been very disappointing to me. And for Paige Van Zandt to be the kind of attraction of this match and the whole reason why it exists in the first place, to get her over, they failed in this. And for Tay Conti taking a super kick, I could care less. Especially on top of the fact I already saw it in AAA.
Right.
Like, oh, okay. And Penta did it, so it was like actually a person we want to see kick her.
I mean, I could watch Ty Conti get kicked in the face all day.
Sure. Yeah, and I do have to disagree with you. If she would have taken the pin here from Van Zandt, I don't think that would have derailed her progress. Because, to be fair, her progress has been derailed with her own skill and the fact she's been lacked of booked in the ring in the first place for quite some time now.
Yeah, I think they did her a disservice when they started putting her on TV with Sammy. She and Anna, as a tag team, had some kind of trajectory.
There was some merit there, sure, absolutely. People liked them. It was a good act, and the idea was to put her with Sammy, and the idea was that they were going to be a big babyface couple. But clearly, the audience don't want to see cocky ass dickheads,
attractive people,
play tonsil hockey in front of people and brag about it. Like, what do you know? Okay. O'Reilly, Darby Allin, they beat the hell out of each other for 10 minutes. O'Reilly wins, beats Darby Allin. I kind of thought it was set up for Darby to win. I
did too. Darby's been losing a lot lately, so I definitely thought it was set up for Darby to win. I also thought with Adam Cole winning earlier that Kyle could take a loss, and maybe build something towards, the what are they called? Undisputed Elite.
Yeah, it seems odd.
Driving some.
Especially consider they roped in the storyline where it's like they injured Sting and Darby still loses. I was like, okay, I guess. I mean, sure. Like, I mean, it's harmless in the grand scheme. It felt like a Dynamite match, just kind of shoehorned in on a pay-per-view. So I'm not too upset about it. It was fine.
Yeah.
Thunder Rosa with this crazy like Day of the Dead onesie see-through knot outfit on. Kind of cool. Had the Uvalde heart gear coming out. Very class act. Thunder Rosa just very in tune with the local scene in just all of Texas to put a local aspect of the entire state upon her. But she's very in tune with this, and that's what makes her so beloved and easy to root for. And then Serena Deeb comes out. She did not come out to Flashdance. Very upset. Very upset. Almost 17 minutes this match went, and I was on record saying this has the potential to be the best AEW women's pay-per-view match to date. And I did really like this, but I also felt they left too much on the table. They didn't get ambitious enough for a pay-per-view with that amount of time. And I will use a recent example to plug the Patreon, patreon.com/RedLeafRetrocast. Joshi 2010s, Serena Deeb versus Madison Eagles, where she was using things like the steps to like leap over the guardrail and attack Madison Eagles, tease a big like match-ending move like her spear that she used 10 years ago. She can still use a spear these days. That's no problem. That's not some like 640 she's pulling out. And it would be a good reference to the past that Excalibur can exemplify on commentary. Thunder Rosa, if I'm going to throw some critique on this match, I would say she's not as good at the technical game as she thinks she is. Just a small critique there, but this match, immediately upon that bell ringing, was physical. They went to that collar and elbow tie up hard. They went to the floor. They did a lot of simple things hard and fast. And I put this comparison out there. If this match was in the 1980s and they worked this fast, this would be a match of the year contender. Like, that's what this reminded me of. It worked that old school style with a modern pace, which I myself appreciated. I just don't think they did enough like heavy near falls and heavy moves to really get you, the fan, or at least me, to buy in that any one of these people could win at any point in time.
I 100% agree with that, especially considering the build to this match, or the lack thereof.
Right.
Without, I mean, obviously, smart AEW fan knows what an incredible wrestler Serena Deeb is, and knows that she is the most credible challenger to that title.
Sure.
The television program wasn't showing us that, other than these promos.
It wasn't, yeah. And this is what I mentioned earlier with like what they did with CM Punk and Hangman Page. And to an extent, you can argue this about the tag titles as well with Jungle Boy, but that's kind of a different scenario. So I'll save that thought for in a little bit, because that's the very next match. Serena Deeb was doing these like 5-minute challenges for quite some time, and then that led into the Shida match and the Shida Hardcore Philly Street fight, which I really liked. I give that credit. I did really like that. I think that Shida Deeb feud rivalry is one of the better things, if not the best thing, AEW has done in their women's division to date.
For sure.
The issue is, once that was over, they haven't, like, Thunder Rosa and Deeb have not been on TV wrestling. They've only been cutting these short end promos that seemingly get cut off or get lost because I guess there's this mentality where they feel that these wrestlers have to cut a promo. Instead of, if Serena Deeb's the professor of wrestling, just have her wrestle. That's her strength. And if she can get on the mic and just say, I beat this bitch in 5 minutes, we're done here, Thunder Rosa, you got no chance. You don't need some 10-minute plus promo, 5-minute, even 3-minute. That does the talking for them. Exemplify strengths, hide weaknesses. If Thunder Rosa's second language is English, then have her cut a promo in Spanish and then put subtitles on it. There's so many different ways you can go around this. I don't like this excuse that, oh, they can't cut a promo, they can't make it on TV. I hate that. I don't agree with that for 1 second. If I can watch someone from France or Italy go to Japan, not only not have English as their first language, but trying to speak Japanese, if they can get over to that audience, then what's America's excuse? I don't understand. I don't agree with this at all.
I mean, we're diving into to some issues with the country that I don't want to get into, but I mean, it is a culture. I mean, I think part of that is just a cultural thing with Americans.
No. I think you misunderstand. So my point is, when people go to other countries, there's two things. The person has to try to adapt to the culture, because the culture will then get them over. Them embracing the culture will get them over. Okay? Alex Zane in Best of the Super Juniors is a great example. He has embraced Japanese culture. He's going on Twitter. He's doing all these things, and he's got a line out the door at Best of the Super Juniors.
I was so happy to see that.
That's fantastic. That is someone embracing that. And what has New Japan done? They're not having him cut 10-minute promos at the end of Best of the Super Juniors to get over, because that's what they do. No, they're having him go out, have a great match, and he does his shtick before and after matches. That's what gets him over, and he's getting over to the crowd. If Serena Deeb, in many people's opinion, can't cut a good enough promo for them, maybe they shouldn't have her cut a live mic promo. It's not hard. Find other ways. It's wrestling. There's so many other ways you could do to accomplish these things. Same thing with Thunder. I think Thunder Rosa is a great promo, personally. Her accent, I think, has a lot of merit to it. She's very passionate about it all. She stumbles over occasional word every now and again. I don't care about that. It's her second language. I have a lot of experience in that myself. The match, I thought, delivered to what they set out to do. It just didn't go above what I think they were capable of as wrestlers. I know I've seen better matches out of Serena Deeb. I know I've seen better matches out of Thunder Rosa. It almost felt like these two were determined to put on a classical wrestling match in a modern society, which has its place. And I think maybe if we look back on this, 5-10 years from now, we'll definitely see this match in a different light. But in the context of now, I got to say it didn't deliver to the extent I wanted it to. And I've seen better matches out of them.
Do you feel like maybe they were holding back because this feud is going to continue?
The thing is, AEW doesn't do that unless it's with like a select few men. Like, unless it's a Chris Jericho feud. They don't really visit things. Chris Jericho is very adamant about doing a feud backwards in AEW, which has weirdly worked, in my opinion. I really like it, where they start out like the singles match and they build up to this like big group feud. It's very different. Or the Orange Cassidy thing, where people have their mimosa match comments, and yeah, very, very, very timely.
Cheers.
But I mean, if we're talking about like a feud, I mean, Thunder Rosa won this match clean. All intents and purposes. And I love the finish with the superplex going into the Thunder Driver. Yes. I thought that was well executed. I mean, this was my favorite singles match on the show.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I just wish the build was a lot better and wish the build was built a lot better. So, Serena Deeb needs something immediately. And that is... I know I critique WWE. I don't think they do the best, but one thing they pretend to do is when someone loses on pay-per-view, they come out the next night on TV and they try to give them something to get their heat back, to get their win over, to get them over. Now, their ideas don't ever work out, but the intent is there. I want the intent of AEW on Wednesday. Thunder Rosa comes out. Serena Deeb looks her in the eye, because this is something easily done. Thunder Rosa comes out. Serena Deeb looks her in the eye and says, like, I want Ruby Soho, like, now. For example. I have my doubts that they want to use Ruby Soho in the future for something, but that's a big match. And they could immediately address that on Dynamite, maybe deliver on Rampage. They could do it early in the night on Dynamite where they meet each other in the building and Tony Khan goes, you know what, that's great. He doesn't need to be an on-site character, but you can use Jim Ross, Tony Schiavone, somebody that's in the back, a Mean Gene type character. Like, these are all... Yeah, these are all easy things to do to build these matches up. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to execute on any of this, which I'm already, kind of making myself disappointed. But this is the critique of not just the women's division to AEW. Like, how are they going to address MJF on Dynamite? Are they going to do that at all? Are they going to address his neck injury? Is Wardlow going to have a follow-up match? These are all things coming out of Double or Nothing that I want to see on their TV in the next week.
Yeah, I need to know who all of these people's next challengers are. I need to know where their stories are going. I want to see Serena versus Tony. That was my thought. That's what I want to see next.
You know what? I love that. I love that idea. Because anyone who comes out of that match clean is elevated to be the next challenger for either Thunder Rosa or Jade Cargill, in that sense. You could argue them both. I like that idea.
Yep.
Just have a straight match, best person wins. It's not hard. And then you would get the community, the wrestling fans, then going, oh man, Serena Deeb lost another big one. What's up next for her? And you build these things up. Okay.
So, yeah, speaking with continued losses, they telling a story with Ruby continuing to lose? Or
no, they're not telling that.
Do they not have anything for her?
I don't think they have
just
anything.
Don't have anything.
If they had anything for her, if they had anything for her, then that loss to Jade prior to the Owen tournament, there would have been something. But she was on Dark the whole time.
Oh. Yeah.
She just came into the tournament and then won and beat all your favorites and lost in the finals. She beat Riho. She beat Chris Statlander. Britt Baker beat Toni Storm in a shitfest. That match was bad.
Oh my god, it was so bad for so many reasons. The match was bad, the build was bad, the result was bad, everything about that match was bad.
Yeah.
Bad.
Toni Storm versus Serena Deeb on Dynamite. I'd be for that.
That's what I want.
And Toni Storm should win.
Yes. She can win.
Serena Deeb is that type of person where she can come in and legit beat anybody. And she has a level of cred to her where I think she's more bulletproof than Toni Storm at this point. Because Toni Storm, to an American audience, is a loser. Which is sad because
we've seen.
Yeah, if you've watched her in Stardom, you've watched her in the Mae Young Classic, you've watched her in WXW, watched her in Progress, and various other UK indies, she's a winner. She's been a winner and over everywhere she's been. However, the issue is in NXT, in WWE, and now in AEW, she's a loser.
She did great things in NXT
UK,
but nobody watches it.
Right.
But nobody watches it.
Right. That's like a non-entity. That's like a UK indie. Non-entity. Does not count. Okay. AEW World Tag Team 3-Way. How surprised are you that the Jurassic Express retained?
We skipped Jericho Appreciation Society.
Oh, Anarchy in the Arena. Yeah, so New Jack, the show, right?
Okay, I did not get that.
No, it's fine. You were a new fan. You were asking me about it during it. You were like, what's going on?
I found out later it was an homage to New Jack. I still don't know what that means because I didn't Google it.
So in context, in ECW, and Tony Khan's a big ECW fan. He has been.
Yeah.
New Jack would come out, start big brawls in the crowd, and his music would just continue to play the whole time. So when Moxley hit, he was playing Wild Thing, and it just kept going. And it kept going. They're brawling through the crowd. We're like, is this New Jack? Or is they just going to play, and us in the RLR chat, while this was going on, we're like, okay, is it just going to go through one time, and then it'll just kind of fade out? And then it looped. It had the fun pause, and then looped again. We're just like, yeah! It was awesome. I thought that was a great touch. It was fantastic. And that's when this pay-per-view like really kicked back up into gear. It was this match.
Yeah. So obviously I didn't understand the reference, but I actually thought it was a great touch to have the music continue, especially for the live crowd who, you buy a ticket to see matches take place in a ring that you're all seated and pointed towards, right?
Right.
And this match is everywhere but the ring. So I feel like the music was probably actually really good for the live audience to still feel like they're involved, even though they can't see everything that's going on.
Especially at this late in the show when everyone's just exhausted, because even I was just going, this pay-per-view is exhausting. This isn't quite everything I wanted to see or nor what I expected. I wanted to see high-end matches, high-end storylines paying off. I didn't have that.
It was long, and I'm in the Mountain Time zone, and I was still dragging by the end of the night. I fell asleep in the middle of the main event. I'm not gonna lie, I definitely fell asleep. I watched it again this morning, though.
Okay. This Anarchy in the Arena, it lived up to its name. I thought it delivered more than it intended. Was it a match? No, but it was definitely a brawl. And that's what it was advertised as. I thought this was the best advertised match of the night. Eddie Kingston coming out with a bloody shirt, looking like a zombie, and he has a gas can in him. He's just sauntering down to the ring. You're like, oh my god! And he just pours gas over Danielson and Jericho, and he's about to light a fire. And Danielson's like, "Fuck no! Don't murder a guy."
The image of Eddie Kingston coming down the ramp in a bloody shirt has already been memed so many times, and they're all brilliant. Yeah, no, absolutely. This match did what was the only, maybe the only match. This match did what was advertised.
Yeah.
And it was super fun. There was also so I'm a member of the AEW Heels, the non-male fan club. And there's
keeping us rad males out of your club. Exclusive. Where's my Flintstones Bison Club thing?
No, ma'am.
Is it even the Bison Club? I don't remember. I gotta check this. Keep talking.
I don't remember in the Flintstones. I was just thinking of Married with Children, the No Ma'am society that he has. Anyway, there's this private joke in our.
It's the Loyal Order of Water Buffaloes. That's what it is.
Oh, yeah. But now I'm thinking of Ren and Stimpy with the Royal Canadian
the Order of Water Buffaloes? Well, I'll have you know you're not invited to my Loyal Order of Water Buffaloes.
Anyway, we have a little private joke in AEW Heels where we say, "Stay mustard." I can't tell you where it came from. It came from one of our Jackbox game nights.
Aw.
But stay mustard has kind of
with a bunch of. Aw.
Yeah, it's the best. Aubrey and Leva host it, and Nyla's always on board. Nyla's obviously the funniest person on Jackbox. Anyway, it came out of one of these Jackbox games. Stay mustard, and it's kind of become the unofficial motto of AEW Heels. So when they did the spot on the concourse with the mustard, all of the heels on Twitter were like, "Stay mustard, stay mustard, stay mustard, stay mustard." It was perfect. It was so
great
fun.
Inside. That's some good inside joke stuff.
Yeah,
that's great. We were cutting our own mustard jokes in chat, the RLR chat. we were thinking, oh no, that's Heinz mustard. It doesn't sting as much, less vinegary.
That's true. I love mustard. Good spicy brown mustard.
Do you put a mustard on your hot dogs?
I do.
What kind of mustard?
Spicy brown.
Oh, yeah. I like a spicy Dijon personally. I put that on my sandwich every day for work.
I put spicy brown mustard on everything.
And we're on the same page there. Okay. Jericho Appreciation Society ends up winning this via Jake Hagar and Chris Jericho essentially making Bryan Danielson pass out. Of course, they unhooked the entire ring. So we had a short intermission, which led afterwards. Honestly, I thought this was built up where either team could win and they could continue afterwards. You feel the same?
No. I mean, yes, I guess in storyline, either team could win. Okay. But I went into this knowing Jericho Appreciation Society was going to win because then they can do blood and guts and the actual wrestlers will defeat the sports entertainers in a blood and guts match.
Well, yeah. So it's not over. We still have the blood and guts match left. Yeah.
I'm just saying, yes, I guess storyline wise, either team could have won, but I knew Jericho
because we still have the blood and guts match left. BCC had to lose. Gotcha.
In my brain, but it could have gone either way. I guess I didn't like the.
Now that you say it out loud, that makes more sense.
Okay, yeah. I didn't like the finish either.
No,
I thought it was anticlimactic. I thought it was the way it should have finished, and yet I hated it. I can't explain it. It was just a little anticlimactic, I guess. It didn't finish with a big spot.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Tag team title match. Jurassic Express retains over Swerve in Our Glory and Team Taz.
Swerve in Our Glory.
God, I really wanted them to win. I really did.
Okay, so my prediction was if the title changed hands, it was going to W. Or it was going to Team Taz. I wasn't sure it was going to change hands. And that's why I said, if it changes hands, it would have gone to Team Taz. And then I was like, well, maybe Team Taz wins, and then Swerve turns on Keith Lee and joins Team Taz. Like, that would be an interesting story. Because I knew it's not time for the Christian turn yet. Maybe Christian doesn't turn. Maybe it's just an elaborate ploy. I don't know. Maybe they're just poking us because they know we know how wrestling works.
Sure.
Maybe he never turns. Maybe it never comes. This match was fantastic.
Yeah, I really liked it. The second half of the Double or Nothing pay-per-view really delivered, which is something I needed, personally. I was really struggling up to this point.
Yeah, it was a struggle, and that's, hard to admit, being such a giant AEW mark that I am, but it doesn't mean they don't have flaws or faults. So
I really think they should have ignored the Game 7 option and just ran their show, because any wrestling fan that's going to purchase the show, whether they watch it live or not, is going to watch it and is going to be and is going to buy it, whether it's a Game 7 of Boston, Miami. Like, to me, when I look at a lot of the ratings, yes, there's a contingent of the audience that will not watch AEW when the NBA or the NHL playoffs is on. Fine. I mean, that's just sports in general. If you're to the point where you're so concerned over the possibility of sports playoffs getting in the way, then just don't book the show. And Tony Khan himself even had a dig at WWE for booking the same venue, or at least in the same town as UFC. He's like, oh, how could he do that? When he himself has organized a pay-per-view when Game 7 could possibly end. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, so I was really grateful that the Avalanche won Game 6 of their series. I was
terrified. If they were losing that, I was convinced they were losing Game 7.
Well, that, but also I would have watched hockey instead of Double or Nothing on Sunday.
I would have had it on the background myself, yeah.
It's my partner's team. It's his team. He's not a big baseball fan. He is a Bronco fan, but
he's from Colorado, right?
Yeah. Hockey kind of.
I mean, there's a reason why he's not a big baseball fan. The Rockies suck ass.
Well, okay, we can.
No, they're an ass team. I've been a Rockies fan my entire life since its inception. They're an ass team. They're really bad. It is really hard to be a fan of that team.
Well, we actually stopped watching after the Arenado trade.
Yeah. How many stars can you see traded to the Cardinals?
Well, not just traded, but the fact that they're still paying. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very hard team to root for.
The Rockies blow, and I can't remember their name now.
What, the Broncos?
No, the owners of the Rockies. Anyway.
Oh, assholes.
The Monforts. The Monforts, yeah. We're just done with them. But yeah, so...
Ooh, screaming mimosa right in me. Ooh, man.
If the Avs had gone to Game 7... If the Avs had gone to the Game 7, so Jason and I made a rule when we started watching wrestling regularly, was that real sports come first. Real sports are real sports.
Real sports, okay. Well, to be fair, he's a Colorado fan. It's not very often you get him. I am also a Colorado-Utah fan. Don't get them often.
Yeah, I mean, but like I was watching, I watched Yankees opening day, the whole opening weekend, instead of watching indie shows that weekend, which normally, I mean, that's what my Saturdays and Sundays are. I just pop on IWTV and I just watch whatever's on. Baseball is important to me. I'm a Yankee fan.
Dirty girl.
I'm from New Jersey. Leave me alone.
Well, you can't at least root for the Mets?
Okay, so I am one of those rare Jets Yankees fans. My parents aren't big sports fans. I kind of discovered baseball and football on my own. Like, my dad never had baseball on. He would watch Giants games, and my uncles are all Yankees and Giants fans. Do you want to hear how I became a Jet fan? It's pretty funny. So I was rooted for both teams, even though I was raised in a Giants household in my extended family. All my uncles are Giants fans.
Uh-huh.
I always felt bad for the Jets and Jets fans.
Oh, they get your
Giants
sympathy ploy. Okay.
No, it gets better. So, because like Giant fans always treat Jets like a little brother and, that they're lesser or whatever. So it was when I worked in restaurants for like 16 years before I started my current career.
Mm-hmm.
And it was early in my bartending career that I got assigned to Sundays for football. And they're like, you should probably wear a jersey on Sundays. Like, you don't have to wear your regular uniform. You can wear a jersey. I didn't own a football jersey. I went to Walmart to get a fake jersey because I didn't want to spend money on an expensive one that's going to get spilled on or whatever.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I went to Walmart.
Yeah.
I went to Walmart to get a jersey, and I had a Manning jersey in one hand, a Pennington jersey in the other hand. This is how long ago it was. Chef Pennington. And literally,
you actually get more respect for things like that today. Like, the more retro you get, it's like the harder fan you are.
Anyway, I had a jersey in each hand, and the decision was, oh, this is about making money, right? And I look better in green than blue. So I bought the Jets jersey.
There you go.
And then people would ask me about it as a bartender, and I would still say, like, yeah, I like both teams. I ended up dating a Jets fan for like 2 years or something like that. So that kind of like drove it home. But yeah, that's that's how I became a Jet fan.
Okay. Anything else on the AEW tag title match? Because I don't. I just thought it was a kick-ass match where Jurassic Express retained. I have no idea what they're doing with these tag titles. And weirdly enough, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, this is the rare case where we don't know what the plan is, but it's okay.
Yeah, because now we're at the point where the booking, at least in our minds as fans, like even as far back as their previous defense with, who was it? It was Red Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, okay, Red Dragon's gonna win these things. Right?
Win, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And then they didn't.
Of course.
And then we're like, okay, Swerve and our Glory Team Taz is going to win. No way, Jurassic Express is going to win. Oh, the fuck, they won again. Okay. Now we're at a weird place where now the booking and our fandom is like, we don't know who's going to win. We don't know when they're going to win. And despite these tag titles not being a featured act, due to a storyline that superseded it, and that is the Jungle Boy Christian storyline. To be honest, I think that's a fault of their own making. Jungle Boy should not have been in that any sort of tournament or singles prominence as long as he's tag champion, because that takes luster away and focus away from the tag titles. Because now you're amplifying too much. Amplifying. I was thinking of like emphasizing and amplifying at the same. Anyways,
I like it.
Yeah. Big problem I got in my verbiage, I guess. This is combining two
Have
words.
another mimosa.
Yeah, no, just one more mimosa. I swear I'll get it. But, everyone is so focused on this Jungle Boy Christian storyline that if you're going to focus on it or tease it, then you got to deliver it. This was our issue with the Julia Hart thing for a long time. And now it's come at the detriment of the tag titles. So luckily, we're at the point now where the tag titles are kind of in that in-between state where it's both, oh shit, the next guy could win, the next couple could win over them, and then they could just bounce on that Christian Jungle Boy thing immediately, which is a good thing. I don't think that's necessarily the best thing. I think the best thing would have probably still have been Red Dragon wins, and you could focus on other talent in that Owen Hart tournament while shifting focus to the things that are more important. You could have had Christian versus Jungle Boy on this very pay-per-view instead of Darby Allin, Kyle O'Reilly. Then you could have Red Dragon in this three-way with Swerve and whatnot, and I really think we would have had very different opinions coming in and out of the pay-per-view. It's just shifting things around. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, but this is something we said even at the time. Like, what are we doing? Why are we doing it this way, in this fashion, in this order? There's a lot of things in AEW where I really like it, though the execution always seems slightly off in various forms. I can't really say that about a lot of other companies, because every other company I watch is very traditional in a lot of sense.
Is this just a side effect of Tony Khan and AEW? Tony Khan being a new booker, AEW being new, growing pains type thing? Or should we have grown out of them by now because we're in year 3?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, because I've asked that same question myself. Like, at what point do I, as a fan, have to admit this is just a different company with different booking patterns? Which does certainly exist. That is certainly a different thing, especially in terms of American television, because WWE and, to an extent, a small extent, TNA, have their things, and they've booked the same way for so long. Then there's the Japanese way, which is a lot has been taken from there, as well as the debunked ECW, which he himself is a big fan of. There are a lot of aspects I, as a fan, have to consider of trying to find this mentality of where we're at as a company. I do think you're right. There is still a lot of growing pains we have to go through. Whether it's television, whether it's pay-per-view, whether it's a booking pattern of storylines, this company, I don't know how long this is going to take. I thought, if I'm being honest, I thought 3 years we'd kind of already have a feel for it all. But with the signing of CM Punk, Danielson, a lot of these high-end free agents, a lot of business strategies changing, there's a lot of things that just keep throwing me off as a fan to what this company is doing and what they want to be. And I think we're learning along with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We as fans are retraining ourselves, or training ourselves to be fans of this product.
Right.
Not using our influence from other areas. So
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of references we have to make because that's what we have to go by.
Yeah. And AEW is willing to admit that other wrestling exists.
Right.
Whereas WWE is its own, bubble, and nothing
own bubble,
else has happened. I think in Cody's first match in WWE, commentary said something about, does he have ring rust? Because he hasn't been in a WWE ring. I think that
was the last pay-per-view. I don't think it was at WrestleMania,
whatever,
but yeah, it was the last pay-per-view. Yeah, it's does he, he hasn't been in this WWE ring in 7 years. He's got ring rust. Oh, come on. Although I have brought up that excuse for certain like Japanese wrestlers, because the rings are different sizes and the ropes are different heights.
For sure.
So I've really wanted AEW to like make that an aspect of its game. Like, oh, Yuka Sakazaki maybe not having her best match against Riho because Riho is more accustomed to the AEW ring than Yuka. Like, I would love stories like that.
That's how Arn Anderson fell off the ring apron, though, months ago, but it was because of the ring posts. The ring posts in AEW are square and they're on the outside, more like a Japanese ring. Whereas whatever, like traditional, I don't know, something with the ring posts, they were different.
Mm-hmm.
Arn didn't expect the ring post to be where it was, and that's why he fell, right?
Right, like instincts are very much different than where you're at, and I would love more things. You know, it's like almost a home court advantage.
Yeah,
I would love that
yeah.
more in AEW because they Kenny Omega's spoken about it, where the ring is more prone to bounciness, as he put it, and it's even though it's easier on the back, it's much harder on the knees.
Oh,
which makes which makes his game that much different. Okay, main event. CM Punk.
Wait. I have one more question. I'm sorry about the tag match before we move on. Do Keith Lee and Swerve continue as a tag team?
I think they should. I think they're a hot act. I think they're over. I think they get a lot of mileage to them. I don't see a reason to break them up, but could they have like a friendly rivalry if they're going after the TNT title? Sure, things like that. I don't think they should break them up though.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily think like break them up, like where somebody turns on somebody or whatever, and it's a whole big storyline. But maybe they just go their separate ways. They didn't win as a tag team, but it does like keeping them in a team. Gets two guys on TV instead of one guy on TV, right? So
well, yeah. So if they're like, man, let's try some single stuff for a little while, and they're still together.
Okay,
I'd like that because if you're gonna do a breakup storyline, let's make that years. Let's do that long term.
Yeah,
especially considering how over this team is and how much they click with the audience. There's no reason to break them up. They're more over now than they would be separate. And like you said, if they're both on TV at the same time, then even when they're in singles matches, they're still there. They're still present.
Got it.
Yeah.
With you.
All right. Main event. CM Punk, Adam Page. 25 minutes, 40 seconds. CM Punk wins the AEW World title. The arguable first instance in AEW history where they have brought in an older wrestler. I hesitate to call it nostalgia, but a lot of people have nostalgia for CM Punk. That proved with The Last Dance, where he drew a record crowd at the United Center.
There.
You were there. I was not. But he has won the title. Adam Page's reign has ended. All right. Thoughts of the title change and what's going to happen?
So this was maybe the first pay-per-view main event for the title. We didn't know what was going to happen.
I agree. Yeah, I had no clue. I was very 50-50 on who was going to win. It was very good.
So that made this match exceptional. Not necessarily the build, but it could really go either way. Made this match exciting. The quality of the match was fine.
Yeah. My God, it looked like their knees were given out throughout the entire match. It was like tired.
Okay,
It was almost like Hangman Page and CM Punk went out with Great Okan over the weekend. Couldn't hang with him. They saw his dick ride and they went, yeah, I can't compete with that. Their knees gave out and they're just like, I'll suck it, Great-O-Khan, no problem. And then they came out and had their match the next night.
Okay, so Paige's knee
I throw you off with that one?
Story. A little bit, and I loved it. I'm trying to keep us on track right now. Paige's knee was part of the story, right? I mean, like
Paige's knee, yes.
Paige's knee was part of the story.
His knee was.
Punk looked old as fuck.
I agree. Throughout the entire match.
So like I said, I fell asleep last night. I was like kind of in and out of the main event last night. Watched it again this morning, knowing the result. And I'm watching and I'm thinking to myself, man, Punk isn't even the oldest AEW champion. He looks old as fuck in this match. Not bad, not slow, just old. I thought the match was fine. I liked them. I liked Paige having to do a couple different attempts at the buckshot. I liked him trying to do the GTS. I liked some of the notes that they sprinkled in.
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah, I agree with that.
But and then I guess the real story of this match is Punk didn't win. Paige lost, right? Like
that's a good point.
The story of the match. That's if he had in the end, if he had used the title, he could have won. If he had decided sooner not to use the title, he would have won.
Correct.
Paige lost the match. Punk did not win this match, and that's the story.
So I'm very torn on this. Extremely torn as a fan. I like the build going in. I thought they saved it. There was a little hiccup in the middle with COVID, which is fine. I don't hold that against him at all. When the bell rung, the crowd was hot for it. This was clearly the marquee match. Good job. Hey, thumbs up. I agree with it. No problem. CM Punk going for buckshot lariats. He went through for two of them. His knee would give out. I'm like, did he blow out his knee? Was what I was thinking about multiple times. And he's still trying. And he's even cutting jokes after the match that he won't do that move again, which further kind of proves that he's not like as athletic as he thinks. It didn't feel like a CM Punk match, to be honest. I didn't get that vibe from him. I've seen his matches. He seemed very much a step slow. He was always behind Hangman Page. He was not as crisp in his moves. It was like one thing after another with this guy. I thought he really brought down the match. And as someone who's...
purpose. I think that's on purpose.
You think so? Well, if so, I don't like that story. If that's on purpose, I don't like it. Like, it's just that simple. I wanted to see CM Punk, the guy who's coming back for a title that went up against MJF and beat him in that dog collar match, and he's coming for the title. I don't want to see, and I don't want to see advertised, and I certainly don't want the story of decrepit old man overcoming the odds to beat the young guy. I hate that story. I can't stand that story. That is terrible.
Yeah, that's
occasionally it's a good story where like, I got one last run in me, brother. I can do it. No problem. Hulk Hogan's proven that. I know the story. Macho Man's proven that. I know this. If this is the story that they were telling, where CM Punk is old and shit, and on top of that, Adam Page is going, I'm going to defend AEW from your old ass. I don't want to see that. Especially when he loses to the old ass man. Fuck that match.
Okay, you're right. So here's what I thought going into the match. Going with the whole I'm gonna defend AW against you. What I would have liked to have seen was no matter the result of the match, it wouldn't have mattered who won with my plan.
My preface to all of it, as I said at the start, was all these winners I did not mind. CM Punk included. Mm-hmm. Him winning the title, I have no issue with. It's the story being told to it I got an issue with. Especially with the finish to that match, specifically. You said it was Hangman Page that had lost. I agree with that. He lost it himself. He's a conflicted individual. I'm saying that ref bump was garbage. Get that shit out of here.
Yeah.
He could have been conflicted in any other way. Then he's staring at the title. Just fucking use it. Be a badass. Hate that. He's conflicted. Babyface move. No, that's not a babyface move in modern wrestling.
It's a winner's move.
Right. That's a winner's move.
It's a winner's move. It does babyface or heel. It's a winner's move.
Exactly. We're on the same page there.
Anything you need to do to win, right?
Right. Oh, the ref bump was up.
Especially if you're defending the company against this guy that you're afraid is going to drive it into the ground.
Right.
Are you defending your title? Are you defending your honor? Or are you defending the fucking company? Use the fucking title.
Yeah. If he was an honorable cowboy and he was above, if that was his thing, we may have a different conversation here, but he was defending the company, he was defending the outsider. All nonsense. He throws it away. In the second he goes for that buckshot, he gets hit with the GTS and pinned definitively off a slow count. 1, 2, 3. I audibly groaned. I rolled my eyes. This finish was horrible for the story. I hated it. I hated it so much. It would have been better many other ways. Top of my head was they just go in there and have a match and CM Punk pins them 1, 2, 3. That would have been way better to me because we could have built up to a rematch. That much easier at All Out or at Fight for the Fallen or whatever TV show you want to build up to. There were so many options then immediately after that where Hangman Page is fighting for the company and he wants to get that win over him and he could lose again. That's okay. I don't got a problem with that because there's always a time that CM Punk can put him over later. Although with people in wrestling today and in Japan, who knows if that's going to happen. But you're putting over CM Punk as the top star in the company, the best guy, the guy that has drew you the most money. I'm okay with him beating Hangman Page. I got no issue with that. He is the guy right now. Hangman Page has beat Kenny Omega. That was his story. He is a made guy. He beat Lance Archer. He beat Bryan Danielson twice over, essentially. Hangman Page is a made guy in my mind as a fan.
Yep.
He loses to CM Punk, no issue. Why do we got to do all this bullshit to get to this point? To protect him? Fuck that. That is 1989 garbage. That is Russo. That is Bischoff. That is that mentality left in the past. Stop that shit. I am so tired of that. This protection booking. I don't care if it's in Stardom with Takumi Iroha coming in. I know these are different references, but I will make these references nonetheless. I am annoyed when these things happen in other companies. I am annoyed when these things happen in other cultures, in other countries, in other companies. I'm annoyed now where we have this innate feeling where we need to protect these people when fans of wrestling and fans of AEW are smart enough and have the know-how to know that if Hangman Page loses clean, they will go, all right, get him next time, brother. Not this, oh, he lost on a conflicted title shot. He will get him next time. He is protected. Those are excuses. I am tired of it. That's how I feel.
Yeah, there were so many other ways this could have gone. And the story remains to be seen. But I definitely, going into this match, I did not think this was going to be the end. I thought this was going to be the rare instance where AEW continues a feud and continues a storyline. At this point, I don't know anymore. Because of the old school style booking, like you said. I don't know.
I think it's a failure to modernize. I think there's too much tape being looked at of the past, and while those things worked back then, and while there are a number of things working now, there needs to be a time and place where you adapt. And I feel like there's an absolute, like, Double or Nothing to me, while I don't outright hate it, I don't outright, like, enjoy it, I'm right in the middle. I'm right in the middle.
Yeah.
There is a hard place that they got to find a middle ground, to me. CM Punk as champion, I think, has a lot of ground to it. I think Jurassic Express as tag team champions has a lot of ground to it. We've talked about this. Jade Cargill, fantastic champion. I love her as champion.
Same.
She's got a lot of ground. I think AEW is doing a lot of things very good in the professional wrestling landscape. This prospect of Forbidden Door, I think, is on a good path. We had Great O'Khan and Jeff Cobb come out and interfere on a match on Dynamite. I thought that was a great angle.
Yeah.
You were saying that someone should have come out on this pay-per-view, perhaps.
I thought so. And I just need to stop right here. I need to take another quick break. I'm real sorry.
It's okay.
But can you give me like 2 minutes?
I can give you 5 because I want to make another mimosa and get ready for New Japan.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so we started building up Forbidden Door. You thought that someone from New Japan would come out on this Double or Nothing show. Think that was a missed opportunity?
Yeah.
I think so.
I didn't necessarily think someone would. I thought someone should. And so it's only 4 weeks away.
Yeah. They already have all the tickets sold, to be fair. So from a marketing standpoint,
okay,
they don't need to technically announce anything, but as a fan, that's what I don't agree with.
We're going to watch this no matter what, right? I mean, they sold the tickets with no matches announced. We're all New Japan fans, or a lot of us are. A lot of the AEW fans are New Japan fans. So we're going to watch this no matter what. There are AEW fans who don't know New Japan. And those of us who do want to see New Japan stars in AEW. Like, it's just kind of like, of course, a New Japan star should have shown up at the end. So my prediction was if I don't remember what I said.
If CM Punk won, you thought
Tanahashi.
Yeah.
And I thought if Paige won, maybe Okada would show up. I really just wanted to hear a coin drop in my head to explode. The way it did when Suzuki showed up at All Out. I mean, I just, you know, especially with the match ending the way it did, they could have done a bigger thing at the end with a, you know, send them home happy or excited or, yeah, I don't know. I do think it's a missed opportunity.
I do think it was a missed opportunity for something with New Japan. happening at Double or Nothing. There should have been a clear plan in place. Hence that FTR match that we referenced earlier.
Yes.
They cut. I mean, things were supposedly done like last minute, but nevertheless, whether it's Okada, Jay White, Okan, whomever on the roster you want to throw out there, Naito. One thing we didn't mention on the AEW part was the appearance of Roosh.
Rouge! Yeah, you've got the Los Ingobernables connection right there.
Right. So now we have an established Andrade, Roosh. Los Ingobernables is established in AEW now. I don't know when exactly that came into fray, but we have LIJ. Whether you want to do a group meeting on Double or Nothing or not, or you want to like essentially advertise your first match officially, you do that. I absolutely agree, because it is only a month away. WCW frequently would be harped on back in the 90s because they would do monthly pay-per-views. And more often than not, you would not know, let alone what's on the pay-per-view like the day before. But like a month out, very rare. And it was always a constant critique. Okay, I'm trying to save up for this pay-per-view. What am I saving up towards? You gotta know. And yes, people that have bought the tickets to be there live have them already. That's fair. You already got their money in the building, brother. I get it. But for the people that can't go live, don't have that kind of money, have already spent X amount of dollars, or yen, or euros, however you want to currency it up, for the show they're buying to watch live, you got to build something up early, I feel. So yeah, I do agree with you that there should have been something on the show, maybe not necessarily in the main event, but where I'm hesitant to agree with AEW on this stance is we just watched New Japan Dontaku, where they ran essentially an entire show around Bullet Club, where all of their titles and programs are built around essentially American and foreign wrestlers, and Francisco Akira coming into the Best of the Super Juniors, Ace Austin's in Best of the Super Juniors. There's all these people where I thought AEW really dropped the ball on building up the next step into Forbidden Door.
Yeah. 100%. Off the ball.
So, Capital Collision happened. I know that's kind of old news, but here we are. Capital Collision. I can just go over kind of the results real quick.
Results. Okay.
Yeah. So we had Fredericks beat QT Marshall. David Finlay beat Limelight. United Empire, which is more or less kind of the first time we've seen these guys together, defeat TMDK, in which Bad Dude Tito joined them. I like that move.
I know you do.
I love
I just want to shout out to Royce Isaacs, since he's a local guy to me. He's my current champion. Yeah, he's originally from Denver. He's out of the West Coast now, but he's originally from here. And he's our current champion at the Lucha Libre and Laughs promotion that I go to monthly-ish. He's our champion. So I always like to shout out Royce Isaacs.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god, I got a lot of hold on. This is the taping that I pulled up. Here we go. Let's see. Chase Owens beat Great O'Khan. Great O'Khan super over to the crowd. Yeah. Okay. Bad Dude Tito TMDK beat United Empire. All right. Look, I'm 3 mimosas in at this point. Forgive me. But Brody King defeated Minoru Suzuki 9 minutes. Interesting in terms of like New Japan booking. They seem to believe a lot in Brody King. I kind of expect him in the G1.
Ooh, I hadn't thought of that. But with the result of that match, that would be great. Yeah.
Yeah. Ishii beat Kingston in a New Japan Strong Style versus Kings Road All Japan Style match. I really liked it. It was excellent.
Ishii and Kingston are two of my favorites. They're definitely in my top 10 or 20. I don't know. It flips all the time, but they're always near the top of the list. And so that match was everything to me. I loved it.
Yeah, it really delivered above and beyond expectations for 16 minutes. Bullet Club, Okada Romero lost to Jay White and Hikuleo in a tag match. This was kind of like our Miyu Yamashita thing from earlier. Okada essentially hasn't wrestled in front of a live cheering crowd in like 2 years. So this was his coming out match, essentially. This was great. Yeah. I love this.
It was so fun to see him in front of a crowd like that. I mean, Okada never disappoints either. So
no,
there's not a lot to say there. We did pass over Leo Rush came out after the Kingston match, I think.
Do you think he's actually going to wrestle, or are we holding our breath?
I have no idea. That kid, oh man, he's so talented, but whatever. I don't know.
He's let the fans down too many times. Sasha Banks gave him lessons, blah, blah, blah. Anyways.
Okay.
Where was I? And then our main event, a four-way. Juice Robinson wins the U.S. title against Tanahashi, Moxley, and Ospreay, with Ospreay's foot under the ropes after the pin. So it continues that story. Fair enough. What'd you think?
Surprised the crap out of me. But I love the Juice's future. Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens next.
Real good match.
That's what this did for me. Yeah. But
yeah, real good match.
This was just...
I kind of put it on that Anarchy in the Arena type match, where it was just a lot of shit happening for X amount of minutes. Got everyone over. Everyone got to highlight themselves in various ways. In the Anarchy match, table spots and the like. In this match, it was one of the best kind of near fall sequences I've seen in quite some time, to be honest.
Yeah, months.
Yeah, and Juice Robinson winning, you know, when it's kind of thrown out on pen and paper, you go and you put it out, just throw it out to your eyeballs, and you go, oh, of course Juice Robinson wins this match.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of your feeling on it, but Forbidden Door, if I'm kind of taking a lot of these results, like Dominion specifically, which is coming up in a couple weeks with the Best of the Super Juniors finals. Yes, it's very soon.
Yeah.
Will we see AEW people on there? I don't know, but if I am to think of a U.S. title match, because that's like the title that I associate with America, with New Japan, but Juice Robinson against like who? Like, I don't know. I've got no idea, and that's not into that. But they've been teasing Moxley Tanahashi. That's an easy, like, awesome singles match you can do. Moxley can lose, Tanahashi can lose. Neither company really has an issue with that. That's kind of your, let's say, tiebreaker match, where you build this like awesome main event, and whoever wins the Moxley Tanahashi match, the other person of the other company wins the main event situation. Like, that's how much merit that kind of match has. That's your ace in the hole. Like, Tanahashi in New Japan is their ace, their top guy for well over a decade, and Moxley's a super top star at AEW. Like, you got to do that match. And it really doesn't matter who wins. It affects the main event, to be honest, more than their own match. Because either guy's bulletproof, in my mind.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about who challenges Juice. So if you've seen this look on my face, that's what I've been thinking about the whole time you were talking. I don't know.
Yeah, no one knows. I don't think it's Ospreay again. Could it be Lance Archer? He represents AEW.
Well, I know. I was thinking Lance Archer, because he's a former U.S. champion. He's wrestled in New Japan. I would like to see an AEW wrestler who has not wrestled in New Japan challenge for that title. So that's where my brain was going. But I'm trying to think of like upper mid-card guys in AEW that could be legitimate contenders, and I am struggling to find the right one.
Right. It's weird because there's a lot of dudes, but who do we associate with New Japan?
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I want to find somebody that I don't associate with New Japan, but...
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people out there. Miro, Malachi Black, Buddy Matthews, Brody King, who just won prior. Like, there's a lot of names I could just throw on a piece of paper, but who makes sense to Juice Robinson? I don't know the answer to that. That's where our problem is.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe on Double or Nothing, there could have been someone who just like takes a mic and goes, you know what? We got a pay-per-view coming up. Forbidden Door. Juice Robinson, you piece of shit. You turned your back on Bullet Club. I'm representative of Chaos or Ibushi Click or what the fuck ever. And here we are. We got our match. Or,
Orange Cassidy.
I want to prove myself. Oh, Orange Cassidy. Yeah, well.
He's in Chaos.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot.
I don't know what the answer is.
But there's a lot of options out there to what we're building up to. And for no one to come out afterwards to build up this pay-per-view, I know they've already sold tickets. I know that. But I kind of want to know what I'm getting into.
Big same. I like being like, the thing that I like about AEW pay-per-views being quarterly is you get hyped for a long time and you build your own excitement, even if you don't know what the matches are going to be, or even if you don't know whatever. I like being excited. That's part of being a wrestling fan, right? It's being excited. So I want to get excited now.
Well, speaking of excitement, Best of the Super Juniors has happened over the last couple weeks. We got Taguchi, Clark Connors in there. Hiromu, Kanemaru, Ace Austin, X Division champion. Alex Zane, who has been part of New Japan Strong. Francisco Akira from Europe. A very interesting entrance.
Very European.
Well, yeah. Ishimori, your junior champion. Show very much taking on the heel role, if you will. Master Wato, Robbie Eagles, Titan from CMLL, maintaining that relationship. Bushi, Desperado, your former champion. Dookie, El Lindemann, the GLEAT champion. Wheeler Yuta, Ring of Honor Pure champion. TJP and El Phantasmo. That makes up both blocks of all the people. Days 1 through 11 with one match to go, or 1 day to go, and the finals. Ricky, what are your overall thoughts of the tournament? Who are your standout guys?
Okay, so not necessarily stand out in the tournament, but stand out. We kind of touched on this earlier when we were talking. Just the fact that Alex Zane and Ace Austin have had such an impact on the New Japan audience has been huge to me. Alex Zane had a line of like hundreds of people waiting for him for photos and autographs. Turns out the Japan Taco Bell Twitter account only follows 3 people. One of them is Alex Zane.
Oh, there you go. That's amazing. I didn't even know that part.
Yeah. So that stuff is important to me. I especially as a Western independent fan. Alex Zane and Ace Austin are big guys on my radar.
Sure, yeah.
All the time. So I love seeing them in these roles, being successful. I mean, Ace Austin, 10 points as we stand right now. I did not see that coming at all.
Let's see. I think you're right.
I'm
Ace
right.
Austin. Yeah, 10 points. Tied for second. Yes.
I did not see that coming. Not only is he young, super young, he, it's his first foray into New Japan, as far as I know, and New Japan's relationship with Impact isn't as strong as it once was, to my knowledge. So the fact that Ace Austin is in this position, I think, is really important on all of those levels.
Yes. So one thing that's underestimated is the relationship that has been developed over the past year and a half, 2 years of New Japan and Impact Wrestling, TNA, formerly known as. And Ace Austin has a lot to do with that. I was preferably hoping for Chris Bay to be a part of this thing. Ace Austin was part of that group. I did want him in there. Those are the 2 guys. Chris Bay did not get in, which was disappointing. I thought they could have used him, but Alex Zane took his place, and he's kind of knocked that out of the park, to be fair. I am very surprised with Alex Zane, specifically in this tournament, and how much he's gotten over to the New Japan audience and the Japanese culture and embraced it. It's fantastic. I love it.
That's what I'm saying. Taco Bell Japan follows 3 people.
Ace Austin in particular has also surprised me in how he's gotten over with the fact that he has that Impact relationship, which has been very soured on in the past. But him being part of, in my opinion, that culture with the whole Gambit wrestler aspect and the magic and his character, it certainly fits very well. And when I kind of think back, and I've obviously been outspoken on this podcast about that, is Ace Austin has been an underutilized and underpushed talent in Impact Wrestling for quite some time. And they use his age against him, in my opinion. They used a lot of things. Like, he's still in the same position, for all intents and purposes, that he was 3-4 years ago.
When he was 19.
Right. Exactly.
Ace Austin is incredible. So my first experience with Ace Austin was Chicago AAW, the Jim Lineman Memorial Tournament 2019, the weekend of All Out 2019.
Sure.
I was still a really, really new wrestling fan. I was not watching Impact Wrestling at that point. And Ace Austin appeared on this card. And okay, I'm of a certain age. I'm nearing 40, right? So X-Men 97 was my thing. Gambit was my guy. And so Ace Austin immediately endeared himself to me with the gimmick. And then I found out, he can go. He's like 12 years old.
Much higher voice than you expect.
Much higher voice, yeah. I'm just, I don't know where I was going with that thought. Other than
but the point is, like, he gets over the crowds. with his persona, with his ring game, with everything.
Did he have a match against Brian Cage? Was Brian Cage's last Impact match against Ace Austin? Oh, that was Sami Callihan.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Anyway, Ace Austin, I think, deserves everything that is coming his way.
No, he's a top talent.
Now, the other thing that I love about Ace Austin in this tournament, and what I love about this style of tournament as opposed to single elimination, is he can wrestle face when he needs to wrestle face. He can wrestle heel when he needs to wrestle heel. And out of everyone on in this tournament, he's one of the better ones at going both ways, I think.
I think you're right. When it came to his various opponents in Best of the Super Juniors specifically, like, he delivered. Let me look at Ace Austin here. So I have together on my nice little 1 to 3 recommendation scale.
Yeah.
I have all their matches, BOSJ match 1 through 8 at this point in time. You know, giving them 0, 1, 2, 3. And Ace Austin's up there. He's got 9 points. He's in that kind of top end middle group, along with Francisco Akira, El Lindemann, TJP, like those guys. He's in there with him. There's 2 guys that have stood above and beyond their competition. And there's a reason why they're highlighted as well. But in terms of Ace Austin, like, this guy has delivered essentially night in and night out to all of his opponents, whether it's an opening act or a main event act. And he hasn't been necessarily given those opportunities the same as, say, El Desperado, where El Desperado has like a main event every night. And don't get me wrong, El Desperado has delivered. But for other people on the card, like, this is what you're fighting for, right? You're fighting for now to be featured later and then delivered later. It's very much like a baseball player, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm pinch hitting. I want to hit that home run. I want to hit that double RBI, get on base, so they'll call me on next time. And then when I am called upon next time, I want to at least get on base next time. That's Ace Austin. That's Alex Zane. That's Francisco Akira. Akira is kind of at the low end of these guys because he's not a champion in another company, and he hasn't been featured on New Japan Strong. So to finish the Ace Austin thoughts, I thought he's done a phenomenal job in this tournament. I think Alex Zane has done a phenomenal job in this tournament, and I'm honestly surprised on how high he's been booked.
Same. I was worried. I love Alex Zane. I'm a huge fan. And this is just coming from like him getting over in the indies and like late 2019 is when he got like huge over on the American independents. Then he signed to WWE because they were scooping everybody up, right?
Right, they were getting people on excursions before they released them.
Yeah, but I also only discovered Alex Zane around that same time. Even though I watched like so I'm a new wrestling fan.
Well, here's the thing. When you discovered him was when everyone else discovered him. Like, him and Blake Christian were the guys that were like just breaking out, and WWE got him. So they went on, let's call it, or as Kevin Kelly described it, WWE excursion for like 6 months. Now they're out of it, and it's Alex Zane who's got himself a footprint in New Japan, and not Blake Christian, surprisingly enough.
The difference there is Blake Christian is like 10 years younger than Alex Zane, right? At least. Alex Zane is my age-ish, 36, 37-ish, and Blake Christian is like 24. So
I'll confirm this. But I know Alex Zane is on the older side. Yeah, he's 35.
He's older. Okay,
he's 35. Yeah, oh yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The fact that he's getting this opportunity at this age, it scared me. It scared me going into this tournament.
And Blake Christian is 24. So yeah, they are indeed 10 years apart. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Blake Christian has a huge future in front of him. He's going to be big no matter if he just, stays on the indies, he'll make money. He can, hit New Japan. He can, come to AEW and do some more stuff.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Is Alex Zane has gotten so over to this audience. Could they utilize him for another 3 to 4 years? But where does that leave Blake Christian?
Blake Christian can do whatever. He has 15 more years.
I know, but this is one thing I'm very adamant about, even in my own fandom, business and fandom, is yes, Blake Christian's 24. Arguably, he's as good as Alex Zane, if not as over to the various audiences that they're exposed to. Yeah. Could he have been put in this position over Alex Zane, or next year, mind you? Alex Zane is kind of a one-off. Hey, enjoy him while you got him. That's kind of cool. He's 35. Fine. It's not a good situation for Alex Zane. He got his one moment in the sun. I think they could still use him for a few more years. Absolutely. Coming out of this Best of the Super Juniors, there needs to be a place, I think, in the New Japan strong world for Blake Christian specifically, and also Chris Bay, Chris Bay. To be honest, with the Impact relationship, Ace Austin coming out of this tournament for him is a made guy. Like, he was in here as representing Impact.
Right.
Impact, for their purposes, should come out of this and going, like, he almost won Best of the Super Juniors. Put over a guy with the X Division title. Let's go on to the main event. Because I've been clamoring for Ace Austin heading to the main event, along with like Trey Miguel and various people for some time.
I have to switch headphones.
Okay.
These are starting to go. So give me 1 second.
No problem. No problem at all. So I will just continue going down various topics through Best of the Super Juniors, but I've been keeping track of like top matches and overachievers and underachievers, and for overachiever, I gotta go with Dookie. Dookie has been incredible in this tournament. A lower card guy, Dookie is. There is no doubt behind his skill. He frequently visits like JTO and various other promotions, and when he's put up against, whether it's El Desperado, Hiromu, when he gets those chances. Let's see. He was up against, I think he's been up against Eagles and Phantasmo. And I know he's had his match against El Lindemann. That was the first match where he beat him. But Dookie, for a low-card guy, putting on these matches and hitting his deep impact DDTs and doing his dives to the outside, and even with his various JTO appearances, Dookie to this Korakuen Hall crowd is a big deal. To Korakuen Hall.
Where did that come from? I don't...
The guy has just put in the work and gotten over. That's all it is.
So this is the first major New Japan anything that I've watched in the past 2-ish years. Mm-hmm. I watched I watched Wrestle Kingdom, but New Japan, we talked about this last time. Just the fact that you are not cheering, and obviously there's a reason for that, and I'm not mad at Japan for that, but it's made it hard to watch for me. But I made a point to watch as many of these Best of the Super Juniors as I could. But I'm coming into it kind of blind. I know a lot of the names and a lot of the faces, but I didn't know how Dookie got over.
All right, so what are your like top matches, top of your head, that you've seen so far?
Okay, so not necessarily a top match, but a top match up, I thought was Master Wato versus Yuta.
Wato Yuta, okay.
Like I said, not my favorite match so far, or top match as far as match up goes.
I got my cat doing a run in here.
Yeah, I have both dogs like scratching at the door outside.
Yeah, this guy just comes in and he's all over me.
Yeah, I thought Wato Yuta was a really interesting matchup because they're like same level of experience, same age-ish. And so I liked the evenness of that match. You know, I don't know. That's
I'll tell you what. I'll just go over kind of my point situation here.
what's your point situation? Yeah, go.
All right. We're doing some math. We're doing some calculus. We're doing some differential equations. We're throwing some high-level math here. All right. So we got 3 points.
Wait, hang on. Before you move on, I just want to say two other things, sorry, that surprised me about the tournament results at this point. Sorry. Before we go on to individual matches. Bobby Eagles has been doing really well in this tournament. And like I said, I was coming in pretty blind. So that one kind of shocked me. But he was doing as well as he is in the tournament. And then also El Lindemann doing as well as he is.
Oh, sure.
And he's middle of the pack, but he's way better than some others. I was one of like the 3 people who actually watched OWE when it existed. OWE, I'm so disappointed that it like doesn't exist anymore. There was like a whole thing with China, and they tried to move into Japan, and
yes,
whatever.
It was a lost venture that had ambition. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I was really disappointed, especially. I mean, El Lindemann was doing great things, but there were a couple of Chinese athletes in OWE, especially Ben Achilles.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
What happened to him? Why isn't he somewhere else doing things?
Yeah, it's a sad circumstance of what financially ends up happening. And this is why I, as a podcast host, and my interest lies is in things like the business aspect, as mundane as they may seem, is when things like that fall out, you wonder why. And that's why. They just couldn't find a sponsor, couldn't find money in some way or fashion. And that's where we're at now. I fully expect, by the way, that T-Hawk of Strong Hearts is going to be in the G1. Coming out of this Best of Super Junior.
Yes. T-Hawk would be great, but I need to see Ben Achilles.
I don't think you're ever going to see him again.
Here is my non-wrestling brain. So I texted you during the 6-man match on AEW, and I said, I'm usually pretty good at separating my personality and being able to judge wrestling on its merits. I had a lot of thoughts about that 6-man match on AEW that were not wrestling related. And that's how I feel about Ben Achilles as well. He is so attractive. He needs to be on television. He's so handsome.
People have said the same thing about Luchasaurus when they see him without his mask on. It's like, why isn't this guy on TV without his mask?
No. He needs a mask.
Sorry. You haven't seen him without his mask.
Been on the Jericho cruise 3 times with that guy.
You don't think he's an attractive dinosaur?
He's attractive because he's tall and has tattoos.
Oh, okay.
His face is fine. His face is fine.
I will choose to believe you, I guess.
I'm like literally salivating because I'm thinking about Bandito without his mask. I've never seen it. I've only heard tell of how handsome Bandito is.
Well, that's why those matches are high-end money matches when Bandito might lose his mask.
I need to see it. I need to see it. I've only heard tell of how handsome Bandito is.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm really thirsty right now.
So for the trigonometry lesson, El Desperado matches 1 through 8. He's got 19 points on my scale, so it's only 1 to 3. 0 if you put on a match, so I'm like, I can't really recommend that. Dude's above and beyond the competition, and I love how you brought up Robbie Eagles. He's actually number 2 above and beyond the competition as well. And that's a great representation of the tournament as well. They have made it a mission for Robbie Eagles to get key wins in key good matches for him to cut these promos in main events. Just recently against El Desperado. Right? Where he goes along the lines of, he's saying, Sugi, oi, 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 I can't wait for you guys to say oi, oi, oi with me. I've beaten 2 champions, including the GLEAT champion. You know, things are on the line for Robbie Eagles. And this is the other thing I love about this. I watch so many tournaments throughout these promotions where they bring in wrestlers from outside, right? And one thing I always emphasize is you want to treat those wrestlers right from the outside, but unless you got a direct program with them to be kind of the focus for the next X amount of months, your focus needs to be with your wrestlers, your group, your guys. And in this Best of the Super Juniors with like Desperado, Phantasmo, Eagles, like these 3 guys have really stood out as the dudes that you should pay attention to in the Best of the Super Juniors. If you're going to catch on New Japan, you really get the feeling coming out of it, these are the guys you should pay attention to.
Watch.
Yes. Watching Ace Austin. Go on.
I was just going to say, that's what I like about the guys who are kind of in the middle of the pack, though, too. They're telling us, like, guys are really good, and if you can watch them outside of this tournament, wherever they may be,
right?
Zane, Show, Yuta, like these guys are really good.
Yeah, and on the Ace Austin and Alex Zane front, it's like, okay, you can see them other places. I don't feel like they're buried, even to an extent, El Lindemann, although I do feel like they have made absolute messages to this guy where he opens the tournament losing to Dookie, which is one of the lowest guys on the card. And then he follows that up with losing to, I think it's Taguchi, like right after that. Who did he lose to today? Or yesterday?
Oh, I didn't watch today. Watched yesterday, but now I'm like 7 mimosas deep, so I don't know. Time is a
7 construct. Mimosas.
I have no idea.
Week. Maybe if you count each glass twice, I'm with you.
So I bought a Magnum, like a 1.5.
Oh, hell yeah.
Right? But there's 2 of us in the house, and every time I've been filling my glass, I've been filling Jason's glass. So.
Did he lose the Bushi? He lost to some other like low-end dude. So there's a message being sent there. Absolutely. While like Wheeler Yuta, while he's not high-end on the card, he does have his wins and losses kind of split evenly. Yeah. Makes sense. I love it. He's not a top star in AEW. You don't need to protect him. They didn't get too politicky with him where he needed to be as high. And I could totally see a scenario where New Japan came to Impact Wrestling. It's like, hey, you treat our guys right, we'll get one of your guys into Best of the Super Juniors, and we'll have him in contention the last night. Possibly even not win the tournament, but get to the finals. So he's at a major match at Dominion.
Can we just, I just want to mention, Yuta is actually a couple years older than Ace Austin. Not many, but a couple. But Yuta has also accomplished more things. Actually, Ace Austin's a champion right now. Yuta's a champion. I'm trying to think now.
They seem pretty even to me, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, you know how I feel about Wheeler Yuta.
I don't blame you. He's a very attractive individual.
I mean, it is a little bit about that. It is. No, it is mostly about his in-ring work.
Well, in terms of Wheeler Yuta, and I wanted to mention this, I saw his excursion to Germany in WXW. And his whole purpose there was developing his ring game. And he would not have gotten this training, this particular training, in America. So this is a case where excursions work. And he did not get over in Germany. I will not make light of that. He did not get over. But he learned a lot, and he wasn't buried, which is important. So if he goes back later, they can do another story. If he even goes back, it's not important. The aspect of him going to Best of the Super Juniors, I really feel is in that same line. He is there to learn a style, perfect the style, develop the style, get better at it, and if he gets over or not is irrelevant to the whole purpose of him being there, which I feel is a big mismark for some fans where these excursions can serve a purpose. Because I do understand if you're sending like a top star over and they're like, oh, they need to go on excursion. Well, if they're your top star, why are they leaving in the first place? That's an issue. If they're an undercard developing wrestler and you can build something out of it, like Tetsuya Endo, who left for it was Takeshita who left for a month excursion for a month or two to AEW, and he came back and he ended up winning the tournament. You know, they made a story out of it. Do I think that story should have been for someone else? Yeah, sure. Did it work? It did at the time, but for long term, it doesn't do what they think it does unless you build someone new. So this Best of the Super Juniors for Impact Wrestling, for Ace Austin, I think is doing a lot more than I think they intend for their purposes. This, now, for CMLL and Titan, I think it's doing a little bit more damage. Excuse me, sorry. My God. When this guy got over a match and they're like, and Kevin Kelly and Charlton are going, oh my God, Titan gets a win. I know he's out of contention like 3 matches ago, but he's one of the top stars in CMLL. Just like Dragon Lee.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
exactly.
Shit, he's not with them anymore. Oh no. Just like Chris, what are some other top stars in CMLL? I'm like, holy shit. They don't even know, and I don't blame them, because there are no top stars in CMLL. Like, you got Templario, I guess, but the American audience and the Japanese audience have no idea who the CMLL stars are. So for Titan's case, Titan has been a must-watch guy for me in the tournament. I've loved this dude. And yet he's one of the least booked guys in the tournaments to win. I really, like, he's taken that Dragon Lee spot and run with it, just with losses.
Where does Titan fall on your mathematical, how many?
He's got 11, so he's, like, slightly above. So most of the mid-pack have, like, 9 and 10 points. He's got 11.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like, Taguchi, Yo, Kanemaru, Clark Connors, they all got like 5 and 6 points. And then the next level above that is like your 9 and 10s. That's Titan is at 11, so he's like 1 match better than a lot of those guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite match of the tournament is without question, and I think it's the best tournament without question. El Phantasmo against Robbie Eagles at Corkin Hall, that main event.
My list. I haven't watched it yet.
You haven't watched that yet? I will tell you. I have that in my top 10 New Japan matches of the year.
Okay.
One of my critiques going through the tournament was Best of the Super Juniors has, like, it's one of the most consistent tournaments I've ever seen. From like
this year?
Yeah, this year. From top to bottom, or bottom to top. 3.5 to like 3.75 matches on Big Dave scale. Big Dave Meltzer scale. You know? Like everything situated between there. Maybe like one match every 2 nights doesn't fall into that.
Okay.
Maybe you get a 4-star match on the Big Dave scale. Fall into that. But most matches have been between that like really good to almost great range. The consistency has been so top. I will tell you, that El Phantasmo Robbie Eagles match exceeds that. That is the first match in Best of the Super Juniors where I was just, when you hear Corkin Hall stomping their feet like it's 1991 All Japan Pro Wrestling Budokan, where it's Misawa against Kawada, you know it's a good match. Like, this match reached that levels with that Corkin crowd. And I felt it with the near falls. I felt it with the past references. Because I will be fully honest. That Best of the Super Juniors last year, where they were referencing Robbie Eagles and Phantasmo having such a match less than 6 months ago, essentially, I really appreciate that because I punted that. I didn't watch a second of the Best of the Super Juniors in 2021. So for them to reference, and them in the ring, commentary and the wrestlers, to reference those moves and those near falls, and to do that to the level that they did, where I had no prior knowledge to that, I thought it was an ear fall. I thought they were doing it. So I can't only imagine what previous fans that were familiar with that thought of that match. They probably thought it was better than I thought.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Wow. I'm going to go watch that one. I'm going to, when we finish our call, I'm going to go watch that. I'm going to go rewatch Masha versus Yamashita.
You're right.
And I'll probably rewatch all of Double or Nothing, even though most of it was shit.
I mean, you can watch the second half. So for A block, it ends with Ishimori at 12, Hiromu at 10, Ace Austin at 10. In B block, it's Phantasmo at 12, Robbie Eagles at 10, and Desperado at 10. And if I'm not mistaken, it's if Ishimori, like for A block, Ishimori Phantasmo winner wins the block.
Say that again?
Ishimori is the champion.
Right.
The final match is Ishimori against Hiromu Takahashi. The winner wins the block. Because they'll win the tiebreaker as well.
Thanks. Yep.
And if Ishimori just goes to a draw or whatever, he'll win on points. For B block, Phantasmo leads the block with 12. If he defeats Desperado on the final night, he advances. If Phantasmo loses, Desperado goes.
Because of a tiebreaker? Because Phantasmo has 12, Desperado has 10. So how would that?
But if but the crux is if Robbie Eagles wins his match against Titan, then even if Desperado wins, Robbie Eagles will go over because of the tiebreaker.
Oh, okay. But see, this is why I love this style of tournament. Holy fuck.
Yeah, block tournaments are good. But even knockout tournaments are great, but you have to announce the bracket earlier.
Yes! Oh my god. Yeah.
So, I think that does it for New Japan and AEW. We wish a lot more would have been built up to Forbidden Door. That could be made Dominion and just prior. I think there definitely needs to be a junior challenger from AEW after Dominion. Like, at Dominion. Someone comes out and cuts the promo. I think that needs to happen.
Not Yuta. It's not Yuta.
I'd have to look at the win-loss. It would be kind of cool if... Well, Forbidden Door is AEW New Japan, so it can't be Impact involvement. I'm torn. I'm definitely torn. It can't be someone in the tournament, right?
Guess. So what? I don't know what you're aiming at.
Well, usually someone who beats the champion in the tournament will come out as the next challenger if they retain at the big pay-per-view shot.
Okay.
So if Ishimori retains, we'd have to look at the people that beat him in the tournament as his next challengers.
Okay. Yeah. I hear you.
But if we're building up towards Forbidden Door and it's Ishimori or, let's say, El Desperado, we would need an AEW person to come in. And the only person that is Yuta, but he hasn't been... I don't think he beat Desperado, so he can't be that guy.
He didn't. But I also don't understand why Forbidden Door is coming up and AEW hasn't even acknowledged that Yuta is in Japan right now.
No. They have referenced him. They're just not.
No.
Yes, they have. I've heard it.
No, they haven't. He's just not been on TV, and people are like, "Is he injured?"
No, they've referenced when Blackpool Combat Club is on TV. They've referenced partner and stablemate Wheeler Yuta is in Best of the Super Juniors, but that's the extent. It's not like hammered home or anything.
I think you made that up. I did not remember hearing that.
I did not.
I think you made that up. I think you wanted to hear it. I wanted to hear it. I never heard it.
Regardless, it's definitely not enough to the point where we as fans know where he's at. Because they could easily try to get some BOSJ images of him looking awesome over.
Duh! Hey, Yuta's not, and people were asking last night on Twitter, why was Yuta not in this match? Is he not part of Blackpool Combat Club anymore? Is he injured? Where is he? What is he up to?
Very relevant questions. I absolutely agree. They should have done that. They absolutely should have done that.
Should have shown match graphics. Look he's over here in Japan. By the way, we have a pay-per-view coming up with New Japan.
Yeah. Could have shown the table. It's like, Wheeler Yuta, look how great he's doing. Ah, man, I wish he could have beaten that last guy in the last, there's certain aspects of tournament and booking that they can adjust to, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Okay.
Well, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day. It's been fun.
And wrestling.
2 weeks flew by.
It did. I had a blast. Thank you again for having me. I look forward to this. So, looking forward to doing it again.
Okay, JD here, going solo for the remainder of this podcast, starting with the Joshi news and topics, and I am rested, I have sobered up, and I'm ready to talk some women's wrestling, particularly from the Joshi world. If I rambled on and maybe sounded a bit wacky going over AEW and New Japan with BOSJ, I'm sure I left a bunch out, like the Anarchy in the arena match, which was awesome. It was really rad. What more do you need to say on it other than it was like pure madness, a match? I went full 3 on it. I guess my consolidated thoughts on Hangman Page and Punk, besides the match itself, is Punk's going to be a good champion. I have no doubt. Hangman, AEW has booked each of their champions differently, highlighting their strengths, and I think by the end of all this, we're going to look back at Hangman Page's initial run as pretty good. Essentially, from a match standpoint, that's where he excelled. And then he was always featured, or when he was featured, as a fighting cowboy. While Punk is much more of a promo. And anyways, before I get off topic here, New Japan, I did catch up with where the essential block finals ended up. I will save those thoughts, including the BOSJ finals match, on the next episode. I guess that would be with Dominion, actually, which is crazy. It's right upon us. But I know I mentioned how much El Desperado has been just an MVP of the Best of the Super Juniors. The Gaijins have totally gotten over, particularly Ace Austin and Alex Zane. And then Robbie Eagles has absolutely impressed me to no end. I'm really pulling for him in the future, for sure. And let's see, El Phantasmo announced that he's basically going to be in the G1. Whether that means he's moving up to heavyweight or not, I don't know. I kind of hope so. Because if we're looking at the New Japan heavyweight situation, you can kind of go up and down and be like, okay, there's a lot of people on the older side, and they need a lot of fresh, established people that they can kind of throw in there. And El Phantasmo pretty much fits the bill there, because the more I looked at it, his beginning matches in Best of the Super Juniors was against kind of those lower end opponents. And he really, as it ramped up and time went on, he just kept getting better and better, cutting real good promos. The Dookie match was phenomenal, where they made the Great Sasuke Liger reference from Super J Cup. And I really laughed at El Lindemann's booking in particular. That's really funny to me, where he essentially lost to all the lower end guys in just hilarious fashion. Him slipping on the ropes with the Gleat towel at the start of the tournament was hilarious to me. He did get that one big win against El Desperado, so there's them kind of throwing a bone there. I don't think anything's going to come of that in particular. And I fully expect T-Hawk in the G1, so that'll complete the male pro wrestling unit, the MPU colors, if you will, for all of them showing up in New Japan in some capacity. I guess that completes my consolidated thoughts on all that with a more a better frame of mind here. But Joshi news. Seedling had a show on May 13th. I did check this out, at least the main event in particular. I watched most of the show. I tend to skip everything up until the semi-main event on Seedling cards these days, more so now than ever, because it's a promotion of 4 people, and they run the same card every single month, essentially. But on May 13th, it was Arisa Nakajima defending and defeating against Riku Kaiju. I gave this 2 out of 3. It got rave reviews from a lot of Joshi fans out there, Western fans, of course, in this reference. I don't think it was as good as them. I do like matches like this that sets up a fresh challenge and some sort of story that they can keep going back to with Riku Kaiju, whom is a Seedling agent, or not agent, Seedling signee that's very young, and they definitely need to put the pedal to the metal in getting her going. I would say the same with Yoshiko, but she's just kind of kicking around, not doing much. Not much else to say there, but this was really just your veteran beating to a young wrestler. To be fair, Riku Kaiju got decent amount of offense in, but it's still very basic. It really reminds me of Kohaku and Wave, where, yes, there are some highs in the game that they get to, but being a dropkick master only gets you so far when you're a couple years in. And I compare that to a lot of people that are on the Stardom roster, and they're just not doing that style. They're very much adapting their style to the Stardom house show, which is better, in my opinion. And it's producing a more well-rounded wrestler. So where Riku Kaiju goes from here, who the hell knows? She might not get another title shot for 5 years, for all we know, the way some of these indies go. That's my thoughts. And Nakajima's throwing in a very good year. If I check out... So I've updated my rankings, which you can see if you go to my Twitter at BowlingJD, just type in like rankings update with my name. You can check that out. But for like the updated podcast rankings, which are the bi-weekly ones, Arisa Nakajima is in 7th now. And the match guide for Women's Wrestler of the Year, she's in the top 20. She and Tsukasa Fujimoto are the only non-Stardom ones that are in there, essentially. Nozaki and Takase are just slightly out. Their output, though a little bit larger, actually. Yeah, a little bit larger. I think the Tsukasa Arisa like double shot that they did massively helped them, obviously. I mean, there's like 10 points right there. That's half their total. But putting in a good year, this Arisa Nakajima, despite being kind of stuck in seedling. I don't know if she maintains this position, but kind of near the halfway mark here. That's where she is. I'm going to play the Nagisa Nozaki music, because it's time to catch the wave, I suppose. Okay, a little Catch the Wave update. I got nights 2 through 4 here in front of me. I've tried, I watched all of night 4, and now I'm kind of picking and choosing, because I know what I'm going to get out of some of these blocks. I've pretty much accepted that the comical block and the hardcore blocks are a complete waste of time. The comical block is, like, embarrassing. It's, like, every match is going to a draw. It's not serious at all. I don't know what their deal is, but it's ruining cards for my enjoyment. And these shows aren't drawing well either, by any means. Night 2, 152. If you want to say 181 at 176 box is good, I guess you could argue that. But they ran Shinkiba first ring and got 78 people. So take that for what it's worth. I think that it's pretty bad, and it sure doesn't feel like they're highlighting the best wrestlers. You have no concept of where anyone stands in the rankings of Catch the Wave. Nobody's being booked consistently. It's all over the place. So it's not really worth going through who has how many points and where, because like Kohaku, for example, defeated Haruka Umasaki in a 9-minute match. And if I look at, and I believe, let's see, does she have another match somewhere, I think? Maybe not. Like, I think she's like already done with the tournament. And now she's just waiting for other people to finish. It's very strange. Yuki Miyazaki, now with Yumi Oka out of the tournament with a leg injury, it looks like Yuki Miyazaki is going to come out of that block through one way or another. But they're not good. Like these matches just haven't hit. Whether it's Nagisu Nozaki or Hikari Shimizu, it just really feels like people are in slow motion. And this goes into a running theme or theory that I've had since watching that Joshi Korakuen's 60th anniversary show, where a lot of those people that are up and down the indie scene, they worked really hard in those matches. They were clearly motivated. It was one of the bigger crowds they've had in the last couple of years. And now when I'm comparing, say, what the NOMADs show did, which I will talk about, I'm getting I am talking about that. So compare the NOMADs, the 60th Korakuen, to shows like this, and what I'm frequently seeing at like Oz Academy. My theory is they just don't work. They're not motivated and they're not working as hard in front of these small crowds. And there's got to be a time when you finally got to go, okay, I got to put in my best effort. This is catch the freaking wave. This isn't this isn't I'm in shallow knee deep water and I'm going to walk. Like, stop that. At least get a skimboard and let's pick up the pace. Nozaki against Sei was poor. Sei, or S-A-E, Sai, however you pronounce it. I'm not going to be too hard on her. She's a massive, like, indie jobber, essentially. She's like 4 years in. She looks like she's a year and a half in. She rarely wrestles anybody good. She's got good size to her, but she's clearly miles away from where she needs to be currently. And over these last 3 nights that I've been able to catch, the best match is actually this Nagisu Nozaki and Risa Sera tag against Kohaku and Hanako Nakamori. That went 15-56. And that's the other thing. In the early parts of these cards, they're not doing anything to hype up like future Catch the Wave matches. They're doing more Sakura Hirota comedy. They're doing house show goofiness in the undercards. They're not placing people in tags or against each other to really hype up future matchups. I don't get it. Everyone seems to be far apart from each other. Nothing's being built. It's just very random hat all the time with these shows, and they're hard to keep up with. And I'm very disappointed in Catch the Wave. So nothing's changed there. Was there anything else of note? No, I think that's it. Kohaku lost to Chiyozuru, which blew my mind. I don't know why you'd do that. Okay, I guess I will play the next set of music to talk about Ice Ribbon, that essentially ran their final show. Here we go. Yes, Ice Ribbon Yokohama Budokan 2 from May 4th finally hit the airways. 861 at the show, probably their last big attendance show of the year. I'm sure Ribbon Mania might break that. They always seem to do, but with this roster that's coming, I'm not so bullish on them. I'm more bearish on Ice Ribbon these days. They decided to go out with a show that was 100% built on Tsukushi retiring and Tsukasa Fujimoto going on hiatus. And Hikari Shimizu and Saki, Galaxy Punch, lost the tag titles to Totoro and Yuna Manase. So maybe we'll see more, well, we definitely will, in tag titles. But, as I said on the Joshi 2010's journey, don't be shocked if Yuna Manase and Totoro go to a draw on a show soon, or they immediately lose them to a team that's signed by Ice Ribbon. It is kind of funny that the second that they could and colors showed up on Stardom, that they lost the tag titles overnight. Little conspiracy theories there. Not much to say from the undercard. Mostly just random hat there as well. Didn't really accomplish anything. Mayuki is just continuing to be an undercard, just purgatory. They have no interest in using her anymore. It baffles my mind to this day. Aja Kong defeated Kaho Matsushita, so your Aja Kong squashes a young person. Nothing new there. Not how I like. I get it. When I see Kaho in the ring, she's lacking a lot of confidence right now. Aja Kong, I guess, beating some context into her might do something. But honestly, the triangle ribbon match wasn't that bad. It was Yuki Mashiro defeating Makoto and Rina Yamashita. So the idea is they're keeping Totoro and Yuki Mashiro kind of busy as they gear up for what will be a tournament for the or for the Infinity title. Because just like I said in my couple Ice Ribbon articles that I wrote on the Patreon, basically everything that I kind of wrote in there is coming true outside of kind of how the tournament would unfold. And I'll get to that in a second. But Tsukushi defeats Asahi in 17 minutes. I'm really high on Asahi. I think she has a ton of potential, but she's not there yet. It's very clear. She still has a ways to go in ring, and Ice Ribbon seems to think that way, and also she seems to be battling through injuries, kayfabe, or shoot-wise. See how that goes. I think this is, ironically, one of the better Tsukushi defenses that she's had during this title reign. And when you look at a lot of this, and I've mentioned the Tsukasa reigns not drawing money as they probably should. She hasn't been a drawing like main event singles star in many years because of how just often that she's been in it. And Tsukushi, I've been very outspoken that they were very late on pulling the trigger for her. It was a slow build for her, absolutely. But when they finally decided to do that, she had already lost. She lost to Nanai Takahashi, and then just random hack got a title shot and won it at a very poor drawing Oda show. So there was clearly not a lot of interest to seeing the title change because it was too late. Very clear. And they've over the last year, Ice Ribbon, whether it's COVID or not, or various other circumstances, with hardcore matches and not quite building talent up correctly for people to pay tickets for, interest has been lost. And for me to look back on Tsukushi in Ice Ribbon, yes, she has her importance in its history and historical context. In the context of her being a money-drawing star and being a single star specifically, she never was that. She never got to that point. The redemption story was the story they wanted to tell, but it clearly wasn't a story that people wanted to pay money for, despite kind of critical acclaim from, myself at the time, other podcast hosts that have come on here. While the Tsukushi story was good, they waited too long to tell it, and I think looking back, that's obvious. If they had done much better at that Oda Award show, and if they could have drawn, I guess, better in 2022 during her run, might look at that differently, for sure. But as it stands, Tsukushi just never a singles draw, and that's very sad to say. And I'm basing this opinion based on a lot of the statistics that I gathered, and just kind of on this last little run where people know that she's retiring and Tsukasa's leaving. For them to not really break 900 to 1,000, I think is also a failure. Because this is Yokohama Budokan, and there's a cloud over this promotion now, because this show, by the president's word, was going to be Ice Ribbon's last show. And when you have that and then kind of change your mind, it comes across like the audience knows these things and sees it. So I'm taking my blinders off to kind of look at the bigger picture of what Ice Ribbon is going through. And it doesn't look good after the show. It really doesn't. They beat Asahi with essentially the only credibility that she had going in was a few days prior to the show, she pinned Tsukushi in a 6-person tag. Like, that's as close as she got. The semi-main event, Arisa Nakajima and Hikaru Shida defeat Ibuki Hoshi and Tsukasa Fujimoto, with Shida pinning Tsukasa Fujimoto. I would have definitely done this a different way. Probably with Ibuki somehow defeating Tsukasa Fujimoto. I think here's the idea. You could have done best friends tag team one more time. Shida and Ibuki are the team, because you already had a couple shows with Muscle Venus. You built up, and then you just had the couple matches against Nakajima. So Ibuki getting the big highlight to pin Tsukasa in this match before she goes on a hiatus. If she comes back, you have another story to tell with Tsukasa coming back for a singles match. But they didn't do that. Instead, they went the route where Shida was the one to pin her, the old Stomping Grounds partner, and they move on. It's like a lot of these things are just cool matches in a vacuum. Be happy with pro wrestling. That's it. But they're staying in business. And if we're staying in business, we got to start building our stars somehow and putting people over. And nobody was put over on this show. It felt like. And nobody's been put over the last few months, when that's when they should be doing this. Because they know that they're not closing shop. Good match, though. I went full 3 on it. Or did I go 2? Did I go 2 or 3? Regardless. Doesn't matter. In the main event, Hamako Hoshi and Nanai Takahashi, two 40-year-olds, defeating the Dropkickers in a 29-minute extravagant match where Nai just beat the shit out of Tsukushi for a little while. Tsukasa kind of took a step back. It was mostly Tsukushi for the majority of the time. And Tsukushi essentially passes down her Harukaze move, where she springs off the ropes and does the Cazadora roll. But it's kind of the flipped version. And Ham totally brains herself on doing this move to pin Tsukushi. So yes, the 40-year-old gets the move and pins Tsukushi in the final match. Again, we're kind of back where we are. It feels like Ham is there for Tsukasa, and Nanai being kind of the reason why Tsukushi stayed. That's what she's for. We already did this match, guys. We already did the Nanai beat Tsukushi match, and Ham's beaten Tsukushi over a number of the years now. Where are the people to go over? So I was speaking with a few other people, and this is the end point of where you're getting to. And I get, like, Yokohama Budokan, you want to draw a good number, and you think this is what it is. But for a long term, you've at least known your roster's leaving. Do something for your roster, unless they're all retiring. Try to go out, like, helping the people that still want to wrestle. And especially now that you're not closing shop, we can just look back on that very first Tsukasa-Tsukushi match last year, where Tsukushi didn't win the title. And if we play the game of hindsight, if Tsukushi wins that title then, instead of Tsukasa going on this arbitrary last run, quote unquote, which didn't do the company any favors in the end. It's just for them, and that's the way Ice Ribbon plays ball. They do everything for fun and good feels, and sometimes that's okay. It makes them different, and that's a good thing. But in this case, it was a bad thing, because then if you have Tsukushi have this last run, and you utilize those last 4 to 6 months, then you can have matches like this all across the cards, and then you end like at this show with people going over. You could have done. You could have had Tsukushi go to a 20-minute draw or whatever to vacate the title that way. If you don't want her dropping it directly to somebody, and then you do a tournament that culminates at this show instead of what they're doing across the summer. So I don't agree with how these last 3 matches unfolded, though I know they got good ratings and good praise. And they are good matches in vacuums. I don't agree with the context of what happened with these matches. So we have the tournament. It's a knockout tournament. It's going to take place over a long period of time with essentially 4 nights. They're splitting all of round 1 into a day and night show, which I haven't watched yet. My understanding is it's incredibly clipped from what people have told me. And then you're going to have the second round in like end of June-ish. And then I believe, or mid-June, and then the end of June is going to be the third, and then you'll have the finals at like a Korakuen in July or something like that. I can't be bothered to look right now. The point is, it's scattered across like 2 months for 4 shows. That's a long time in between to be running these things. And the most staggering thing that really stuck out to me was the fact that there's no stars in this tournament. There's no Maya, no Saki, there's no Ham in it. I'm not saying she's a star, but she's a former champion. And let's see if I can find that tweet, because that was... I made the list of like the few people that stuck out. Let's see, did I bookmark it? Yes. No Ham, no Maya, no Saki, and no prominence at all, despite, of course, the saving face words of the president that they're always welcome back. The favorites to win right now, according to various fans, whether it's on Reddit or people I've spoken to, the number one person that people have picked to win is Ibuki Hoshi, and while that would be great, you've already beaten her twice, going for a title, just in the past 6 months. And for her to just kind of come into this tournament and then just straight up win, while she won't beat anybody really of note, because the highest marked players are Sauriano, Teihonma, and Makoto. I personally would have Makoto win it all, if you plan on using her. The issue with these freelance picks is Ice Ribbon has no history of putting their main title on a freelancer. So that really leaves Ibuki, Asahi, and then, like Totoro are your options, with a lot of the visual changes and presentation changes behind these people. That's pretty dire. And I know that some people are very excited that you're getting on the ground floor of development. And that's well and good. But if you don't have if you don't have stars or main eventers that people want to pay money for, then I'm more of the prediction that Ice Ribbon's heading the way of Pro Wrestling Wave in 2018, before their hiatus. And I do have. So the semis are going to be at the end of June at Korakuen, and then July 31st is going to be the finals at Summer Jumbo Ribbon, which I believe is also at Korakuen Hall. And they're going to run Radiant Hall for a few other shows. Yeah, that's a long time. Yeah, so May 28th they had the first round, which upon this recording, that's already happened. June 18th is going to be the quarters. Okay. So I was mostly right on that. Yeah, I'm looking at this bracket. Sauriano, looks like a JTO rookie. Teihonma against Kaho. Totoro now Ishikawa. Makoto and Yuko Sakurai. Oh, there's Kaho and Yuki Mashiro. Mike Ozaki. And then Ibuki Hoshi. Yeah, this is... I love tournaments. Not excited about this one, unfortunately. Okay. That, I guess that'll do it with Ice Rune. I might wait until... I'm really thinking, because I think I'll be able to write something more with more context for the future of Ice Ribbon, because those Ice Ribbon articles have been getting a lot of praise. I've been getting quite a few messages about people interested in more deeper thoughts about that. Okay, so right now I will... you'll hear a cut, and it will be the clipped audio over Nomads that I recorded with James from One Nation Radio. If you want to hear the full breakdown over not just Nomads, but previewing the Flashing Champions Stardom show and hear about how right I was on many things, you can go and listen to that on One Nation Radio. It's like 3.5 hours. We spoke, but for this podcast, I'm clipping specifically the Nomads and Hana Kimura Memorial Show. Small thoughts on that. And this is going to be a long podcast, no doubt. But I'll see you in a bit.
Freedoms.
Nomads.
You're right. I said freedoms. What the hell is wrong with me? Yeah. So because we're going to be talking about Nomads, like, and Miyuki Takase's there, and like I hear, every so often I hear you drop her interest music, and I'm just like, this is some of the best interest music in the biz. I'm going to drop it here, and I will, for a second time today, I will hit the music.
強くなれる理由を知った僕を連れて進め
All right, so we are going to be talking about Nomads. Before we get into the card, where do you want to start with Nomads and the landscape in Joshi, and what this could, and what do you think it could mean? Because like I gotta say, like, Stardom is doing great. Tokyo Joshi Pro is doing very good, all things considered. And
check out their house show numbers; they're not doing good.
That's true, but I was pleasantly surprised what they did for Sumo Hall. I think I told you that before they did it.
Yeah, it was good in terms for them,
right?
Which I will give credit for. I did say that much. It's TJPW attendance and what they're able to pull going forward is going to be super interesting because of where they're at now, where their main event is. Their roster in general is losing people more than gaining, and their isolationist attitude, I think, is hurting them right now.
So Indoka left this year. Also, you had who was it? Kobashi left this year too, right?
Yeah, that's 2.
Anybody else?
No, not this year. No.
Okay. So,
but Mirai was last year. Unagi Mina prior to that. The list goes on. Natsupoi.
Yeah. Well, like I remember I just don't know, because Rich said this to me before. Like, I don't know what Joshi Promotion is like trying to figure it out with Mina.
Yeah,
you gotta try.
Makes you wonder.
You gotta try.
You got well. That's what I have preached for years. Is the issue is nobody does try. Maybe in their minds what they're doing is trying, but their idea of trying just doesn't work.
So, in light of that discussion about the number 2, well, let's be real. Number 3 is at this point might be New Blood, but
I've made the same joke.
Okay. Like now that there's two attendances, like number two is number three is New Blood, but a potential legitimate like outside of the world of Stardom, you have Nomads, a project brought together by a lot of the top freelancers in the scene. I think it's mostly headed by Nash Samiri, former comedy wrestler in Stardom, and they sold out Shinjuku Face like almost immediately. They ran their show this past Friday on the 20th, and I haven't caught all of the show, but I caught the opener and I caught the final two matches, and like the final two matches did exactly what I thought it could do. And like I'm happy for them, and I thought like this show was a success. So, what were your thoughts on as far as them coming together for all this stuff, and what do you think it could mean?
I think it's important to recognize how we got here in the first place and why, and that is because of the scene over the number of years, people retiring, people leaving promotions in various directions, whether it's joining Stardom, whether it's going overseas, what have you, and COVID. And what we're left with now is a number of these, like for all intents and purposes, actress girls to me closed and rebranded, and now they're very isolationist, doing their thing with a lot of rookies that they've debuted. They're a separate entity at this point. They don't even like recognize themselves as wrestling. So I'm kind of putting them to the side. Ice Ribbon has lost their entire main event mid-card over the last 12 months. Oz Academy is an aging roster with no development program. Seedling has lost their owner, essentially, or founder, better yet put. They're a roster of 4 people. JWP is essentially a roster of like 4 people, or Pure J. The list goes on. Everyone is splintered and small.
Not before we move on, do Sendai girls?
They exist.
Okay, just
yeah, they exist.
Just wanted to.
Yeah, they're out on the farm. They're hanging out. Their founder is over in the UK.
Yeah,
wrestling Ivy Nile and a witch. Like, see ya. Also a roster of like 4 people. I'm just putting that number out there because it's consistent. But anyways, so you have now this large group of people that are without a home. And whether that's... I see it as a bad thing, personally, because now they have no place to work consistently. And the way these promotions book freelancers, they either do really one or two things. They put them in undercard nothing matches. They're just kind of card fillers. That's what they're there for. Or they'll bring in the occasional person and feed them to their main eventer. Or in the case of like a Sendai, since you like bringing them up, Chihiro will lose to them and then beat them to get the title back. Seemingly every year there's a chosen freelancer that will go promotion to promotion, face all the main eventers, and lose, rinse, repeat. Saki has done that in a couple promotions. The most notable probably in the past like 8 months is YUU. She's done that. So you do the route. And nothing is more of a prominent example of what freelancer status does is what's happened to 2 of the founding members, Mayuki and Miyuki Takase. Takase has lost her promotion with their redirection, and she herself has admitted that her coverage is significantly lower to the point where it's a problem. And this is how, my understanding is she fronted a lot of her own money to put on this show. Wow. Yeah. If I'm wrong with that, I apologize, but that's my understanding currently.
I thought that it was I thought that was a as far as people you see the front facing of the promotional stuff between So I'm saying Natsu Sumire. I'm doing it with ends now. With Natsu and Maya and you and Rina and Maya. Like it seemed, maybe I misread this or I'm just imagining this, but it seemed like a good deal of them all put their own money into this thing.
Yeah, they all have their own like funding and sources of some kind to get this thing started. I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that specifically Takase had to put up the most chunk or something.
Wow.
Yeah. Again, if I'm wrong, I apologize. That's my current understanding of the situation. And so less coverage, less places to work, because she's seemingly bouncing promotion to promotion, putting on house show matches, and she's eaten a lot of falls this year, so her star power has greatly diminished. For sure. Then you got Maya Yuki, who's still being booked in Ice Ribbon, but she's in undercards. Their ex-main eventer that drew money for them is now seemingly nothing. That's a problem, and that in their own press conferences, they were referencing these things as issues and why they need to make a haven, if you will, called NOMADs, where these freelancers can get consistent work. Where myself as a fan comes in and goes, okay, that's great. I like this idea. Let's make this into something. You have the main eventers, you have the mid-carders. That's like Colors, Maiko Ozaki, number of others, whether you believe their positioning here and there. What they're missing to me is a lot of the undercarders to fill out the cards, which I've mentioned this on the 5-Star Joshi podcast, which I spoke a lot about this with Scotty over there, is you can find undercards and other freelancers around the world. There's certainly a lot of them in America right now that could use the reps and work, and possibly these splintered Joshi produce shows at this point. I hardly call them promotions these days, since they only run maybe once a month, drawing in 100 people on a good day. But they could certainly use them to fill out cards. So there's options to do these things. So my hope in NOMADs is this isn't just we're running a wrestling show, produce show. They have the potential to do something a lot more with it, and obviously there's concerns and difficulties and hurdles they'll have to go over with booking timings with various wrestlers. Are they available? Because they have to also look out for themselves. They don't have, like, if this was a promotion that maybe signs people and they get first priority, different story. That's not what this is. So there's a lot of concerns I have on that front with how often they can run these things, and it's going to take time. They don't have a big sponsor because these aren't stars from the 90s. You don't have a Kyoko Inoue or an Aja Kong that can just like show up to a money mark and gives a bunch of money. This isn't Chigusa Nagayo starting Gaia, and they get a 10-year contract where they can front, and as soon as the contract ends, Gaia closes. This is all fronted by them. So they have to be really careful with how they approach running shows, who they book and how they can do that, in my opinion, is doing stories. Don't just be a cool match promotion. In theory, that's kind of what all these other promotions already do. Is you look at a Sendai card, it's look at this cool tag match in the main event, or you go to Wave and it's look at this cool Nagisa Nozaki singles match. Okay, fine, all well and good. They don't do anything. There's no continuity. I need continuity as a fan from show to show. And we got a good example of hopefully what they plan on doing is that Sauriano Veni angle and the semi-main event.
Yep.
And for all intents and purposes, they pretty much are teasing that that's going to be a big singles match on their second show that they announced, because they sold out 470 people, overcrowded Bill Stop success, as they said, which is great. I believe it's the largest Shinjuku Face crowd since the pandemic, which is a great success. And I'm glad that they went this route instead of running a Korakuen Hall, where they get maybe they could get 500. You don't know that, because the honest truth for me, James, is none of these people anymore are actual stars. They're all freelancers that we think are stars as fans because they're good. They're very good.
Yeah.
But there's no history of them ever drawing any sort of business other than Mayuki in her title reign for Ice Ribbon, but that's long gone now.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
like even you're right, because even like when she was the POP champion, like that was a totally different Toyoshi Pro than even now.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And she's far removed from that as well.
Yeah. Yeah. That was, I mean, she's been, as long as I've been watching Joshi, she's been a freelancer.
Right. And she represents Eve.
Right. Right.
So that's kind of where we're at. There's so many difficulties that they got to do. And as Scotty and I were talking about, where they need to essentially build their own stars. And that's going to be really important in getting them over and drawing money for themselves. Because if they're going to keep this place open and be this haven for freelancers to have consistent work, they need to do that. They can't just be a cool match promotion, because that won't actually make any stars. That won't keep them going. By the time, if that's their idea or what they think will work, then I'm afraid I'm going to be on the negative side of this and go, by show 4, they'll be drawing maybe 150 people. And that's not a successful model.
Yeah.
Coming out of the first show, I'm more bullish on it. I'm more positive. I thought
I can never remember which one means what between bearish and bullish. Sorry.
Yeah, maybe I got it backwards too. Now you have me second guessing, but regardless.
No, I just don't. I really don't know which one means which one. Were you saying you're positive or negative, or glass half full or glass half empty?
Well, I'm an engineer, so let's not go that route.
Oh God. Yeah, okay, fine.
The glass wasn't made properly, James.
Optimistic or pessimistic?
Coming out of the first show, I'm more optimistic.
Okay,
currently,
I am too.
The main event was very good.
Oh yeah,
like excellent stuff.
Yes.
One of my top favorite tag matches of the year. It also made me very frustrated that the scene could be doing this throughout the year, and they don't do that. They don't book these things. One of like Rina Yamashita in various interviews in her press conferences really emphasized that they don't get singles matches. So one advantage that Nomads can do out of the gate is book these cool singles matches and build stories off them, which we saw with Kaho in her return against Hiroyo Matsumoto. Which is an excellent match.
For what? She's been gone since what, the pandemic?
Yeah, essentially. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
So she's come back. She put on an excellent showing, showed a lot of character, told a story that she wants to come back stronger. You know, good, simple stuff. Wrestling isn't hard. Okay.
Improved her physique too a lot from like over the last 2-3 years too. Like she, you know, when I first started seeing her, it was like late 2019, and then, the Kagetsu retirement show. And then to see her now, like she's jacked.
Yeah, it makes us all look bad. Shit, what the fuck was I doing? I was bowling and drinking beer. Oh, God.
Yeah, I remember talking about, Chris Statlander and Pete Dunne, now Butch, and how I felt like, they won the pandemic. Like, they had time on their hands, and they made use of it in very constructive ways.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, good main event, Angle in the semi-main, good comeback story, builds. I think my only negativity around the show was really how they approached the undercard, where it's your first show, and what is very, at least my opinion on what's obnoxious right now, is the constant house show comedy aspect.
Well, we hate that kind of stuff.
I know I'm a grump about it.
I think that's probably our probably closest bond about Joshi wrestling is like, get some of this bullshit out of here.
Well, I mean, the saying is funny don't make money for a reason. And the more, like, I can't stress this enough. House show stuff is different from serious show stuff.
Yep.
To me, this is the first show. Be serious. And Bubble Jobber coming back with Tae Honma, who's probably going to be a main eventer. They're doing no more Nomads. Yeah. Having her goof around with Bubble Girl for a little while, it does me no good as a fan. And sure, it puts a smile on people's faces, but you already had that with the Natsu Sumire against Takase exhibition.
Right. That went to like a 5-minute time limit draw.
Right.
Yeah.
And Natsu Sumire is, to me, a comedy genius, and she can fulfill that role like no one else. Like, and then the trios match with Colors against, for all intents and purposes, Team YMZ. Like, okay, nice little trios match. I would have liked to see something, maybe more come out of it, maybe a promo afterwards, give the audience a little something to sink their teeth into, because your first impressions are so important. And this is your first show. I think there would have been no harm in doing something more in the undercard than just what you see on every single Joshi show out there. Be different, do something different, go above and beyond to make that first impression as great as possible. Now, of course, after that point, it was phenomenal.
It's unwritten rules. Unwritten rule. Like 5-match card, no one can touch a mic until match 4. Unwritten rule.
Well, change.
I don't know.
Look, you got the eraser. Change it.
I'm just saying that's just how it goes over there. I don't know why.
No. In Stardom, they don't do that. It's not all the time. They change it, or at least,
true. It is, but it is rare. It is rare for someone to get the mic.
Yes, it is rare.
4.
But this is also an aspect over wrestling in general. Is if you're gonna do something new, buck the trend.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just messing around. I'm with the serious.
Yeah. Like I totally understand the boundaries and respect and culture. Various countries around the world, there's barriers to things.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a guy that truly believes in breaking barriers. Like, do something different. If I'm going to make like a wacky comparison, when Bull Nakano was taken over in AJW, she was wrestling like men.
Mm-hmm.
And that brought in a brand new audience and completely changed the dynamic of what AJW needed at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Medusa came in, was top gaijin for a very brief period of time, but that was also different. Nomads needs to be different. They can't just be what like Sendai does, or Wave, where it dives into comedy constantly and in infecting the main event, to put a bad term on it. So, very good main event. One of my favorite tag matches of the year. I love the angle between Veni and Sariano. Let's make some stories, make some angles, make some main eventers for this thing.
So, from everyone on the card, if the idea is to indeed turn this into a promotion, which I think not only is that the case, I think that should be the case. Who do you think should be the people? Who do you think should be the one or the top 2 that they should make the top stars in what out of what they have on Friday that was on the card?
Well, Mayu Kihi is a proven draw, at least from where she came from. Takase, to I guess an extent, she's a former champion. They're kind of the only 2 that really have that right to say that. Mizunami's Beyond the Sea title run and her late Wave title run, I punt those because Wave was about to go on hiatus and Seed was during the pandemic and whatever. I would definitely put Veni probably up there.
That's the one for me.
Because she hasn't really been featured in any promotion herself. So that would be a new star for them to make. I know she has her Wrestle 1 in various appearances, and she's now a DDT tag champion, which is great. I love that.
She was Beyond the Sea champion, but it's during the pandemic, just like the Mizunami thing.
Yeah, I don't even think she won the title in the main event.
I don't remember.
But anyways, regardless.
Okay.
So we got those three, and I think they should try to make a new star themselves. Because one thing that points to a lot of good business is a new fresh face in the scene people haven't seen before, someone young, and honestly I would look at colors for that. And I'll point at Yuko Sakurai. Give her a big push, give her a chance. I think with Mayuki dropping the fall in the main event to Mizunami, I did have a kind of side eye at how politics might come into play, how selfish some people might be, what are our lines we can't cross, what's our veteran status, how that's going to play into a factor, and with Maya and her Oz Academy connection with Maya Miyazaki, and various other aspects. Her dropping the fall kind of really let me know that maybe politics aren't going to play as much of a factor as they normally do in the Joshi scene, unless of course some promotion out there like makes them their champion. Obviously they want to kind of protect themselves in that aspect. Right now no one's a champion except Venny as a tag champion, but regardless,
I think Takasi's I think Miyuki is a Diana tag champion with
she drops falls all the times everywhere, so that don't matter.
Okay. Who is she champion with? Is it Umasaki?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I try to do, I just like using Yuko Sakurai as an example. You can really pick a number of different. Technically, Sauriano's never been a star or main eventer anywhere.
That's what I was going to ask. Is she too? How do I want to say this? She's not old, but is she like out in the sun too long to be and is like kind of overlooked in terms of that?
That's very possible, because there is a perception is reality factor to a lot of these freelancers. They've been out in that field for so long and never been presented as such. Are some people considered lost at this point? Are they considered slotted? It all depends on how they can book and try to get these people over. That Venny Sauriano match, I think, could do that could do a lot for somebody, whether it's Venny or Sauriano.
I think it can do a lot for Sayori, like, because I know she's good. I have no idea how good she is.
Nobody does, because she only wrestles like 2 serious matches a year, maybe.
Right. As opposed to like Asuka Venny, where it's just like she's fucking awesome. Like she's one of the best wrestlers in the world.
I think so, and Sheeta's very adamant about getting her into AEW.
Dude, I would. She'd be over in one match. Like,
as soon as she busts out that moonsault, it's done. Like,
right.
It's game over.
Right.
Write that check.
She's going to come down to the ring and dance, and people going to look at her and be like, okay, she's, charismatic and all that kind of stuff. And then when they see, and then like, that's one thing when it's like, once you get Japanese wrestlers over here, you don't know if they're actually going to, wrestle as stiff as they wrestle here. But like, you put her in there with the right person, and she does her shit, and she's just her. First night.
Yeah. What is your big takeaways from Nomads?
So,
at least from what you've seen.
Okay, so I watched the opening match. It was nice to see Natsu back out there, and I've heard her do an interview that was translated. Like, this was like the Oenotai stuff, and she talked about how like she doesn't have the ambition to be at the top of anyone's card. She just wants to wrestle children, be a comedy wrestler, wrestle open matches, or she doesn't want to go 15 or 20 minutes. She thinks that's too taxing, too difficult. She knows she knows what she wants, and obviously this was 3 years ago, so things have changed maybe. But she had a shoulder injury, or whatever else that took her a long time to recover from. She was out there for like 5 minutes, and did the funny stuff with Takase, and went to a 5-minute draw, and that's what she did. So that's what she does. That's what I've always seen her do. I think there is a pathos to her. When I was watching her in 2019 in Stardom, I think there's a likability to her. The fact that she is a in a way, like if she were a dude, we would call her a shithead heel, but whatever.
Yeah.
But she is like but she knows how to be likable when the time is called for it, right? So like I think so I had fun with that, and like let her just be back in openers like she wants to, and head the rest of it. But the summer main event, you in Oscar Vinny, I don't know what you and Oscar Vinny's beef is, but they were doing the we don't get along thing, and I don't know what that plays into from whatever promotion they freelanced at or whatever else. I don't know if that's a wave thing or a ceiling thing or what. I don't know. But
well, the good thing is they introduced you to that all at the beginning of the match.
Did I miss that?
Yeah, they
were
a
promo package.
Well, no, they were like they were doing the foxy hand symbol. They were getting in front of each other for the camera and posing and getting angry at each other and getting chippy.
Pose off. Yeah.
So that kind of established their characters and why they were beefing at each other at the first place. And I thought the beginning of like those top 3 matches, each of them did something like that, where they set a precedent of why they're probably going to go at each other's throats the way they are.
Yeah, like I mean, I've never seen Sayori or Oscar Vinny in a ring together before, but like the second that they were in the ring and the second like they came out to the ring both together, you're like, oh, they do not rock with each other at all. And then escalated to where it escalated to, but yeah, like I thought the match was very good. Obviously, once they went to the double count out because they're in the crowd throwing chairs at each other and trying to kill each other. I thought that was hot. And like, as you mentioned, like if that's what they want to do for Nomads number 2 or whatever they're going to start titling these things as, like, sign me up. I want to see them go at it. I mean, because quite honestly, I can see Oscar Vinny wrestle a broom. Like, I mean, I've seen Tsukasa wrestle a broom, so whatever. So yeah, that's and I'm interested to see like where is Sayori? Like what can she actually bring as opposed to being like like a throw-in freelancer that they put here and there and everywhere in between and doesn't get the opportunity to show what she can top out at. I'm always interested because like she looks like somebody like she's a pretty girl in shape, all that sort of thing. Like clearly is a good wrestler. I've never been able to discern how good exactly.
Yeah, I mean the closest I can think of in recent memory is her against Suzu Suzuki in Ice Ribbon at Ribbon Mania.
What year was this? 2020?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when you say it's the main event, I remember when Suzu was champion, it was 2020. So
yeah, 2020, and then before that was her getting mauled to death by Mayumi Ozaki at the Oz Academy Plum Memorial Show, where she bled a lot.
Oh God.
At least that gets to show her sympathy side.
Yeah, that's nice. The sympathy of you're bleeding out.
Yeah.
Getting hit with this chain over and over again.
Hey, my mom gave that match 4.5 stars.
I didn't know your mom did match ratings, but that's good to know.
Oh yeah, they're hilarious. Loves them.
Oh God, are they all over the place and ridiculous?
Yes.
Even better. It's better to see ridiculous star ratings from someone that doesn't watch that much wrestling than like ones that are like roughly accurate. Can be like, all right, so you used to be a fan or you're too into it. Like I like the people who were like, this match I saw was ridiculous, or this match stunk, or this match was awesome, so I give it a high rating.
Yeah.
I like that sort of thing.
She likes seeing the older woman beat up the pretty younger one because the older one was closer to her in age.
Wait, is that the hidden subtext, or is that what she said?
That's what she said.
Okay.
She's like, go get her, old woman, see you still got it. Make her bleed. Yeah, she's
Shout out to Dan Coffin.
she's
Olds
secretly a
on top.
deathmatch fan. It's kind of funny.
Oh man.
She gave Risa Sarah, Rina Yamashita like 5 stars. She watched Ice Ribbon, yeah.
So I thought that was fun, and then like the main event with Mizunami and Takase versus Rina and Maya.
Oh, the forearm exchange and the chops between Yamashita and Takase. Oh yes.
Yeah. Did
you see the facial expressions that they were throwing?
Oh yeah. I mean, when I think it was, I forgot what Takase caught, but she caught something, and she like went down to her knees, facing out towards the ropes, in the face of like, oh my God, I may not survive in here. Like,
she looked awesome. Like she was gonna cry, and then she like took a breath, and then she scowled up, and she's like, all right, here I go again, brother. Chop. Yeah. And then the next forearm came, she took it, and then just went down.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, up and down throughout the duration of that match was just like excellent striking. Like whether it was chops, whether it was forearms, whether it was knees and kicks. Like, I mean, it's been so long, and like once Maya went freelance, and she was doing like DDT and Gambari or whatever else, and I was always like, all right, like, and I saw her matched up with another tall, rangy athlete like Saki Akai. I was like, okay, so they gave her, somebody that I think that I was interested to see what that was. And then I kept seeing like hearing reviews of those matches and like the tag stuff or whatever they were doing. I was like, oh, okay, that's not what I really want to see.
Yeah,
like,
undercard 8-minute stuff, like nothing.
Yeah, like what I want to see is like, for example, like the first Julia match I ever saw was her challenging Maya, and Maya just unleashed just murder her dozens of times with knees and strikes and kicks and basement super kicks and running knees and like just demolish Julia. And like I was so impressed by like, I guess if you will, the kick package, right? Like, yeah. She's just really good. She's really damn good, and like I like enjoy watching her striking. So, like to see that after seemingly not really being able to see it for a while, like I was impressed all over again by all the stuff she could do, and like her and Mizunami, like Mizunami, really good comedy match wrestler, whatever else, but like. I saw it in Seattle last year. Like when you task her to wrestle at a main event style or whatever else, like she gets it done. Like she's I don't know if underrated is the right word, but like I would say probably underappreciated in that sense. Like she can get the job done when asked.
I really like Ryo Mizunami in high-end tag matches like this. I think this is where she flourishes the most. Maybe your singles match style doesn't hit with others the way like a Maya or Takase match would. Maybe she's not capable of that high-end level, but as we saw in AEW with her against like Nyla Rose, she can deliver.
I think she can. I mean, obviously, maybe. Do I think she's elite in the scene? No. But I think if you put her in there with someone that is, she can go and reach back and get you damn near 4.5 stars. Right? Like that match she had with like that match she had at the end of this year in Corgan Hall with Arisa Nakajima. That match is fucking fantastic. That match is awesome. Like that kind of stuff. Like the match she had in the middle of the year defending against Asuka Vinny. Another match where it's like over 4 stars easily, great title defense. And like this is a person that like the most of her stuff, she's freelance here, there, do the comedy stuff, come out, just more charisma than 3 wrestlers, right? And she can get by off that if she wanted to. But like I feel like when she wants to tap into that, like
well, it's not just her though.
Every time I've seen it, I've seen her tasked with that. She can get it done in that sense.
Yeah, it's not just her though, and this is what makes so much of the scene frustrating. It's
a lot of them.
It's a lot of them where you don't get to see them tap into a higher level because they're not opted for that. They're not. That's not what they're there for. They're there just to They're there for like Maya against Kaho Matsushita in third from the bottom singles match for 6 minutes. Like that's what they're there for.
Yeah. Like I think, like over the years watching this over the last few years, like just like learning like I'm still learning every day, or not every day, but almost on a weekly basis. Like there is somebody that is dope that I have just never seen all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's always like, that's crazy. Like it's crazy. There's so many people that are like, oh, like not just good, like can go out there and kill it. And it's wild to me. It's like, looking at it from the perspective of a quote unquote like American's view of Joshi or whatever else. Like people act like this shit literally has not mattered at all since '97.
Correct.
And it's like, I mean, and let's just put like Stardom to the side in its recent success, right? It's like, nah, like they're so like, I don't want to say it's dime a dozen to find a quality women's wrestler in Japan, but it's damn near that though. Of like,
I will say this: my Joshi 2010s journey has really opening my eyes to a lot of things that I'm not aware of, whether it's past stars of the '90s or mid-carders that I wasn't aware of. Discovering how truly good Ayumi Kurihara was, and she was just wrong place in the wrong generation type situation. Kana's origins, the quality of matches and the training of this particular generation that we're in right now is a much higher quality than in 2010, 2011, 2012. We get so much higher quality matches than before.
Now, do you think that's a situation where like the matches just don't hold up, or do you think like literally like fundamentally from the ground up,
fundamentally
better now? Okay, because like I'll throw on some All Japan in a heartbeat. Like I've come to figure out what my favorite like type of All Japan match is, and is literally like Manami Toyota versus a Hoss, and she's in peril and she's crashing and burning, right?
Yeah.
Like I have come to realize like a lot of these matches that like you're heralded as like these all time great matches. And this is the case for tons of wrestling, right? Like I'm a person like I can't, unless it's like the best of the best stuff. Like don't give me any matches 40 years old, get the fuck out of here, or 35 years old, get the fuck out of here. But like I'll look through some of this like All Japan stuff from the '90s, All Japan women's stuff from the '90s. I'm like, I'll be like, okay, watch it 5 minutes, look at the time, and it skips the last 10 minutes. So like I was just wondering like how you felt about the 2010s. If it's don't
get me wrong, there are good matches.
Something to do with like
there are good matches out there. I
just want to get an understanding.
The amount of quality is much higher. Like the output is way higher today, because much of the scene I think is it's also younger. I think they're trained and in their prime, and they're actually wrestling against each other. While back then, there was still a lot of those stars from the 90s and early 2000s that were hanging around in main events. Oz Academy had their style, of course. Wave still had Gammy kicking around.
You still involved with Wave or no?
Yeah, she's still on it. Yeah. She's not wrestling, though. She's not beating.
I hope not.
Yeah, she's not beating everybody. But
nope. I mean, who... I'm sure there's still a few. I mean, obviously there's still AJWs around, but like, like that whole, like if you were an RCN, like who, like Aquino, you meant, who else?
Well, you had Toshimatsu, Ran Yu, they were kicking around. Tomoko Nakagawa, like those are like the good mid-carders that were never stars. But they're but the scene was depleting and coming out of the dark age, and they were getting main event type opportunities because how many times can you truck out Kansai and Aja Kong in your main, like even at the time in 2011, Aja Kong was still mobile.
Yep.
But so much of her star power had diminished by that point. But she wasn't going to put over, like these people weren't putting over the next generation because they like it was so slim. They weren't there to put over essentially. But then when you had a Kurihara, for example, I like using her as my best example. Nobody would put her over. By the time she was put over, it was already too late and the company closed.
Well,
Nomads got some things to do. They got some hurdles.
Yeah.
I'm optimistic.
Yeah, I am too. Like at least for the short term. Like obviously, who knows what this is. Even a year from now. But just as far as like a person that wants to see, high level women's wrestling, like just throwing that on was just a blast to watch. Like the 3 matches that I saw, it was just fun, especially the last 2. Like those.
Yeah, you got to watch that Kaho Hiroya Matsumoto match. You're gonna like that.
I heard good things. I just didn't have time for it because of the. I'm never getting this far behind on Stardom ever again. That like I just can't. Like because it also like because I love the promotion so much. Like it's literally like de-enhanced my experience whenever I was on Twitter. Whereas like I was telling you off air, like I always keep you muted because I have like 200 accounts muted just because like I don't want to run the risk of being spoiled, and like I have a mute list of muted words. It's like almost as long, and like like I didn't want to be on and mess around and have like somebody that's from somebody from Gadamu spoil something from about her friend did something on Nomads or something at Hana's tribute show. So that's why I was, I just can't get this stuck behind on Stardom because I just like feel like I'm completely out of the loop as far as, pro wrestling, let alone anything else.
Let me right quick talk about the Hana Kimura Memorial Show.
Go ahead.
So I think the big points were, it was the fun undercard stuff that were there last year. Just a big Memorial Battle Royal type stuff. Jungle Kiona. Yeah, right. Jungle Kiona returned to the ring. She looked pretty damn good. She says her knees hurt, I guess. Well, she had the botched surgery on one of them.
That's what that was?
That's what that was.
I thought it was just she just had trouble healing, but I didn't know it was botched.
No, it was botched surgery, and she had to get it done again. And she's back. She looked pretty good. And we'll see how she sticks it out. I don't know. She's got a shoot job now, so I don't know if I don't know how much she'll be active. She claims she wants to be, but she'd be perfect for Nomads. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Especially at first when they're running X amount of months in between shows. Hopefully that picks up over time and they get more successful, blah, blah, blah. Kyoko Kimura came back to the ring. They had a very emotional match, especially in the middle where they're trading forearms and basically bust out in tears. Pretty sad stuff. Kiona got the win. That was nice. Then Sakura did her shtick for a lot of the semi-main events.
How was it?
Fine, I guess. It's Sakura Hirota. She was doing Hana Kimura tribute stuff, and it's fine.
I know, but it's. I guess under the circumstance, you can't say it's bad if it was bad. So I'll let you off the hook for that one.
Yeah, it's like I'm not a fan of Sakura like at all, but under this circumstance, it's fine. I had no problem with it.
I think I've seen like two of her matches that I didn't think were terrible.
Well, don't watch the Catch the Wave comedy block.
The match she had against Meiko when she's dressed up like Chigusa is fucking hilarious because she has like Chigusa's mannerisms down like to a T.
Oh no, she's great. Very like for what she does and that goal, she gets everything down. She goes all out. She doesn't half-ass it. I appreciate that part.
I understand that, but at the same time, like she's also had like one of the worst matches I've ever seen in my life. I was telling you about the Iger matches.
I know exactly which one you're talking about. I've seen the same thing. But yeah, she cosplayed as Hana Kimura. She did all of her Oedo Tai mannerisms and whatnot. I forgot to mention that the former Kagetsu, and they were calling her Kagetsu throughout the show. So her for wrestling persona wise, I think it's I got the impression that it's okay to call him Kagetsu in terms of wrestling, but in like life, Yui Ishino. Does that make sense? I think it does.
It goes by what he wants to be called.
Right.
Right. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You call him whatever he wants to be called. So for me,
I mean, if everyone's calling him Kagetsu in the ring, and even the wrestlers were, then I don't see it clearly. I got the impression he didn't have an issue with it.
I am going to try my damnedest not to botch this. The pronouns is easy, but I've known him as Kagetsu, for most of it. So like,
I look at it as a wrestling persona.
I'm going to try to call him by his name, and like you just saying, how do you pronounce his first name now?
I think it's just Yu Ishino.
Okay, so so Yu Hoshino. I may slip up, and I hope that I am given some grace on that. It is not intentional whatsoever. Like I just, but yeah, like, so you said he was there?
He was there, got involved, did a Oedo Tai dance, had a few moments in the Kyoko Kimura match, Oedo Tai for life, yo.
Okay.
So that was good.
Yeah, because Kyoko basically handed it over to him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And the main event was just so good. Big Dave, 4-star type match, 4-star plus.
Okay.
Shuri and Venny just killed it out there. I'm kayfabing that as a red belt defense. It's just like V4 or whatever it is. Like, so good.
Well, I mean, I don't know who won, but I have my assumptions of who did win, or if it went to a draw. But like, if there was a decision, look, there are a lot of things that I would like to see for the rest of the year, and I got to say, like, an Oscar Vinny versus Shuri match would be for a red belt would be, man, please.
Well, I'm telling you,
dream. I wouldn't say dream match because it's already happened, but sign me up.
Just go into that kayfabing that it's a red belt defense.
Okay.
And you'll come out of that going, damn good. Hell yeah, 4 stars plus. I don't know. I mean, on my scale, I go through. I have a recommendation scale, right? 1 through 3.
Yeah.
Highly recommend. Anyways, that was full 3. Didn't even question it. I was like, holy shit.
Okay. All right.
It's excellent stuff.
All right.
Really liked it.
Yeah. So I'm gonna check it out. Obviously, it's just got so far behind on everything. I can't let it ever happen again. Like, but yeah, JD, thanks, man. Like, so.
Okay. Stardom, Flashing Champions 2022. This was an interesting show. They drew 1871, little down from Cinderella, but this is expected. As I said on One Nation Radio, I predicted anything below 1500 would have been a failure. And I didn't expect them to break 2000, so this was right in the middle of that prediction. Very cool. And as I said on One Nation Radio, this was not a show built around stars being in matches. The whole gimmick was all the titles on the line. That's why you went to the show. And from that perspective, with a lot of low-end talent getting chances and a lot of unknown drawing ability talent, to put a show like this together, I thought was a good move. And I would say the last 5 matches, like top to bottom, all delivered in unique and interesting ways. So Hanan retained against Ruaka 5 minutes, and Tomoka Inaba came out and challenged. I'm 50-50 at this point in if Hanan is going to beat her or not, because of that new blood situation where Aoi also challenged. So definitely easily could see a scenario where Hanan just faces them both and beats her, and she holds this thing for a while. I'm personally would want to see Tomoka Inaba holding that thing, and she runs through a lot of the rookies. I would love to see Inaba on more Stardom shows. There was the Prominence Trios match against Cosmic Angels, 10 minutes. Not much here other than Suzu kind of big league in Waka most of the time. And she pins her, and that's all well and good. Azumi defeats Tekla in a 7-minute high-speed match. I thought this was good, too. I mean, solid. Nothing, I wouldn't say anything amazing. Tekla definitely fits right in with this division. I think this is a good spot for her and going for that SWA title until I'd like to see more main event chances. I'm just not sure she's there yet. But what was interesting is Momo Kogo came out and challenged afterwards. So we're really building up this high-speed division with new talent, and we're kind of moving various other people up the card. SWA title match was Mayu against Fukigen Death. 5 minutes. Short big match Mayu, if you can categorize it that way. The highlight was Death doing the moonsault with the rocker fingers out. Good, funny stuff there. I guess we'll see what the goal is with this title. I mean, obviously, I think we all have our suspicions with Mayu and the Forbidden Door, but we'll just see how it plays out. Or if they start bringing in foreign talent, like whether it's I'll just throw out Alex Windsor there. She's my go-to top gaijin right now, but I'll just throw her out there just to say, like, Mayu could defend against someone like her, or as we're seeing in TJPW now, Rio is over there challenging Maki Ito. All well and good. Kairi and Tam Nakano, the White Knights, defeat the Queen's Quest duo of Utami and Miyu Amasaki. I was wondering if anything was going to come out of this match build-wise, and I was definitely bearish, more pessimistic that they wouldn't want to deliver on anything based on this match, but I'm really leaning now towards a Kairi Utami match coming out of this thing. The story of essentially Kairi wanting to teach Miyu Amasaki like what being a wrestler is and teach her style, not this soft style, led to one big back fist pop. And I really would have preferred less focus on Miyu Amasaki for such a big tease between Tam and Utami and Kairi and Utami. But regardless, she got put in a huge position, went 19 minutes, and with this talent, I think she was able to be hidden for her weaknesses and got to show off her strengths quite well. I just were really, we only have Kairi for a finite amount of time, it feels. And to get this sort of match on, we'll call it pay-per-view, really want a bigger stakes kind of situation. But obviously with Utami kind of playing with the rose to Kairi, it was a vessel for those two purposes. Highlight the rookie and not bully her like you would in, say, 2000s Gaia, but also to highlight a future match between Utami and Kairi. I don't know, man. They announced a lot of big shows for the summer leading into the 5-star. They have the mini rookie tournament that they're going to do for the 5-star, or young talent that like the top 3 people will get in. There's still an X. They have the first 2 nights on pay-per-view again. Plus, they're now advertising the first ever steel cage match at Stardom. That's going to be a lot. That's going to have a lot of mystery to it. Whether it's going to be about copying the Dragongate style, where it's team warfare. There's some wacky stipulation behind it. There's people hitting things on the cage, and they're bringing a bunch of weapons to it. Or maybe it's just going to be a culmination of Julia versus Suzu. who knows what it might be. I'm just excited to find out what they plan to do with it, because, and I'm definitely more on the optimistic side because of the way that team ladder match went late last year. So I'm pretty confident they can do a steel cage match better. If I'm comparing possibly this cage to the very first AJW cage match in the early 90s, where there was like interference, Ghetto was involved with Aja Kong, I'm more optimistic this one might be better. Goddess of Stardom title match, Donna Del Mundo, Julia, and Mai Sakurai. Mai Sakurai now looks like a middle-aged Mayumi Ozaki, which weirdly works because Mai is also in her 30s, and Ozaki was in her 30s looking like this. Just pointed out to me by a guy named Omega in the Discord. I was like, wow, definitely looks like her. Now all we need her to do is join the Chain Gang, and we got a topic here. But if Mai can develop a mean streak with this look, she's onto something. New look, new attitude was kind of what her theme was for this, against Hazuki and Koguma in their duo best. This went 15 minutes. I thought it got plenty of time. It was more Stardom standard tag to it all. I was definitely afraid, or not afraid, but if this match was going to be good, Julia had to spend the majority of the time in the ring going up against like Hazuki. Not surprisingly, though, the story is about Mai Sakurai and her development and her wanting to prove herself. So, of course, the match was kind of focused around her. So, just in that particular case, it had a peak and limit with me, and how they were able to perform in the ring. So, 1 out of 3 type tag. I didn't love it, but I also far from hated it, for sure. I did really like the Hazuki Julia situation there. Hazuki just has a lot of fire to her, wasn't taking any of Julia's shit, which I really appreciate. Artist of Stardom title match. Was there someone else that came out? Oh, no. Not there yet. Artist of Stardom title match. Yes, indeed, as predicted correctly on One Nation Radio. Saki Kashima, the Robert Ory of this bitch, just won another ring. She revivaled Natsupoi to the T, to the point, after they had a nice little Dragongate style trios match where they exchanged a lot of big moves, a lot of good tandem offense between teammates, and it was all about Saki Kashima just surviving at the end of an onslaught, and no one could put her away. It was like Robert Ory shooting threes. We're guarding him. Why can't we fucking block this dude? Trade him to the Spurs. Ah, shit, he won another ring. That's Saki Kashima with this artist title and her position in this match. What a success story this was. Momo and Starlight look like they're having the time of their lives teaming up together like this. And it really did feel time with DDM losing these trios titles with Mai Hime Poi. They were good trios champions. I do like them as trios champions. I hope they don't break up anytime soon. But it went 14 minutes. It was very solid. I went 2 out of 3 on it. Maybe I even went 1. I wasn't like quite 4 stars. I know some people are higher than that than me. And what's weird is the bar is so high with Stardom now, where I'm like, I know they got a better match in them, Buster. So maybe more near falls rather than teammates busting it up every time. Maybe we could do some tag team focus a little bit more. I know they could pull out even bigger moves if they need to. So from third from the top, I thought this accomplished exactly what they wanted it to. And then we get to our semi-main and main event. Saya Kamitani defeats Mirai in 25 minutes. I really liked this match. I was like 12 minutes in. Maybe even 15. And I was already slapping a full 3 out of 3 recommendation on here. I really liked what they brought. Mirai was very physical in this match, and that's kind of my go-to type of match these days, is let's make these things look like they hurt. And Mirai was all about that, and Saya Kamitani's really pulling off a reminder of what like Manami Toyota was in the early 90s before she really took off, where it's just the ambition of trying all these new things, and when something works and they get it out of the crowd, does it again in her next match. So for example, that rolling schoolboy into a one-legged backdrop driver situation with a bridge, she didn't really pull it off the first time well against Unagi, but it got a huge reaction, and she's just thrown it into her repertoire like it's a regular, like, big move now. In the previous match, it was like the like a trio woe situation, and she gets someone just kind of laying out there on the turnbuckle, and she does a springboard double stomp into that, which is like something that Kota Ibushi would do. So she's even implementing kind of a Phoenix Splash, getting countered now into her matches, which is something they did here. It looked like she tried to roll through it, but she went splat instead with kind of her knees first. So these two were able to put together a match of this magnitude with so much ambition that... Is it weird to say it reminded me of a Manami Toyota Kyoko Inoue match where it looked like they were just making up things as they go, and it's like the next innovation? Because I'm really getting the feeling this is the next like generation performing on a big stage and getting up there. And for them to go 25 minutes and just go bombs away with all these other things, I'm just so impressed. I'm so enthralled. And now that Mirai's lost, I definitely think this was the right choice, but it wouldn't have shocked me if Mirai would have won this title. I prefer this result because now Mirai has something more to fight for. You just don't give someone, unless you're. I definitely prefer this, where she won Cinderella. That's her big victory. It's not like she's 3, 4, 5 years deep in failure, where now you're asking she's lost too much or lost in this big position. Now you're questioning her position. She just got into this company. It's been 6 months. She now has 2 title matches under her belt, plus a Cinderella win. She's definitely going to be in the upper mid card. I'm kind of placing her in that Micah role for the time being. And it wouldn't shock me if she challenges with like Ame Sore or another person like Konami possibly coming back into God's Eye, and they start going for those goddess titles, because Hazuki and Koguma do need challengers. And it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for Mirai to kind of jump into that mix. And Saya Kamatani, as I've said a couple podcasts ago, she's now a made woman. She's putting in a female wrestler of the year contender. If I'm looking at my list, I think she's now at number 2 after this. Yes, she's firmly in number 2 above Starlight Kid, Mirai, Julia, Maika, Hazuki, kind of the big group there that's been highlighted this year. I do like how they've stayed away from Utami from the main event. Give her a rest. They've downcycled her. They're still protecting her to an extent, but they're not having her over-highlight people this year. She had her big match against Saya at World Climax, and that was good. You know, that's good enough. It still shows that she's a big-time player, but her being out of this focus allows other people to be focused, like Mirai coming into this position. Even if it's temporarily, Mirai has now gained a good fan base. They're definitely behind her. I mean, you can just tell by the clapping. Even Saya Kamatani at the beginning of the match was like, hey, where's my claps? So, Saya, absolutely tremendous. If they're leading to a big Kairi match for the white belt, I want to see Kairi win that thing. For some reason, my gut tells me they're not going in that direction. They seem very adamant about Kairi kind of in this heavy veteran role player role, where they don't want to take away luster from building the rest of the roster, but they're still utilizing her star power from just being Kairi to just have her matches, and that's a draw in itself. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I get it. I would definitely I love this Kairi Tam Nakano team. Could they make a Goddess run? Sure. Why not? I don't see why you couldn't do that. I don't see why you wouldn't do that. But Kairi winning a title, particularly the Wonder title, and then that really opens up really anybody you want to push and give a huge, massive star to next to their name is who beats Kairi. Could it be Saya again? Could it be Mirai? Could it be Micah? You could throw a lot of different names out there, and it just seems you build up to that big match against Kairi and you beat her. It really doesn't matter who it is. They're going to come out a bigger star. It could be even Utami finally winning the white belt and overcoming Kairi. That's a kind of built-in story on this show. So I'm really ambitious towards predictions here with Stardom, but there's so many things that kind of make sense in my head when you just kind of put out these matches in front of me. And case in point, I will save this case in point until after the main event here, which was Shuri against Risa Sera. Really short, actually, 14 and a half minutes. And as I said on One Nation Radio, if they delve too much into the comedic Risa Sera side, it would play into their worst instincts as a duo, because let's not forget that kind of no ropes lumberjack match that they had in Ice Ribbon was kind of bad. So the idea here was you could only win by knockout or submission. I believe there were no countouts, but there was still DQ, which means, of course, in the ring situation. And we know in Stardom there's the whole closed fist rule. You can't do that. No bringing weapons in the ring directly. But when you go outside the ring, there's kind of faction warfare, which is very Dragongate and whatnot. It's even very Oz Academy. So when we're doing things like air raid crashes, off the apron, or getting prominence involved when the first sign that Shuri was going to maul Risa Sera to death, and then you had Ame Sure really living up to the bodyguard rule, getting a big spot where she shoulder blocks every single member down, but as soon as she meets Karumi, they just immediately go to blows. I did like that. I think it played into what because I've said this before, the heat on prominence is their use of weapons and doing the numbers game. And the emphasis was on Risa Sera's kendo stick. She's brought that out multiple times. She beat up Shuri during the press conference with it. It was teased early, and it really built up to Risa Sera just getting one over in to the point where Daichi kind of stepped in, and he just gets whacked and thrown to the side. And that's where Sera just maintained control. The spot where she just goes home run on Risa Sera, or on Shuri's face was pretty gnarly. So we're building up Risa Sera as this kind of delinquent person from the outside coming in to ruin Shuri. And I thought it built up very well of Shuri overcoming all this. Her teammate just evened the odds enough. And when it was go time, Shuri takes this kendo stick away, breaks it, throws it to the side, and then punt kicks her in the face and chokes her out. In which I think it was Mochi who threw in the towel for Risa Sera, because the Daichi was taking too long with the call, and they're like, no, she's gonna die. So whether this sends a message to the outside or not, I don't know. Leave that up to you. But I went. I did go 3. I did go 3 out of 3 on this. Not as if I'm putting Big Dave stars on it. I'm not as high on it than the Saya Mirai match. No. But this is the best Risa Sera match in 2.5 years. Non-hardcore wise, anyways. Not death match. Because there's the 2 Rina Yamashita matches where the big light tubes and ladders and shit were involved that were pretty gnarly. Even that second Rina Yamashita match for the Fantastice title, I don't think was as good as this. But just pure singles match situation with the big main event at stakes. This is kind of Risa Sera's first big main event in 2.5 years since she faced Maya for the vacant title in that was 2019. August 2019, I think, was when that match happened. That's crazy. For someone who's supposed to be this like big star main eventer, look, it's her and a lot of freelancers right now. They're just too far removed from it, and they don't have that perception star power. The perception of reality is that they're no longer the main event. They're no longer the people you want to see. They're no longer the people that are going to be pushed. I think that's why they decided to put Risa Sera in this main event, doing with this all titles on the line gimmick. But a good show from Stardom. Yeah. Very curious. Oh, so the Wonder title, Starlight Kid is challenging Saya, and Momo is challenging for the red belt. So, Black Desire, losing the tag titles. They just won the artist titles, and now they're both challenging for the individual top titles of the company. I love this move. It's keeping them relevant. It's extremely fresh challengers again. Or at least with Saya and Starlight Kid especially. But then Shuri Momo feels big because that was the 5-star final last year. And Momo came out with a wrench in hand because I guess her and Sho are best buds now, and they just trade tactics. Sho's in New Japan. For those that don't know, he's using a wrench to cheat. But I like this move. Momo, I don't see her winning. I don't see Starlight Kid winning. Heels, I mean, they could do a double heel run through the summer, but it feels like if you're going to make the call on either one of those to win the title, you want them to win the title as baby faces and have a longer run than a transitional run to be their first big wins. And Momo's still 22 years old. Plenty of time to get a big win. She always puts in a great match. It's going to be hard topping that 5-star final match. I think that was like my number 3 or something match of the year last year. High bar nonetheless. And I'll do it for Stardom, guys. That's it for the Joshi talk. I guess that's like what? I don't know how long that Nomads thing went. But I'm going to play a drop and do a super short Dragongate, King of Gate review. Here we go.
See it now, and you better hold on. Overdrive them, gotta take it to the overflowing.
Okay, so I believe the last we left off was just the initial night of King of Gate, which was pretty damn good. And you know what? I can actually pull up my match ratings here to kind of go over everything. Or, okay, you know what? Instead of going over brackets and all that, Fujiwara versus Ishin Ihashi, that's the full singlet brother. They went to a 15-minute draw, so it was nonstop energy from the bell. They chopped the hell out of each other. End off a springboard flipping senton for Fujiwara, but Ishin kicks out. And the bell rings. I went full 3 here. This was awesome. And from there, what Dragongate's done is essentially the Cinderella tournament. But the entire first round is split between like 5 nights, as opposed to what Stardom did was all of it was one night, and then the later matchups were kind of 3 or 4 bigger shows. What Dragongate's gone in their direction is they have a large bracket themselves. Again, the initial round was over like 5 nights. And then they went to like Hokkaido. and Sapporo and whatnot, and they did a triple shot, I believe, in Sapporo, which led to some interesting attendance data. I wonder how they're up year over year, but the third night was not up from their December visit. It's interesting, and Stardom will be going there in July, I believe, is my understanding. And what Dragongate was doing was they're picking and choosing hometown matchups with King of Gate and having the hometown guy go over, whether it's Jason Lee over Ben K, KZ over Kota Minoura, which was excellent. I gave that 3 stars. That's actually one of my Dragongate matches of the year now. I'm throwing that at number 3 in particular. That was a very highly rated match by me and various other Dragongate fans. That is probably the match to look out for. And then the round after that was KZ losing to Shun Skywalker. And not as good as their Kobe World match, but everything was hot and fire throughout most of the match, and it led to Shun needing to cheat to beat him. Big chair shot and kicked his ass. We got a big run from Yuki Yoshioka. We have Shuji Kondo, Yuki Yoshioka, Shun Skywalker, Jason Lee beat Ben K. He's going on. Jason Lee beat BB Hulk after BB Hulk beat the hell out of this guy to the point where the ref probably should have called for like a knockout. But BB Hulk being cocky, gets rolled up, flash pin. It's a typical kind of flash pin where the guy doesn't really actually get over. It's just a flub by the heel. It's a Scott Hall special, essentially. So, because I was really leaning towards a BB Hulk final there, and I'm really getting the feeling that, look, Shun Skywalker's tag champion right now. He's Twin Gate champion. I don't see him on a Kobe double shot winning King of Gate and still having those tag titles. I'm assuming that there's going to be 2 Dreamgate matches at Kobe World, while one of them could just be an Ultimo like fantasy show. But none of these guys even seem like them versus Kai is a Kobe World main event. So something tells me in June or early July, they're going to do a quick change. Or who knows? Maybe they do believe in Kai to get to the main event of Kobe and draw particularly well. I guess we'll find out what they're doing. They did pretty damn well at Dead or Alive, for sure, where they didn't have a cage match for the first time in quite some time. Just some interesting things to think about there. One thing that's really bothered me throughout this King of Gate tournament is so many roll-ups. Just so many. Some of them look really good and they're very innovative, and that's all well and good, but I don't feel like anyone has true momentum going forward. I thought that was going to be KZ, but you never believe in KZ time. Don't fall for it. I did not fall for it against Shun. But for people that feel like they're on the precipice or at main event level already, Shun Skywalker, KZ, BB Hulk were kind of those guys. Kota Minoura, he lost early, and that really busted my bracket. I really felt he was going there, but they seem to be on the Yuki Yoshioka wagon here for him getting this big push. I just don't know what these guys are going to draw. It's just from an attendance perspective and who the kind of perceived stars are becoming. That's an interesting aspect of Dragongate that is something to pay attention to. Other than that, I thought the second round was kind of a big lull, but whether it's Kaito Ishida and Kota Minoura and KZ, Yuki Yoshioka, they've been big match performers. The Yoshioka Diamante match had the best kind of finishing sequence. It was a roll-up, of course, but it just seems so high-level mix of lucha and puro that those two guys were able to put together one of my favorite matches of the weekend. That includes Best of the Super Juniors, but definitely check out that Kota Minoura KZ match is the one I'd recommend. And I'm not going to play drop, I'll just kind of mention this, but WXW is doing True Colors in Dresden, which when this comes out, it would have aired. It's Dresden is Axel Tischer's hometown. They're doing Tristan Archer versus Tischer. Tischer's getting his rematch for the title. I figured that they were going to do another story or two before they got to Dresden for this match, but regardless, indie promotion, probably something came up or what have you, and that wasn't able to happen. But he's getting his rematch nonetheless. It's 1-on-1. I expect Tristan Archer to win by nefarious means, and perhaps that sets up Tischer for something else on the line. Still no Marius Al-Ani, and I believe I saw him on various other German indie shows popping up. And I said this before, I really hope he's not out of this promotion. I know he's had attitude issues in the past. That's really getting me to speculate just to myself, like, has this guy had a falling out with the promotion? And the best way was to just write him out of 16 Karat via injury, despite it all. I don't know. But they're definitely gearing up to a Robert Dreisker big heel kind of title match. They're doing a rematch of Gresham versus Dreisker. Hopefully this means either a draw or Dreisker wins by countout or some nonsense where he looks really good coming out of it and he can kind of get into the main event. So we'll see a lot what happens at True Colors. I believe Stephanie Mays is injured again, which really sucks. She's had a lot of like hamstring and quad issues and knee problems. Fast Time Muto, they just won the tag titles back. It really sucks because Stephanie Mays looks like she has a ton of potential. I really like her. I like what I see out of her. She's miles above like any woman outside of like Pro Wrestling Eve right now. I did check out that just a side comment. I did check out that Alex Windsor Kylie Ray match. It goes like 10 minutes and it's good, and then it's not good anymore. So I can't recommend that. It was like a 24-minute match. Nuts. Okay. And that'll do it. I'm going to take a break. And when it comes back, it'll be All Japan Women time. And it's All Japan Women Destiny time. It's episode 69. ZENJO is a Dream Ignition. It is February 28th, 1993, from Corkin Hall, an attendance of 1,969, which is very strange, let's be honest. This is at a time when they are not hesitating to claim like 2,300 people are at Corkin Hall. You know, we're going shoulder to shoulder, but they got awfully specific with this one at 1969. But yes, we're on the road to Dream Slam, which took place. It was a double shot in April 1993, a massive interpromotional show that over on my LLPW reviews, I tried to stay away at at that particular time. For LLPW, they were having like Suzuki Manami comes in and does a tag match in the main event. And what I tried to see was in the vacuum of LLPW as an LLPW fan. And I'm not watching AJW. I can't let's just hypothetically throw it out there. I'm not going to those shows. I can't afford those shows, but I can afford LLPW shows or what have you. Because we're gearing up to the big famous Akira Hokuto Kandori match, which got critical acclaim, and it really like changed the game for LLPW. In AJW, they just want to run the biggest arenas they can and put on the biggest shows they can. And one thing we're going to get into on this particular episode is a depleting roster. if you will, or at least depleting spots, and they need to fill them. Well, we'll get into how they fill them and why. So, Masami Watanabe, whom will be known as Chaprita Asari, versus Saki Hasegawa is an exhibition match. It goes to like a 5-minute draw. Young Asari here, right now named Masami Watanabe, debuted November 19th, 1992. So we're only a few months into her career. She's 5 feet tall, which is notable because around this time, AJW drops the retirement rule, particularly for Bull Nakano, and they've also dropped the recruitment height requirement rule as well, hence why Asari is here. And she's incredibly athletic, and the more she develops and stops getting the shit kicked out of her by Saki Hasegawa on this day, she is going to blow people's minds with her essential gymnastics, with spinning star presses and the like coming into the ring. But yeah, the giant Saki Hasegawa here is bullying a child for like 5 minutes. Hard kicks and slaps. A hazing, really, if you will. I did get a kick out of Rookie Asari wearing a red and black maple leaf, repping that Team Canada for whatever reason. Might be. So, something to pay attention to, for sure. And we got another one, not an exhibition, but a rookie match nonetheless. It's Chikako Hasegawa, later known as Shiratori, against Tomoko Watanabe. And again, this is like that next level up from an exhibition. Tomoko bullies Chikako for a while, hitting and kicking the person below her status, if you will. And to be fair, Chikako got enough offense in for some fiery comebacks, but would easily be thwarted by various kicks. So mostly one-sided affair here. Tomoko kicks her out of midair from a crossbody, then does a crossbody herself, boots her in the face, and finishes her off with a cradle, one-legged German suplex with a bridge situation. Is Tomoko on her way up, or is she going to hang in this spot for a while? I'm leaning towards she's going to be on her way up a little bit as we get further. So our first official match on this card is Suzuka Minami and Etsuko Mita versus fellow LCO stablemate Mima Shimoda, teaming with Seimi Numata. Recognize that name? Well, you shouldn't, because she has barely been on any shows since she debuted in 1990. Okay? So again, she's got a little seniority over the people that we were just introduced in the prior matches. But the more notable topic is now we have this next gen, or the generation from the early 90s, debuting and starting to make their marks on the card. Numata is the case here. Shiratori and Asari, the cases before that. I bring this up now because we've got 3 very notable injuries that have effectively ended their careers currently. So spots are open. And if you listen to the last podcast where I jumped around between February, or that particular episode jumps around between February and March for certain shows, Debbie Malenko has just suffered a career-ending ankle injury. Just last summer, Bison Kimura is now out via a shoulder injury with neck issues and nerve damage. So she'll be out for a couple of years. And what's her name? I can't remember. But she went out with a neck, essentially a broken neck. So she'll be out for like 18 months minimum. So we have 3 big open spots on the card. Just there alone. With an already kind of small feeling roster, we're starting to see what I saw in LLPW, where those wrestlers can only wrestle each other so many times before it gets stale. And AJW combats this with, they still want to put on the best cards possible, so that's where they get the JWP and LLPW and FMW people to come in to freshen up the card. Very kind of relevant to today's Stardom, with bringing in various freelancers and freelance groups and working with other promotions every once in a while to, instead of, like, there's only so many times on big shows You can do DDM versus Cosmic Angels, for example. So bring in a Marvelous faction to freshen up. While house shows, you can do that more often because people know it's a house show. When you're at bigger events, you got to do bigger things and maintain interest. So that's what AJW is doing right now, right here, with particularly JWP, because they got the more notable name. They've been around a little bit longer than LOPW, obviously, for obvious reasons. But so how does Numata hold up here? Well, unfortunately, she's easily 4 steps below the other 3 in this match. The LCO duo on the opposite side, all like Mita and Shimoda have just leveled up at this point. Okay, just them starting off against each other had heat and good fire to them. Suzuka Minami, just like in my LLPW reviews around this time of year, has really found her place and flourished as this pseudo tag specialist. So combine that with her veteran status, this is a real good spot for her that she has mixed into. She's not someone you're going to push into the upper card, but she can do damn well in spots like this in various tag matches. Or she has enough of like a past cred where you can throw her into a title match situation. I mean, not that they do that with the type of booking that was the 90s during this time for AJW, but regardless, you could have done that. So Numata mostly just stays out of the way, and that leads to a lot of Mima Shimoda, specifically, just looking fantastic in the ring against her stablemates. Drop kicks, suplexes, you name it, she was on it. While Mita, I have said this before, has firmly settled into where Bison Kimura was, both in style and look, she's not as high on the card yet, but the role is being filled nicely. Overall, a good match that ends with Suzuka Minami hitting a German and pins Mima. Kind of shocking considering Numata was right there, actually. I'm going to blow your guys' minds with this next match. AJW title, kind of their lower end title. Debbie Malenko versus Terry Power. Okay. You aren't going to believe me. This is like a Big Dave 3.5-star match. These two went out and did an American-style match to a Japanese crowd, so they didn't really react to it all that much. But from just a technical standpoint and execution, the impossible was made. Terry Power had a good match. Praise be! We can't believe it. And a singles match at that, Terry Power had. Terry had the power early. Shoulder blocks, does a wicked spill to the outside, doing a lariat over the top and falling over with Malenko. She does the Steiner pose, kisses the bicep, runs at Malenko, who's leaning against the post, and you guessed it, Malenko moves and she lariats the post. Oh, her beautiful arm, the muscle, destroyed. She holds this thing, she sells it for the entire match. And it's just Debbie working the arm there. That style she's basically perfected at this point for herself since that Akira Hokuto bout. And Terry sells it well enough anyways, and fights back using one arm the whole match. She's doing all her power moves with like one arm. She's trying to lariat with the other, while Debbie just simply uses her speed and attacks the arm. She eventually counters a power slam into a crossface chicken wing to submit Terry Powers. And holy shit, I don't believe my eyes if I say so myself. Crazy. This is your Mendoza line for women's matches now. If I can say you had a better match than Debbie Malenko versus Terry Power, you have succeeded. There you go. There's your Western women's Mendoza line. I'm calling it the Malenko Power line. Yes, definitely going with that. It rings well. Bat Yoshinaga and Kyoko Inoue have a horrible match against Aja Kong and Kaori Ito. It did have its moments, and by that I mean when Aja Kong came in and backfisted some bitches. But anytime momentum shifted or was remotely interesting, came when the Huracan would slam down on them. But man, Bat, bad. Ito, she can literally only do a double stomp with her legs as straight as possible. She's shooting into ribs, baby. She wants baby back ribs, but not the right kind. And Kyoko, okay, so there's good stuff here, but it was a short period. She did go toe-to-toe with Kong and ultimately just got owned. Ugh. I feel gross reviewing it. Anyways, main evento. 3 WA tag title match, 2 out of 3 falls. It's Manami Toyota and Toshio Yamada pretty much carrying the main event these days. It really feels like that. They're taking on Takako Inoue and Yumiko Hotta. This sucker went 32 minutes. It's absolutely a prelude match to Dream Slam in Osaka, where Takako is essentially going to be Mayumi Ozaki, and Hotta is in the kind of Dynamite Kansai spot. You get aesthetically and stylistically like what they're going for, but to be fair, Hota's just in a weird place in this promotion. She's bouncing around singles matches where she loses. She's going through different tag partners. I really get the feeling they just don't know what to do to this woman. They don't want to push her in the main event, but they don't want to like outright bury her either, because she comes from that same like class Hokuto did at the very least. But anyways, starts off with Takako jumping Toyota, so par for the course with Takako Inoue these days. She's getting a little mean streak. But Takako bounces all over the ring while Hotta does her no-selling act, which is really funny because after this no-selling, she gets kicked like square in the face. Really funny. I got like Johnny Cage in Mortal Kombat vibes, where he like takes his glasses off. He's like, "No, sell that, bitch." And from there, the next 5 minutes were ball-to-wall counters. Partner coming in and out. For a shot and counter of a Doomsday device was cool. A botch of a super powerbomb spot by Hotta and Takako. Really as expected. They're gonna botch that. They do this like tombstone setup and then like upside down hand off the wrestler in the upside position to the person sitting on the top. The grip's never right. They always have to drop them like slow, or they just dump them on their neck. It's very bad. They haven't figured out the whole cradle the leg and throw them on like starting in a backdrop position. They're like suplexing them into them. It's very weird. But regardless, it's finisher spam time from Hotta, i.e. Tiger Drivers, cross arm sit out powerbomb to pin Yamada is your first fall. Pretty good start. Fall 2, I mean, I like this. After a break, Yamada and Takako square up for essentially a K1 match. Yamada nails her with a left hook for the advantage. Just very funny. It's like, oh, okay, Takako, you want to square up? Well, bam! Get you with the left hook. The hurricane came your way, and she goes down. And ultimately, the second fall, at first it was fun, and then it just gets botchy. And then it's fun again, and then it's botchy again. It never could like find its stride for the second fall. And Takako and Hotta taking a camel clutch set piece for Hotta to just kick Toyota square in the chest. They really milk it to the crowd. Lots of tag team flubs from Toyota and Yamada, as in, someone ducks out of the way and Toyota will crash into Yamada, just constantly hitting her own teammate by accident, losing strike bouts with Hotta. So the story of this second fall was all about their miscommunication, and you really felt like they were just going to drop 2 straight falls with the way this was going. Toyota even slips on her second top rope dropkick as she goes at it, but ultimately the champs fight back briefly, hit Yamada's flying enziguri. Manami does an assisted moonsault in which she overshoots her opponent, and then she finally gets a Japanese Ocean suplex to pin Takako. This second fall was an utter mess. If you would have flipped the two results, where because of their miscommunication, that led to Toyota and Yamada losing the first fall, and then Hotta can get kind of rolled up in fall 2 or something, it definitely would have been better. This second fall just to me was kind of a disaster, even though they managed to do some cool shit in there. Now the third fall saved the match. Dropkick spamming by Toyota, scores off with Takako more, brawls a bit to the outside. They're just throwing into chairs. Kick spamming and enziguri spamming by Yamada on Hotta. And this is where the sweat from the swimsuit that's underneath Yamada's kind of outside gear here. It's just a perfect sweat outline where you could completely see her swimsuit. It's pretty funny. I was thinking, man, is that butt sweat? Oh, Yamada, come on, girl, what are you doing? And then, like, the more she sweat, the more it was revealed that it was her swimsuit coming through. That's kind of funny. But Takaka was throwing stiff lariats up, top, and down. Defensive Toyota here into she gets when Toyota goes down from these lariats, Yamada, or I'm sorry, Takako in a way just lays in this really sick looking knee bar. It's just full leg, goes back, she twists and turns and goes down. Excellent stuff. I really like that. Toyota's back up, big German near fall, double team moves for Team Gold combo here. Neither on their best game at this point, really. But this is Takako's big night. She's playing everyone. She's hitting key moves. She's even getting a little chippy. Even did a sick dive, accidentally taking out Hota. And Toyota, of course, follows that up at almost falling off the ropes and going diagonal knees face first into Takako on her moonsault. Toyota's a menace. Yamada high kicks Takako out of her way, and Toyota follows up with taking Takako kind of out of the equation, and Yamada finishes off Hota with the most perfect gory special you will ever see. It is amazing the way she was able to pull this off so seamless and flawlessly. This third fall was excellent, despite the missed moonsault situation. Great to watch. Champs retain. And I believe from here, the next 3 classic episodes will be scattered bouts from Dream Slam 1 and 2. I'm very excited for that show. I thought this was a good little primer leading into it. It got me to at least think in context of the state of AJW and why they're going into all of these cross-promotional shows. And it's exciting because now we're going to talk about like the booking of other promotions and their star players and how they come into AJW. Just like how currently in my LLPW reviews on the Patreon, at patreon.com/redleafretrocast, that $5 tier, that Chigusa Nagayo Jaguar Yokota tier, how LLPW and why they want to bring AJW wrestlers into their promotion and how they're booked accordingly within LLPW. We will now be going into AJW and how they book the competition. Because unlike LLPW, AJW has the advantage. And because of that, they have the pull. They have the rank above these other promotions. I'm very excited to cover that in time over these next few shows. And we're going to talk about some legendary matchups. And I've only seen, I think, 3 matches from both these Dream Slams combined. So I'm going to be watching these matches for the first time with you guys with a lot more knowledge of the promotion and the wrestlers involved. And I look forward to more. I guess it's time to hit the music because it's Nitro time. WCW Nitro, August 16th, 1999. We're continuing on this sad journey. It's the after show of Road Wild. And as I do, I will pull up a review someone else has written of this show and kind of just briefly go over it, because if this show don't care, then I don't care to take notes. And honestly, my mental state while watching these shows is way better because I can just sit back, watch the show, and just kind of let's see what I retain, first of all. That's freaking ridiculous, but here we are. Tony Schiavone is immediately praising the Hulk Hogan Kevin Nash main event from Road Wild, which got atrocious reviews, by the way. Duds to negative stars to the match sucked, it was boring. But they're saying it's one of the greatest main events they've ever had. Hollywood Hogan is no more. We're back to real American Hogan. And on this night, they're now throwing around that Sid Vicious is 55-0 on the show. Liars. You can't do the Goldberg streak when I have seen this man go out and get DQ'd in half his matches on Nitro since he's returned. This is absurd. I'm throwing the gavel down. Objection, Your Honor. This is bullshit. Anyways, they show Sid beating Sting on pay-per-view easily. I thought they were going to do more with this, but the first two matches, both go to no contest because Sid Vicious comes out. The Millennium Man is causing havoc. I believe the Millennium Man is 40 at this time, so that's kind of funny. But Juventud Guerrero and Lash LaRue were having a good match. And then Sid comes out and chokeslams Juvi and powerbombs Lash twice. Cuts his wacky, I don't know. He wants Goldberg. He wants a cheeseburger. He wants that new meat at Arby's. I don't know. You can. He doesn't cut these things like in a microphone. He like yells at the camera. Regal and Riggs, they get interrupted. That goes to a no contest. They do a Hogan Nash video. And then it's Mike Enos versus the Cat. And Ernest the Cat Miller, he's a treasure. He's going to beat up all you bitches in the audience. Miller beats him in like 4 minutes. Whatever. At least he's entertaining. But let's see. Sid ran in on this match too? No. Oh, Sid ran in after the match. So it's interesting. The Cat is able to get the match over with before Sid runs in and kills a bitch. Berlin video is coming. So yeah, Alex Wright has a gimmick change, and he's going to be the evil German named Berlin with a Y, and he's got wild goth music and opera music and whatnot going on. But anyways, we cut to the back. Sid is beating up Silver King and La Parka, including powerbombs La Parka onto a bag of popcorn. So popcorn crime right there. Cruiserweight title match, Lenny versus Rey Mysterio. Let's see. Oh yeah, shocker. Sid comes in again, and he lays out all three guys. So Rey wins via DQ, but this time Sting comes out for the save with Hulk Hogan limping behind him, and they clean house. And Hogan says Sting can have a title shot next week if he defeats Sid tonight. Public Enemy lose to the Insane Clown Posse, I think. Do we care? I don't know. Vampira, I think, gets involved. He gives him like the coffin drop or whatever. And Violent J hits a moonsault and pins him. Sure. Anyways. Let's see. Harlem Heat out for a promo. People like them. I guess that's cool. Another Berlin video. He'll be here in 2 weeks. Let's see if he makes it before Glacier. We get what's left of the Black and White. They're cutting a promo. And what is the reason that they're out here again? They're doing something. They're mad about, like, I think Conan? Or they're mad about Kidman. And for no reason, I think Crush, like, he wants to... So Norton, Horace, and... Oh, you know what? They're mad about Stevie Ray leaving NWO for life. And then Crush, like, jumps in to try to steal the mic time, and they just beat him up. They turn on him. So cool. Let's see. Diamond Dallas Page versus Kidman. Anything happen there? Kidman spins out, rolls him up for the pin, whatever. Post-match, Diamond Dallas Page gets his heat back and beats him up. Let's see, Disco Inferno out. The Filthy Animals have been calling him every day because he's the future of the company. Benoit says prove it. Benoit for the US title beats the shit out of Disco Inferno. Sure. Goldberg destroys Barry Windham and the rest of the Rednecks. So that was kind of cool. Kiss is coming, by the way. Can't believe they're doing that, but I can because it's WCW and they love throwing money down the toilet. We have Horace Vincent and Scott Norton losing to Harlem Heat after a Crush run-in in which he cleans house. Brian Knobbs and Rick Steiner have an abysmal TV match. I think this goes to a DQ. No. Steiner hits his bulldog and wins. Really bad. Oh, really bad. Bam Bam Bigelow versus Saturn. I have no memory of this match. Who cares? Sid Vicious, Hulk Hogan, main event. I will skip down to the end of this review. Let's see here. Pours water all over Hulk, and the announcers say he's soaked us with water. Let's see. Back in, we get a nerve hold because Sid's worked so hard already. Fans want Goldberg, of course. Let's see. Chokeslam by Hulk. Gets delayed too. And, Rick Steiner comes up, breaks up the pin. Because Raw's on. So why would we continue watching the show? Okay. So Sid is trash? Yeah, that's right. Trash just utterly filled the ring. I remember that. So we're back. We're back to Trash just pummeling the ring because they're putting on shit main events. Let's see. Yep, okay. That's Nitro. I guess we'll continue the Sid Vicious show next time, and we're on our road to Russo. Guys, this was a long one. I'm out of breath. I'm out of energy. I've been drunk on this podcast. I've sobered up. I've taken naps. This was episode 106, Flashing Champions, Double or Nothing Nomads. It was a mouthful. I'll see you next time.